Hi everyone, welcome to Midnight Cases. I know you can't sleep, so I'll keep you company with crime stories from around the world. Before we get into the story, comment where you're listening from. And if you enjoy this content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's jump straight into the story. I want to tell you about a case that revealed how predators can exploit trust within food delivery and service industries. A story of systematic violence targeting vulnerable customers. This is the case of Anthony Allen Shore, known as the Tourniquet Killer, a Texas serial killer who murdered at least 4 young girls and women over a 9-year period while working as a phone company technician and living as a seemingly normal suburban father. Anthony Allen Shore was born in South Dakota and grew up in a troubled family environment. His childhood was marked by abuse and instability that shaped his development in damaging ways. Anthony grew into an adult who appeared normal on the surface, but harbored deeply disturbing impulses toward children and young women. Anthony married and had children, presenting himself as a dedicated father and hardworking employee. He worked as a technician for a telephone company, a job that required him to enter people's homes and gave him access to residential areas and potential victims. To neighbors and colleagues, Anthony seemed like an ordinary suburban dad. But Anthony was secretly a predator who targeted young girls and women. His method was to stalk potential victims, learning their routines and waiting for opportunities to attack when they were vulnerable and alone. Anthony would approach victims on foot or in his vehicle, using force to abduct them. Once Anthony had control of his victims, he would take them to isolated locations where he would sexually assault and murder them. His preferred method of killing was strangulation using a tourniquet, a rope or ligature that he would tighten around victims' necks until they died. The method was brutal and showed his desire to dominate and destroy his victims. Anthony's first known victim was a 16-year-old girl he abducted, assaulted, and murdered. He disposed of her body in a wooded area where it was discovered days later. The murder shocked the community, but initially remained unsolved, with police having few leads about who had committed the crime. Over the following years, Anthony murdered at least 3 more victims. His targets were young girls and women ranging from 9 to 21 years old. Each victim was abducted, sexually assaulted, and strangled with a tourniquet before Anthony disposed of their bodies in locations where they would eventually be discovered. What enabled Anthony to continue killing over 9 years was the geographic spread of his crimes and the difficulty of connecting murders that occurred years apart. Each murder was investigated separately, and without DNA databases or advanced forensic capabilities in the earlier years, identifying connections between cases was extremely challenging. Anthony was eventually caught through DNA evidence. Advances in forensic technology allowed investigators to extract DNA from old crime scenes and compare it to databases of known offenders. When Anthony was arrested on an unrelated charge and his DNA was collected, it matched evidence from the unsolved murders. Confronted with undeniable forensic evidence, Anthony confessed to the murders. He provided details about his victims and his methods, confirming what investigators had suspected about the connections between the cases. Anthony showed minimal remorse during his confessions, describing his crimes with disturbing casualness. During interrogation, Anthony also revealed that he had sexually abused his own daughters over many years. This revelation added another dimension of horror to his crimes and showed that his predatory behavior extended even to his own family. His daughters had been living with their abuser while he was also murdering other young girls. Anthony Allen Shore was charged with multiple counts of murder. He was convicted and sentenced to death for his crimes. During his time on death row, Anthony maintained some aspects of denial about his crimes while acknowledging others, never providing complete honesty about the full extent of his violence. Anthony was executed by lethal injection in Texas in 2018. He was 55 years old and had spent years on death row. His execution brought closure for the families of his victims, though it could not restore the lives he had taken or undo the trauma he had caused. The case exposed how predators could hide within ordinary families and communities while committing terrible crimes. Anthony had maintained a facade of normalcy for years, working regular jobs and raising children while secretly murdering young girls and abusing his own daughters. For the families of Anthony's victims, the case brought devastating closure after years of uncertainty. Some had waited decades for answers about what happened to their missing loved ones, and learning they had been murdered by a serial killer who had hidden in plain sight was horrifying. The investigation revealed that Anthony had been able to operate for years because his crimes were spread across time and location. The gaps between murders and the different jurisdictions where bodies were found made it difficult for investigators to recognize a pattern until DNA technology provided the crucial connections. Anthony's abuse of his own daughters highlighted how child predators often victimize children within their own families while also targeting victims outside the home. His dual pattern of familial abuse and stranger murders showed the breadth of his predatory behavior. The case demonstrated the critical importance of DNA databases in solving cold cases. Without the ability to compare crime scene DNA to samples from arrested individuals, Anthony might never have been identified as the killer in these decades-old murders. For law enforcement, Anthony Shore's case influenced how cold cases were approached and how DNA evidence was prioritized in investigations. It showed that advances in forensic technology could solve cases that had seemed unsolvable when they originally occurred. Anthony's execution brought an end to his ability to harm others, though questions remained about whether there were additional victims beyond those he confessed to. His years of predatory behavior and his access to homes through his work suggested he might have committed crimes that were never discovered or connected to him. The Tourniquet Killer case stands as a reminder that serial predators can hide behind facades of normalcy, maintaining jobs and families while secretly committing terrible crimes. It demonstrated that protecting children and young women requires vigilance, and that advances in forensic science continue to provide justice for victims whose cases went unsolved for decades. Anthony Allen Shore's crimes left lasting trauma on his victims' families and on his own daughters, who had to grapple with the revelation that their father was both their abuser and a serial killer. His case continues to influence how investigators approach cold cases and how DNA technology is used to identify perpetrators years or decades after crimes were committed. Next story, I want to tell you about a case that revealed how predators can exploit trust within fitness and personal training services. A story of systematic violence targeting vulnerable clients. This is the case of Elias Abuelazem, known as the Flint serial stabber, who murdered at least 5 men and attacked 13 others during a 3-month stabbing spree across Michigan, Ohio, and Virginia in 2010. Elias Abuelazem was born in Israel and moved to the United States as a young man. He lived in Michigan and worked various jobs, presenting himself as an ordinary member of the community. To those who knew him casually, Elias appeared to be a quiet man who caused no obvious trouble. But Elias harbored violent impulses that manifested during the summer of 2010. He began attacking men in Flint, Michigan, using a knife to stab victims in seemingly random encounters. The attacks were sudden and brutal, with victims often having no warning before Elias struck. Elias's method was to approach men on foot, usually at night in areas with limited street lighting or witnesses. He would engage victims briefly, sometimes asking for directions or help, then suddenly attack them with a knife. The stabbings were quick and violent, with Elias fleeing immediately after attacking. The victims were predominantly African American men, suggesting Elias was selecting targets based on race. Most were attacked on streets or in parking lots in Flint, a city already struggling with poverty and crime. The attacks created fear throughout the community as residents realized someone was randomly stabbing men on the streets. Over approximately 3 months from May to August 2010, Elias attacked at least 18 men, killing 5 of them. The survivors suffered serious injuries from stab wounds, some requiring extensive medical treatment and recovery. The dead included men ranging in their 20s to their 60s who had simply been in the wrong place when Elias decided to attack. What made Elias's attacks particularly terrifying was their apparent randomness. Victims had no connection to each other or to Elias. They were simply men who crossed paths with him when he was hunting for victims. The lack of clear motive or pattern made it difficult for residents to protect themselves beyond avoiding being alone on streets at night. The investigation was complicated by the fact that Flint had limited law enforcement resources and was dealing with numerous violent crimes. The stabbing attacks were initially investigated as separate incidents before patterns emerged suggesting they were the work of a single perpetrator. Elias's attacks were not limited to Flint. He traveled to Leesburg, Virginia, and attacked 3 men there in similar fashion. The Virginia attacks helped investigators recognize that the stabber was mobile and might be responsible for crimes across multiple states. Elias was eventually identified through investigation and surveillance. Police tracked a vehicle connected to the attacks and identified Elias as a suspect. When officers attempted to arrest him, Elias fled to Canada on a flight from Atlanta. He was apprehended at the Toronto airport before he could leave the secured area. Elias was extradited back to the United States and charged with multiple counts of assault and murder. During interrogation, he confessed to the attacks in Michigan and Virginia. Elias showed minimal remorse and provided few explanations for why he had committed the stabbings. During his trial, evidence was presented linking Elias to the attacks through witness testimony, surveillance footage, and forensic analysis. The prosecution portrayed him as a serial attacker who deliberately targeted vulnerable men for reasons that remained unclear but appeared to include racial motivation. Elias Abolazem was convicted of first-degree murder and multiple counts of assault with intent to murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. He remains incarcerated in Michigan, where he continues to serve his sentence. The case shocked Flint and the other communities where Elias attacked victims. The random nature of the stabbings created widespread fear and demonstrated how vulnerable people were to sudden violence from strangers on the street. For the families of Elias's victims, the case brought some measure of justice through his conviction, though it could not restore the lives lost or fully heal the trauma suffered by survivors. Many struggled to understand why their loved ones had been targeted and why Elias had committed these attacks. The investigation revealed that Elias had a history of legal problems and had been involved in various disputes, though nothing in his background clearly predicted he would commit serial attacks. His sudden escalation to violence caught law enforcement and community members by surprise. The case highlighted vulnerabilities in cities like Flint, where limited police resources and high crime rates created conditions where serial offenders could operate with relative freedom. The initial attacks were not immediately connected, allowing Elias to continue stabbing victims before patterns were recognized. Elias's decision to flee to Canada demonstrated consciousness of guilt and suggested he understood the severity of his crimes. His attempt to escape prosecution by fleeing the country showed he was aware his attacks would result in serious legal consequences. The racial pattern in Elias's victim selection raised questions about hate crimes and whether his attacks were motivated by racial animus. While this was never definitively proven, the fact that most victims were African American men suggested racial targeting might have been a factor. For law enforcement, the case demonstrated the importance of recognizing patterns in violent crimes and sharing information across jurisdictions. The attacks in Michigan and Virginia were eventually connected, but earlier recognition of patterns might have led to Elias's capture before additional victims were attacked. The Flint serial stabber case stands as a reminder that random street violence can terrorize communities and that serial attackers can operate quickly across wide geographic areas. Elias's 3-month attack spree demonstrated how rapidly someone can commit numerous violent crimes when motivated by unknown compulsions. The case also highlighted how vulnerable men walking alone on streets are to random violence from predators who select victims based on opportunity and possibly on characteristics like race. Elias's attacks showed that anyone could become a victim simply by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Elias Abolazem remains in prison, serving his life sentence. His case continues to serve as an example of how serial violent offenders can emerge suddenly and commit numerous attacks in short periods before being identified and captured. Next story. I want to tell you about a case that revealed how predators can exploit trust within locksmith and security services. a story of systematic violence targeting vulnerable homeowners. This is the case of Richard Cottingham, known as the Torso Killer, a New York serial killer who murdered at least 11 women during the 1970s and early 1980s while working as a computer operator and living as a suburban family man. Richard Cottingham was born in New York and grew up in a middle-class family. He appeared to have a normal childhood and adolescence, eventually marrying and having children. Richard worked as a computer operator for an insurance company and lived in New Jersey, presenting himself as an ordinary suburban father and working professional. But Richard harbored violent sexual fantasies that he began acting upon in the 1960s and 70s. He frequented New York City, particularly Times Square and areas where sex workers operated. Richard would pick up women, take them to hotels, and subject them to torture and murder. Richard's method was brutal and sadistic. He would bind victims in hotel rooms and torture them for extended periods before killing them. In some cases, Richard would dismember bodies, removing heads and hands to prevent identification. The mutilation was extreme and showed his desire to degrade and destroy his victims even after death. Richard's first confirmed murders occurred when he killed 2 women in a Times Square hotel room, setting fire to the room after decapitating and mutilating the bodies. The crime scene was so horrific that it shocked even experienced homicide investigators. The victims could not be immediately identified due to the removal of identifying features. Over approximately 14 years, Richard murdered at least 11 women, though he later confessed to killing as many as 100 victims. The true number of his victims will never be known with certainty, though investigators believe his confirmed kills represent only a portion of his crimes. Richard's victims were predominantly sex workers who worked in New York City. He would pick them up under the pretense of paying for services, then take them to hotels where he would torture and murder them. The women had accepted what they believed were normal transactions with a client, not realizing they were entering hotel rooms with a serial killer. What enabled Richard to continue killing for so long was his selection of vulnerable victims whose disappearances did not trigger intensive investigation. Sex workers who vanished were often assumed to have moved to other cities or encountered dangers associated with their work. Investigations were minimal, and connections between murders were difficult to establish. Richard was eventually caught when he was arrested for kidnapping and assaulting a sex worker who managed to escape and report him to police. Investigation of Richard's background revealed evidence connecting him to multiple murders in New York and New Jersey. When confronted with evidence, Richard confessed to numerous murders. He provided details about his crimes spanning more than a decade, helping investigators solve cold cases and identify some victims who had never been properly identified. Richard's confessions were chilling in their detail and showed complete lack of remorse for his violence. Richard Cottingham was convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to life imprisonment. He remains incarcerated in New Jersey, where he has spent decades in prison. During his incarceration, Richard has periodically confessed to additional murders, helping solve cold cases but also maintaining attention and relevance. The case exposed how vulnerable sex workers were to serial predators during this period. Richard had specifically targeted women whose disappearances would not receive thorough investigation, allowing him to kill repeatedly without detection. For the families of Richard's victims, many of whom could not be identified due to his mutilation of bodies, the case brought limited closure. Some families never learned what happened to their missing loved ones, while others discovered their relatives had been murdered by a serial killer decades earlier. The investigation revealed that Richard had maintained a completely normal suburban life while committing terrible crimes in New York City. He would travel into the city to kill, then return home to his wife and children, compartmentalizing his violence from his family life. Richard's case demonstrated how serial killers could lead double lives, maintaining normal appearances while secretly committing horrific crimes. His ability to function as a husband, father, and employee while torturing and murdering women showed remarkable compartmentalization. The case also highlighted how hotel rooms in urban areas could provide temporary crime scenes for predators. Richard used hotels as spaces where he could torture victims without interruption, knowing that hotel staff would not disturb guests and that he could leave crime scenes behind when he departed. For law enforcement, Richard Cottingham's case influenced how crimes against sex workers were investigated and how murders in different jurisdictions were analyzed for potential connections. It demonstrated that dismissing victims based on their work enabled serial killers to operate with relative freedom. Richard's periodic confessions to additional murders decades after his conviction have helped solve cold cases, but have also raised questions about his reliability and motivations. Some confessions have been verified, while others remain unconfirmed. The Torso Killer case stands as a reminder that serial killers often target the most marginalized members of society, and that protecting vulnerable women requires treating their disappearances with appropriate seriousness regardless of their circumstances. Richard Cottingham remains in prison, where he continues to occasionally confess to additional murders from decades past. His case serves as an example of how predators can hide behind normal facades while committing terrible crimes, and how victims from marginalized populations are particularly vulnerable to serial predation. The case continues to influence how cold cases involving murdered sex workers are investigated and how law enforcement approaches crimes against vulnerable populations that were historically given less investigative attention. Next story. I want to tell you about a case that shows how predators can hide within positions of authority in parking enforcement and towing services. A story of violence that shocked a community. This is the case of Joseph Paul Franklin, a white supremacist serial killer who murdered at least 8 people and wounded numerous others during a 4-year shooting spree across the United States while traveling constantly to evade capture. Joseph Paul Franklin was born in Alabama and grew up in extreme poverty. His childhood was marked by abuse and neglect, and Joseph developed intense racial hatred from an early age. He adopted white supremacist ideology as a teenager and became obsessed with committing violence against people of color and interracial couples. Joseph drifted across America committing crimes to fund his travels. He worked odd jobs when necessary, but spent most of his time planning and executing racially motivated attacks. Joseph saw himself as a soldier in a race war, someone willing to kill to advance his twisted ideology. Joseph's method was to target interracial couples or groups of African Americans, shooting them from a distance with high-powered rifles. He would scout locations, identify targets, and shoot victims before fleeing the area. The attacks were calculated and showed his commitment to causing maximum harm. Over 4 years from 1977 to 1980, Joseph murdered at least 8 people and wounded at least 15 others across multiple states. His victims included interracial couples, African Americans, and Jewish people. The attacks terrorized communities and prompted massive investigations. Joseph's crimes included shooting 2 African American men jogging in Salt Lake City, killing an interracial couple in Wisconsin, shooting Larry Flint, the publisher of an adult magazine who had featured interracial imagery, and murdering multiple people outside synagogues and in other targeted attacks. What enabled Joseph to continue his killing spree was his constant mobility across state lines and his selection of apparently random victims. Each shooting was investigated separately by different jurisdictions, making it difficult to recognize that one person was responsible for crimes across such wide geographic areas. Joseph was eventually caught when he was arrested for a bank robbery in Florida. Investigation revealed his connection to multiple murders through ballistics evidence and his own admissions. Joseph confessed to numerous shootings and seemed proud of his crimes, viewing them as justified acts in his racial war. Joseph Paul Franklin was convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to death. He spent decades on death row appealing his sentences while periodically confessing to additional crimes. Joseph claimed responsibility for shooting more than 20 people, though not all claims could be verified. Joseph was executed by lethal injection in Missouri in 2013. He was 63 years old and had spent over 30 years on death row. Joseph showed no remorse for his crimes and maintained his racist ideology until his death. The case exposed how hate-motivated serial killers could operate across state lines, targeting victims based on race or religion. Joseph's crimes demonstrated that ideology could drive serial murder just as psychological compulsion did for other killers. For the families of Joseph's victims, the case brought some measure of justice through his conviction and execution, though it came decades after their loved ones were murdered. Many had waited years for answers about who killed their family members. The investigation revealed that Joseph had been able to commit numerous murders while moving constantly between states. Better coordination between law enforcement agencies might have identified him earlier, though his mobility and the geographic spread of his crimes made investigation extremely challenging. Joseph's case demonstrated how racism and extremist ideology could motivate serial violence. His deliberate targeting of victims based on race or his opposition to interracial relationships showed how hate could drive predatory behavior. The case also highlighted vulnerabilities in how hate crimes were investigated and prosecuted. Many of Joseph's attacks were clearly racially motivated, but connecting them required recognizing patterns across multiple jurisdictions and understanding the ideological motivations behind seemingly random shootings. Joseph Paul Franklin remains one of America's most notorious hate-motivated serial killers. His 4-year shooting spree terrorized communities across the country and demonstrated how extremist ideology, combined with willingness to kill, could create a predator who murdered based on victims' race or religion rather than personal connection or typical serial killer motivations. The case influenced how law enforcement approached hate crimes and how agencies coordinated investigations of violence that appeared ideologically motivated. Joseph's crimes showed that serial killers could be driven by hate rather than sexual compulsion or psychological need for control. For communities affected by Joseph's violence, the case left lasting trauma. His attacks on interracial couples and people of color created fear that anyone could be targeted simply for their race or for defying racist expectations about relationships. Joseph's execution brought closure for some victims' families, though it came after decades of legal proceedings and appeals. His refusal to show remorse and his maintenance of racist ideology until death denied victims any acknowledgement of the harm he caused. The case stands as a reminder that hate and extremist ideology can drive serial violence, and that protecting vulnerable communities requires recognizing and investigating hate-motivated crimes as potential serial predation. Joseph Paul Franklin's crimes demonstrated how racism could transform someone into a serial killer who murdered strangers based solely on their race or associations. His case continues to influence how hate crimes are investigated and how law enforcement approaches cases where ideology appears to motivate violence. The Joseph Paul Franklin case serves as a stark example of how extremist beliefs combined with willingness to kill can create predators who terrorize entire communities based on victims' immutable characteristics rather than any personal connection to the perpetrator. Next story, I want to tell you about a case that shows how predators can hide within positions of authority in property management maintenance. A story of violence that shocked multiple states. This is the case of Gerald Parker, known as the Bedroom Basher, a serial killer who murdered at least 5 women in Southern California during the 1970s and 80s while serving in the Marines and later working civilian jobs. Gerald Parker was born in California and joined the Marines as a young man. He served at Camp Pendleton and later at other military installations, presenting himself as a dedicated serviceman. To colleagues and commanders, Gerald appeared to be an ordinary Marine who performed his duties adequately. But Gerald harbored violent impulses toward women that manifested as brutal attacks. His method was to break into homes at night where women lived alone or with small children. Gerald would enter through unlocked doors or windows, attack sleeping women, and rape and murder them with extreme violence. Gerald's attacks were characterized by brutal beatings. He would bludgeon victims with blunt objects found in their homes, causing massive head trauma. The violence was extreme and showed rage beyond what was necessary to subdue victims. Gerald seemed to take pleasure in beating women to death. Over approximately 8 years from 1978 to 1985, Gerald murdered at least 5 women in Orange County, California. His victims ranged from young women to mothers with children. All were attacked in their homes during nighttime hours when they should have been safe. What made Gerald's crimes particularly horrific was that some victims' children were present in homes during the attacks. The children would wake to find their mothers murdered, creating lasting trauma. Gerald showed no concern for witnesses or for the impact his violence had on families. What enabled Gerald to continue killing was that his crimes initially went unsolved. DNA technology did not exist when the murders occurred, and investigations struggled to connect the crimes or identify a perpetrator. Gerald was never seriously suspected during the active investigation period. Gerald's military service and transfers between bases provided him with mobility and anonymity. After leaving the Marines, he continued living in Southern California and appeared to cease his violent behavior, either because his compulsions diminished or because he became more careful about avoiding detection. Gerald's crimes remained unsolved for decades until advances in DNA technology allowed investigators to extract genetic profiles from old evidence. In the late 1990s, DNA from the crime scenes was entered into databases and eventually matched to Gerald Parker, who had been convicted of an unrelated sexual assault. When confronted with DNA evidence, Gerald confessed to the murders. He provided details about his crimes and his victims, confirming what forensic evidence had suggested about connections between the cases. Gerald showed minimal remorse, describing his attacks matter-of-factly. Gerald Parker was convicted of 5 murders and sentenced to death. He remains on death row in California, where he has spent over 2 decades awaiting execution. During his incarceration, Gerald has given occasional interviews, but has provided little insight into his motivations. The case had particular significance because another man, Kevin Lee Green, had been wrongly convicted of one of the murders Gerald committed. Kevin spent 16 years in prison for a crime Gerald had actually committed. DNA evidence that identified Gerald also exonerated Kevin, highlighting how wrongful convictions could occur even in seemingly strong cases. For Kevin Green, the revelation that Gerald was the real killer brought bittersweet justice. Kevin had lost 16 years of his life to wrongful imprisonment, and though he was eventually exonerated and compensated, those years could never be restored. For the families of Gerald's victims, the case brought closure decades after their loved ones were murdered. Learning that the killer had finally been identified and would face justice provided some comfort, though it came far too late for many family members who had died without seeing resolution. The investigation revealed that Gerald had been able to commit multiple murders while serving in the military without being detected. Better coordination between military and civilian law enforcement might have identified patterns, though the lack of DNA technology during the active investigation period made identification extremely difficult. Gerald's case demonstrated the critical importance of DNA databases in solving cold cases. Without the ability to compare crime scene evidence to samples from convicted offenders, Gerald might never have been identified as the bedroom basher. The case also highlighted how wrongful convictions could occur when investigations focused on circumstantial evidence without definitive proof. Kevin Green's conviction was based on evidence that seemed compelling at the time, but was ultimately wrong, showing the fallibility of criminal justice systems. For law enforcement, Gerald Parker's case influenced how cold cases were prioritized and how DNA evidence was used to solve decades-old crimes. It demonstrated that advances in forensic science could provide justice for victims and families who had waited years for answers. Gerald's crimes also exposed vulnerabilities of women living alone and the dangers of home invasion by predators. His targeting of women in their homes during nighttime hours created lasting fear in communities where he operated. The bedroom basher case stands as a reminder that serial killers can evade capture for decades when forensic technology is insufficient to identify them, and that advances in science can eventually bring justice even for crimes committed long ago. Gerald Parker remains on death row awaiting execution. His case continues to serve as an example of how DNA technology revolutionized criminal investigation and how cold cases that once seemed unsolvable could be resolved through advances in forensic science. The case also serves as a cautionary tale about wrongful convictions and the importance of using definitive evidence rather than circumstantial connections when prosecuting serious crimes. Kevin Green's 16 years of wrongful imprisonment remains a sobering reminder of how justice systems can fail innocent people. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who thought life and death could be played like a game. A man who carried a hammer into the woods of Moscow and struck down strangers so he could mark another square on chessboard. This is the story of Alexander Pichushkin, known as the chessboard killer, a man who dreamed of killing 64 people to fill an entire board and nearly succeeded. He was born in 1974 in Moscow, during the final decades of the Soviet Union, when life in the capital was gray, strict, and full of unspoken tension. He was a small child when tragedy struck. While playing on a swing, he was knocked backward and slammed his head against the metal. The injury left a mark on his brain, the frontal lobe, the part that helps control impulse and social behavior. From that day onward, Alexander was not the same boy. He became more aggressive, quicker to lash out, unable to connect easily with others. His father abandoned the family, leaving his mother to raise him in a cramped apartment, and his sense of isolation deepened. At school, he was mocked and bullied, his temper making him an easy target. Teachers found him difficult. Other children avoided him. Eventually, his mother placed him in a special education program, hoping it would shield him from the worst of the cruelty. But for Alexander, only underlined how different he was. He grew into adolescence feeling rejected, unwanted, invisible in a world that did not care. The one figure who offered him stability was his grandfather. This man introduced Alexander to chess, and the boy discovered something he had been missing. On the board, everything made sense. The rules were clear. Every move had a consequence. A player could control the game through patience and calculation. For a child who felt powerless in every other part of life, chess was intoxicating. He spent hours studying the board, memorizing openings, learning how to trap an opponent several moves ahead. He wasn't just playing a game. He was learning a language of control. But then his grandfather died, and the anchor disappeared. Alexander was a teenager adrift. With no father, no mentor, and little guidance, he turned to alcohol, wandering the streets of Moscow with bottles of vodka. He began to see people not as individuals, but as pieces in a city-sized game. He felt a hunger, a pull toward violence, though he did not yet know how to act on it. The first murder came when he was 18 years old. He invited a classmate for a walk in Bitsa Park, a massive forested area on Moscow's southern edge. The park stretched for miles, full of winding trails, abandoned wells, and overgrown clearings. It was the perfect place to disappear. The two young men drank together, the vodka dulling their senses. Then Alexander lifted a hammer and brought it crashing down on his friend's skull. He dragged the body to a well, pushed it in, and walked away. That night, he felt a transformation. Killing had not horrified him. It had satisfied him. Later, he would say it was as essential to him as food when starving. From then on, Bitsa Park became his territory. He studied it like a chessboard. He knew which paths were busiest in the morning, which corners grew empty at dusk, where shadows stretched longest, where bodies could be hidden in water or brush. He sought out the vulnerable, homeless men who drifted through the park, alcoholics desperate for a drink, elderly people looking for company. He would approach them casually, offer vodka, share a quiet conversation, and then strike. His weapon of choice was almost always the same, a hammer. One blow to the skull, sudden and final. Sometimes he shoved the bodies into wells. Sometimes he left them in the grass. Sometimes he tried to stage the scene to look like a robbery. At home, he kept a chessboard. After each kill, he filled in one square. This was his obsession, his ritual. The board represented his progress toward a goal only he understood. 64 squares, 64 lives. Each move was deliberate. Each mark a record of his secret war against strangers. To him, it was not murder, but strategy, not crime, but completion. For years, the killings went unnoticed. The Moscow of the 90s was drowning in chaos. The Soviet Union had collapsed. Crime surged. Murders, robberies, gang wars, and disappearances filled the news. The bodies in Bitsa Park were brushed aside, some called accidents, some blamed on drunken fights, others forgotten altogether. Authorities failed to see a pattern. Pichushkin thrived in this environment. He could kill and slip back into the city unnoticed. He blended into the background of a society already exhausted by violence. Through the years, he grew bolder. At first, he targeted people no one would miss immediately. But later he wanted more. He wanted to prove his power by killing people whose absence would be noticed. This arrogance was his undoing. In 2006, he invited a woman named Marina to join him in the park. She was cautious enough to leave a note for her son, with Alexander's name and phone number written down. When she did not come home, her family went to the police. Investigators tracked her movements and found security camera footage showing her walking with Alexander. The trail led straight to him. When police searched his apartment, they found a chessboard with dozens of squares filled in. It was undeniable proof of his obsession. In interrogation, he did not collapse or deny. Instead, he confessed in cold detail. He spoke calmly, describing the murders as if they were chores. He explained how killing gave him meaning, how life without murder felt empty, how his goal was 64. He claimed far more victims than the official record, boasting that he had outdone Andrei Chikatilo, the notorious Soviet serial killer. At trial, he was unrepentant. He recounted methods, times, and places with a strange pride, sometimes even smiling. Families of victims listened in horror as he explained how he lured their loved ones, how quickly it had ended, how little they had mattered to him. The court convicted him of 48 murders, though he claimed the true number was higher. His sentence was life in prison, with the first 15 years in solitary confinement. Even behind bars, Alexander Pichushkin remains a chilling figure. He never expressed remorse. He speaks of murder as though it were a calling, a necessity he was born into. The image of the chessboard lingers as the ultimate symbol of his crimes, a childhood game transformed into a ledger of death. 64 squares, each one meant for a human life. For the people of Moscow, Bitsa Park is no longer just a stretch of woods. It is a haunted place, remembered for the footsteps of a man who saw it as his hunting ground. Every path, every hidden well, every bench now carries the weight of the lives he ended there. His story is a reminder of how obsession, loneliness, and cruelty can build quietly in the background of society until one day it bursts into the open and leaves a scar that will never fade. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about one of the darkest predators in modern American history. A man who lived two lives so completely opposite that people who knew him could not believe what they learned when the truth finally came out. By day, he was a quiet baker in Anchorage, Alaska. By night, he became a sadistic hunter who turned human lives into prey. This is the chilling story of Robert Hansen, the man who would later be remembered as the butcher baker of Alaska. Robert Hansen's life did not start in the shadows. He was born in 1939 in Esterville, Iowa, to a strict father who ran a bakery. From the beginning, Hansen lived under rules and expectations he struggled to meet. He developed a stutter at a young age, which made him painfully shy and awkward. Other children teased him mercilessly, isolating him even further. Acne scarred his face through his teenage years, leaving him self-conscious and withdrawn. While other boys dated and went to dances, Hansen spent long hours by himself. He began to nurse feelings of anger and resentment, particularly toward women who rejected him. As a young man, Hansen followed in his father's footsteps and learned the trade of baking. He also developed a passion for hunting. The forests and fields gave him a sense of power and control that real life denied him. Out in the wilderness, he could prove his skill by tracking, outsmarting, and killing animals. Hunting became an escape from his insecurities, but over time, it would twist into something far darker. By the late 1960s, Hansen had moved to Anchorage, Alaska, with his wife and children. At first glance, he appeared to have achieved a modest version of the American dream. He owned a bakery, went to church, and even became a member of the local hunting community. Neighbors described him as soft-spoken and polite, though a little odd. Few people looked deeper because in Anchorage he blended in as just another hard-working man trying to raise a family. But behind closed doors, Robert Hansen carried wounds and fantasies that he never let go of. He continued to resent women, particularly those he believed lived with freedom and confidence he never had. Sex workers and dancers, in his mind, became symbols of everything he despised and secretly desired. To him, they were easy targets, people society often ignored, whose disappearances might not be investigated with urgency. This dangerous mix of anger, desire, and opportunity fueled the crimes he would soon commit. Hansen developed a methodical way of operating. He drove around seedy parts of Anchorage, offering rides or deals to women who were struggling for money. Many accepted, believing they were heading toward a quick transaction or extra cash. Once they were in his control, Hansen's polite mask dropped. He overpowered them with weapons, bound them, and told them they were going to his cabin or to a remote location. For many, this was the moment they realized there was no way back. At first, Hansen would keep his victims in Anchorage. He assaulted them and threatened their lives if they spoke out. But over time, the wilderness around Anchorage became part of his ritual. Hansen owned a small bush plane, and with it he had access to remote forests and frozen tundra that few people could reach. He would blindfold his victims or keep them shackled, then fly them out into the wild. Once there, he released them into the trees and snow. With a rifle in his hands, he turned them into prey. He stalked them slowly, letting fear grow, hunting them as though they were animals. The cruelty of this ritual is what makes Hansen's crimes so unforgettable. He did not only kill, he enjoyed dragging out the moment, playing a twisted game where survival was impossible. These women, already terrified, found themselves running through freezing forests with no shoes, no weapons, and no hope, while their captor enjoyed the chase. For Hansen, it was about domination, about turning his lifelong insecurities into power. For the women, it was a nightmare that ended in silence. Throughout the 1970s and early 1980s, women began to vanish in Anchorage. Many of them were last seen working as dancers or sex workers, and because of that, their disappearances did not always draw headlines. Some families reported them missing, others never had the chance. Anchorage police suspected foul play, but had little to go on. Hansen's ordinary image as a baker helped shield him. No one wanted to believe that the man selling donuts and bread each morning was hiding such horror. The case began to crack in 1983, when a young woman named Cindy Paulson managed to escape. She was only 17 years old when Hansen picked her up, promising money. Instead, he assaulted her, shackled her, and told her he planned to take her to his remote cabin. But Hansen made a mistake. While he was distracted preparing his plane, Cindy managed to slip free and run. Barefoot and terrified, still handcuffed, she sprinted through Anchorage until she found someone willing to stop and help her. She was brought to the police, where she told investigators everything she could remember. At first, police hesitated. Hansen did not fit the image of a dangerous predator. He was a church-going family man, a successful small business owner, and even had friends in law enforcement. But Cindy's account was vivid and specific. Investigators decided to dig deeper, and soon Hansen's quiet mask began to crumble. Detectives obtained a warrant to search Hansen's home and property. What they found shocked them. Hidden in his belongings was an aviation map, dotted with tiny X marks spread across the wilderness. At first glance, it looked like hunting spots, but soon investigators realized the horrifying truth. These were burial sites. Many of the excess matched locations where the remains of missing women were later recovered. Alongside the map, police found jewelry belonging to some of his victims, carefully kept as trophies. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Robert Hansen confessed. His words were chillingly calm, as though he was describing routine hunting trips rather than the destruction of human lives. He admitted to killing at least 17 women, though authorities believe the true number could be much higher. For each life he took, he had flown into the wilderness, armed himself and carried out his twisted hunting ritual. In 1984, Hansen was sentenced to 461 years in prison, plus a life sentence, ensuring that he would never walk free again. He died in prison in 2014, but the scars he left on Anchorage remain. Families of the victims never fully recovered, and the community never forgot the revelation that a man who seemed so ordinary was capable of such calculated evil. The story of Robert Hansen is not only about the crimes themselves, but about the unsettling truth that monsters do not always look like monsters. Sometimes they hide in plain sight, behind smiles and small businesses, blending into neighborhoods and routines. For years, Hansen baked bread for the community by day and hunted human beings by night. His double life is a reminder of how fragile the boundary between ordinary and horrifying can be. And so the name of Robert Hansen, the butcher baker, continues to haunt Alaska's history. He turned the wilderness into his personal hunting ground, and for nearly 2 decades, he used it to carry out acts of cruelty that the world still struggles to comprehend. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who seemed ordinary, the kind of doctor people trusted without question, someone who greeted patients with a smile, whose hands were supposed to heal, but instead held the power to end life quietly and deliberately. A man who walked the streets, drove the same roads, lived among neighbors who admired him, while behind closed doors, he orchestrated a hidden empire of death. This is the story of Harold Shipman, Dr. Death, a man whose crimes would shake a nation to its core. Harold Shipman was born in 1946 in Nottingham, England. From a young age, he was intelligent, precise, and ambitious. He pursued medicine with determination, excelling in school and eventually earning his degree as a doctor. People around him saw him as professional, polite, someone who respected the rules. His father was hard-working and serious, and his mother cared for the family in quiet ways, instilling in Harold a sense of duty and responsibility. But beneath this veneer of normalcy, Harold was quietly forming the skills and habits that would make him one of the most prolific serial killers in history. Shipman began his medical career in the 1970s, slowly building his reputation. Patients came to trust him implicitly, confiding their ailments and fears, unaware that he was already thinking in ways that were far from compassionate. He understood the power he held over life and death, and he relished it. Early on, his killings were sporadic, often targeting elderly patients who lived alone, those who would not be missed immediately. He administered lethal doses of painkillers, always careful to avoid detection, always meticulous in his planning. As years passed, Shipman's confidence grew. He moved into a small suburban community in Hyde, where he became a fixture of daily life. Neighbors saw him driving his car to the clinic, carrying briefcases, smiling at children walking to school, attending local events. To them, he was nothing more than a kind and respected doctor. Behind closed doors, he selected victims with cold deliberation. He studied their routines, their vulnerabilities, their trust in him, and then acted with precision. He manipulated medical records to hide the truth, writing false causes of death, and carefully covering every trace of his involvement. Shipman's methods were chillingly simple and horrifyingly effective. He often visited patients at home, sometimes for minor ailments, sometimes for routine checkups. He would prepare an injection, speak kindly, reassure them, and then inject a fatal dose of morphine. His victims often died quietly, with no witnesses, and families were left devastated, believing their loved one had passed peacefully. In reality, they had been carefully selected and deliberately killed by the very person they trusted to care for them. Over the decades, the pattern continued. Shipman's confidence allowed him to expand his list of victims. He targeted men and women, usually elderly, who were isolated or dependent on his care. The community around him remained unaware. Funerals continued, life went on, and Shipman maintained his outwardly perfect image. He married, raised children, drove to the clinic each day, and smiled at neighbors. All the while, he carried the secret of hundreds of deaths, each meticulously planned and executed. By the late 1990s, patterns began to emerge. Colleagues noticed unusually high death rates among his patients. Coroners became suspicious of repeated causes of death, and a formal investigation began. When authorities examined cremation records, prescription logs, and medical histories, they found evidence that could no longer be ignored. Shipman's crimes, once hidden behind trust and routine, were being exposed. In 2000, Shipman was arrested. The investigation revealed that he had killed at least 215 patients over the course of his career, though estimates suggest the number could exceed 250. His methodical planning, combined with his outwardly normal life, had allowed him to evade detection for decades. Families who had mourned quietly discovered that their loved ones had been taken by a man they had trusted above all others. The shock and grief reverberated through the community and the entire nation. During his trial, the details of Shipman's crimes were laid bare. The cold precision, the manipulation of records, the careful administration of lethal injections, all revealed a man who was not just a killer, but a master of deceit. He was convicted on multiple counts of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole, ensuring that he could never harm another soul. Yet the legacy of his crimes remained, a chilling reminder of how trust can be weaponized and how the quietest lies can hide the darkest secrets. Harold Shipman's story endures because it demonstrates a terrifying truth. Evil does not always shout. Sometimes it whispers behind smiles, walks among ordinary streets, and hides in plain sight. The doctor who healed became the doctor who killed. The hands that comforted became the hands that ended life. And for decades, a nation's trust was betrayed in the most unimaginable way. And so, the story of Harold Shipman remains a chilling example of hidden darkness, a tale that reminds us that appearances can deceive, that even the most ordinary people can conceal horrors beyond comprehension, and that evil sometimes lives quietly among us, waiting for decades before it is finally revealed. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who seemed like the kind of person you could trust, someone who shook hands at local community meetings, someone who laughed easily, someone who dressed up as a clown to bring joy to children at hospitals and parades. But behind that smiling mask was one of the most prolific killers in American history, a man who lived above a graveyard of his own making. His name was John Wayne Gacy, but history would come to know him as the Killer Clown. John Wayne Gacy was born in Chicago in 1942, the second of 3 children in a working-class family. His father was a World War I veteran and an alcoholic who ruled the household with fists and anger. Gacy's mother tried to protect her children, but the father's rages left scars that never faded. From a young age, Gacy struggled with a heart condition, frequent blackouts, and poor health that left him weaker than other boys. Instead of sympathy, his father called him worthless, mocked him, and accused him of faking his illnesses. Gacy longed for approval that never came. That hunger for validation, combined with humiliation and isolation, began to shape a personality that would later turn into something monstrous. School was no refuge. Gacy was ridiculed by classmates for his weight and clumsy manner. He wasn't athletic, and his awkwardness made him an easy target. But he learned to compensate with charm, jokes, and the ability to make others laugh. He discovered early that when he wore a smile, people were more likely to accept him, and he would use that skill throughout his life, masking his darkest impulses with friendliness. As a teenager, Gacy immersed himself in community activities. He volunteered with local political campaigns and even met First Lady Rosalind Carter years later, shaking her hand in a photograph that now feels surreal given what was discovered about him. Outwardly, he seemed like a man destined for a respectable life. He married, fathered children, and worked various jobs before moving into construction contracting, where he built a successful small business. He was known as hardworking and ambitious, someone willing to hire young men looking for quick cash. But beneath the image of a hardworking family man, Gacy's private life was unraveling. His first marriage collapsed after his sexual encounters with young men came to light. He spent time in prison in the late 1960s for assaulting a teenage boy, but after serving a reduced sentence, he was released and returned to Illinois, determined to rebuild his reputation. He He threw himself into community life, hosted barbecues, and presented himself as a generous neighbor. Few realized that he had already begun to plan how he could continue his predatory behavior without being caught. By the early 1970s, Gacy had purchased a modest home in Norwood Park, a suburb of Chicago. On the outside, it looked ordinary, just another house in a quiet neighborhood. Inside, however, it would become a prison for dozens of young men. Gacy began luring teenage boys and young adults, often those who were vulnerable or desperate for work. He promised them construction jobs, easy money, or simply a safe place to hang out. Sometimes he targeted runaways, boys whose disappearances might not raise immediate alarms. His method was cunning. He would offer drinks, marijuana, or simply friendly conversation to put his victims at ease. Then he would bring out handcuffs, saying he wanted to show them a trick he used as a clown. Once the cuffs locked, the mood changed instantly. Gacy would reveal that only he had the key. What followed was hours of terror. He assaulted his victims, humiliated them, and when he was finished, he used a rope as a tourniquet, tightening it slowly around their necks until their lives slipped away. Most killers go to great lengths to hide their crimes, but Gacy made his own home the burial ground. Beneath his house was a crawl space, a dark, dirt-filled cavity. After each murder, he dragged the body into that crawl space and buried it shallowly in the earth. Over the years, the ground beneath his home filled with the remains of boys and young men. Gacy covered the stench with lime and excuses, telling visitors that the foul odor came from plumbing problems or dead rodents. And somehow, people accepted that answer. Between 1972 and 1978, boys continued to disappear in Chicago. Parents called the police, missing posters were made, but many of the victims were brushed aside as runaways. Because the victims were often young, poor, or estranged from their families, their cases did not always receive the attention they deserved. Meanwhile, Gacy's life on the surface looked busy and normal. He ran his business, attended Democratic Party events, and performed as Pogo the Clown at parties, hospitals, and parades. Photographs show him in full makeup, smiling while holding children, a chilling disguise for a man who was killing young men in his own home. For 6 years, Gacy balanced these two worlds. Upstairs, he entertained guests through neighborhood gatherings and joked with friends. Downstairs, in the crawl space beneath his house, the bodies accumulated. Everything changed in December 1978 with the disappearance of Robert Piest, a 15-year-old boy who told his mother he was going to meet a contractor about a job. He never came home. The last person to see him alive was John Wayne Gacy. When investigators spoke with Gacy, he brushed them off, but suspicion was mounting. Detectives began watching his movements, and soon they obtained a warrant to search his home. What they found would horrify the world. The smell in the crawl space was overwhelming. As they dug into the soil beneath Gacy's house, they uncovered the remains of young men, one after another. The discovery shocked not only Chicago, but the entire country. In total, 29 bodies were recovered from the crawl space, and additional victims were found elsewhere, bringing the confirmed number to 33. The youngest victim was just 14 years old. Each life ended in the same house, just feet beneath where Gacy lived, ate, and slept. The scale of the horror made headlines across America. Neighbors who had seen Gacy as friendly, funny, even generous, now realized they had been living next to a mass murderer. Reporters called him the killer clown, and the image of a man entertaining children while hiding bodies in his own home became a symbol of hidden evil. In 1980, Gacy was tried for 33 murders. His defense argued insanity, but the evidence showed a man who planned and executed his crimes with precision. The jury found him guilty, and he was sentenced to death. For 14 years, he sat on death row, painting portraits of clowns and selling them to collectors. His lack of remorse was chilling. He dismissed his victims, mocked the court, and showed no signs of regret. In 1994, John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection. His final words were defiant, cruel, and cold, an ending that matched the callousness of his crimes. The story of John Wayne Gacy remains one of the most infamous in American history. not only because of the number of victims, but because of the mask he wore. He proved that monsters do not always look like monsters. Sometimes they look like neighbors, contractors, or even clowns entertaining children. For years, Gacy lived a double life, and beneath his home lay the silent evidence of his cruelty. And so the name John Wayne Gacy continues to haunt the memory of Chicago and the world, a reminder that behind the masks people wear, there can sometimes be darkness deeper than anyone imagines. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man whose life seemed ordinary, a man whose neighbors saw him mowing the lawn, fixing his house, and taking his children to school. They smiled when he passed by, waved at him at the grocery store, trusted him without suspicion. Yet behind this calm, everyday exterior, he was committing one of the most chilling and prolonged series of murders in American history. This is the story of Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer, a man who turned the quiet neighborhoods and riverbanks of Washington state into a landscape of fear, and whose crimes would haunt families, investigators, and the city itself for decades. Gary Ridgway was born in 1949 in Salt Lake City, Utah. His childhood was difficult, marked by distance and tension. His father was a strict, domineering man, often critical and emotionally unavailable, while his mother tried to keep the family together but struggled with her own fragility. Ridgway experienced early feelings of inadequacy. He was often awkward and socially isolated, and he found himself ridiculed by other children for his appearance and mannerisms. These experiences left him lonely, angry, and harboring resentment, particularly toward women, a resentment that would fester quietly for years. As a teenager, Ridgway developed interests that would later form a part of his outwardly normal persona. He was mechanically inclined, enjoyed painting, and developed a meticulous attention to detail. While socially awkward, he learned that charm and a friendly demeanor could shield him from scrutiny, and he perfected the art of blending in. At home and school, he was quiet, obedient, and seemingly harmless. In the early 1980s, Ridgway moved to the Seattle, Washington area. He married and started a family, creating an image of a responsible and hardworking man. He held steady jobs in painting and construction, working long hours, earning the trust of his colleagues and clients. He made friends in the community and became known as reliable and polite. Yet beneath the surface, a dangerous compulsion lingered, one that he had cultivated over years of isolation, frustration, and hidden desire for control. Ridgway's victims were often women living on the margins of society, particularly young sex workers or vulnerable women struggling with addiction. He selected them deliberately, choosing victims he believed could disappear without immediate notice. He would approach them with casual friendliness, sometimes offering rides, small amounts of money, or companionship. Once he gained their trust, his true nature emerged. He would assault and eventually strangle them, often in a methodical manner that reflected his desire for control and dominance. The first murders began in the early 1980s. Ridgway would take the women to isolated areas, frequently near the Green River and surrounding forested regions, and kill them quietly. Many of the victims were left in hidden locations, their disappearances creating waves of concern among families, but failing to generate immediate breakthroughs for law enforcement. The riverbanks, forests, and industrial stretches of the Seattle area became a chilling stage for his crimes, places where the ordinary world continued unaware while terror unfolded in secret. For nearly 2 decades, Ridgway carried on his killings. His appearance as a friendly, normal man allowed him to move freely in society. He attended community events, maintained his household, and held jobs, all while continuing his spree. The public began to notice a pattern of missing women, and the police gradually realized they were dealing with a serial killer. Investigators gathered reports, mapped disappearance locations, and conducted interviews, but for years, Ridgway evaded suspicion. His knowledge of the area, his careful planning, and his outward normalcy made him a nearly invisible predator. The investigation intensified in the early 1990s as law enforcement dedicated more resources and technology to the case. Witness statements and physical evidence slowly pointed to a suspect. Ridgway had left small traces of DNA at crime scenes, and although he avoided direct evidence linking him to every murder, advances in forensic science made it possible to eventually connect the dots. Police monitored him, gathering information on his movements, patterns, and behavior. By 2001, DNA testing had advanced enough to conclusively link Ridgway to multiple murders. Police arrested him, uncovering the extent of his crimes. During interrogation, Ridgway confessed to 48 murders, although authorities suspect the true number may exceed 70. He described in chillingly calm detail how he strangled his victims, disposed of their bodies, and carefully avoided detection. He admitted to revisiting sites to ensure no evidence was left behind and spoke of the killings with a detached, methodical tone that reflected his psychological obsession with control and secrecy. In 2003, Ridgway pleaded guilty to numerous murders to avoid the death penalty, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For families of his victims, there was some relief in knowing the man responsible was finally behind bars, but the memory of his crimes lingered. The Green River Killer had left a trail of devastation, grief, and terror that the community struggled to recover from. The story of Gary Ridgway endures not only because of the number of lives he took, but because of how ordinary he appeared. He was a husband, a father, a worker, a neighbor. He lived a life that, on the surface, was mundane, almost comforting. Yet, beneath that facade, he carried out a series of killings that would leave a permanent mark on American criminal history. The streets, rivers, and forests he used as hunting grounds remain etched in collective memory as silent witnesses to the danger that can lurk behind ordinary faces. And so, the story of Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer, remains a haunting reminder that evil can hide in plain sight, that danger can exist where it is least expected, and that the line between normal life and unimaginable horror can sometimes be terrifyingly thin. Next story. David Parker Ray, later known as the Toy Box Killer, carried out a series of crimes in New Mexico during the 1990s that still stand among the most disturbing in American criminal history. Unlike many other killers whose names became infamous, Ray was never conclusively linked to dozens of murders. Yet investigators believe he may have had more than 50 victims. His crimes revolved around a specially outfitted trailer he chillingly referred to as his toy box, a place of captivity and torture hidden in the desert outside the small town of Truth or Consequences. David Parker Ray was born in 1939 in Belen, New Mexico. His childhood was fractured, his parents' marriage was unstable, and he was largely raised by a strict grandfather. His father, an abusive man, drifted in and out of his life. When his father did visit, he sometimes gave young David magazines filled with graphic sexual content, images that would imprint themselves deeply on the boy's developing mind. At school, David was quiet and withdrawn, often bullied for his shyness. He never dated and spent much of his free time alone. By adolescence, his inner world had grown dark. He began to develop sadistic fantasies about binding, torturing, and controlling women. He wrote some of these fantasies down in diaries and sketched elaborate devices. These writings, discovered decades later, revealed that his violent sexual imagination had taken root early and never left him. As an adult, Ray joined the U.S. Army and trained as a mechanic. He became skilled with tools and machinery, abilities that would later serve him in constructing his trailer of torture. After his service, he worked various jobs, often as a mechanic and repairman. Outwardly, he appeared unremarkable, an ordinary man living in rural New Mexico. He married and divorced several times, relationships strained by his controlling behavior and secretive habits. By the 1990s, Ray was living in a sparsely populated area near Elephant Butte Lake, close to the small town of Truth or Consequences. There, he kept a property with a modest house, some sheds, and a large trailer. The trailer was no ordinary vehicle. Inside, Ray had spent years constructing what amounted to a private torture chamber. The walls were lined with soundproofing. The space contained a gynecological chair, restraints, surgical instruments, whips, clamps, and a collection of homemade devices. He referred to the place as his toy box. Mounted on the walls were diagrams and photographs. A video camera stood ready to record. In his collection were also audio tapes, carefully prepared, in which Ray described to his victims what was about to happen to them. One of these tapes, later recovered by investigators, opened with a calm, chilling voice introducing itself as if it were a set of instructions. On the tape, Ray explained to the women that they were now his slaves, that they would be tortured, and that resistance was useless. Ray did not act alone. Over the years, he involved accomplices, including his girlfriend Cindy Hendy, and sometimes even his own daughter, who was implicated in aspects of the crimes. Together, they lured women, often sex workers or hitchhikers, into the trailer. Victims were drugged, restrained, and subjected to prolonged assaults. One known victim was a woman named Cynthia Vigil. In March 1999, she was abducted by Ray and Hendy after accepting a ride. She was taken to the toy box, where she was chained and tortured. For 3 days, she was held captive. But when Hendy carelessly left the keys within reach, Cynthia managed to free herself. Naked and bleeding, with a metal collar still around her neck, she fled into the street, flagging down a passerby who took her to safety. Her escape led directly to Ray's arrest. Police raided his property and found the trailer. Inside, they discovered the chair, the restraints, and the equipment exactly as Cynthia had described. They also found the recorded tapes, including one that investigators believed had been played to multiple victims. The contents confirmed that Ray had been carrying out his crimes for years. Further searches uncovered diaries in which Ray had documented crimes dating back decades, including references to victims whose bodies were never found. Authorities combed the desert around his property, searching for graves, but the terrain was vast, and no remains were conclusively linked to him. Ray was charged with kidnapping and sexual torture. His trial drew national attention. Cynthia Vigil testified about her ordeal, describing how she had been chained, whipped, and threatened with death inside the trailer. 2 other women also came forward, each with similar stories. The evidence, combined with the physical reality of the toy box, left little doubt as to his guilt. In 2001, Ray was convicted of kidnapping and torture. He was sentenced to 224 years in prison. Cindy Hendy received a reduced sentence in exchange for testimony. Despite the scale of the crimes, Ray never faced murder charges, as no bodies were definitively tied to him. Still, investigators remained convinced that he had killed many of his victims, their remains lost in the New Mexico desert. On May 28, 2002, David Parker Ray died of a heart attack in prison, just 3 years after his arrest. His crimes left behind a legacy of horror. The toy box, dismantled after the investigation, became a symbol of hidden evil lurking behind the facade of an ordinary man. The case also fueled debate about how many women might have been murdered without leaving a trace, and how many families would never know what became of their missing loved ones. Next story, Andrei Chikatilo, known as the Butcher of Rostov, was one of the most prolific serial killers in modern history, operating in the Soviet Union during the 1970s and 1980s. His crimes revealed deep flaws in Soviet policing and shocked the world with their brutality. He was born in 1936 in a small Ukrainian village, during one of the darkest times in Soviet history. His early childhood was marked by famine, deprivation, and war. Food shortages were severe, and his family lived in poverty. Rumors in the village suggested that one of his older siblings had been kidnapped and cannibalized during the famine, a story that haunted him for the rest of his life. His father was later drafted into the Red Army during World War II and captured by the Germans, an event that brought shame to the family in a regime that considered captured soldiers traitors. As a child, Chikatilo was weak and often bullied. He suffered from bedwetting into adolescence, and he grew up socially isolated, painfully shy, and plagued by sexual dysfunction. He felt powerless and humiliated, both at home and among peers. By his teenage years, he discovered that he could only achieve arousal through violent fantasies, often involving domination and control. In the 1960s, Chikatilo tried to live a normal life. He married, had children, and worked as a teacher. Outwardly, he appeared quiet, reserved, even timid. But beneath that image, his violent urges grew stronger. While teaching, he was caught fondling students and was dismissed from one of his positions. He drifted into clerical jobs, eventually working in a factory. His crimes escalated in secret. In 1978, Chikatilo committed his first known murder. He lured a 9-year-old girl, Yelena Zakitnova, into a house he had purchased. There, he assaulted and killed her, disposing of her body in a river. Although he was questioned, another man was wrongly accused and executed for the crime, allowing Chikatilo to walk free. This miscarriage of justice would repeat in his career, as Soviet authorities, desperate to maintain order, sometimes arrested innocent men rather than admit a serial killer was at large. From then on, Chikatilo embarked on a spree of killings that lasted more than a decade. His victims were mostly women and children, lured with promises of food, money, or small gifts. He targeted runaways, the homeless, and the vulnerable, people less likely to be reported missing immediately. His method was sadistic. He would lead victims into wooded or isolated areas, then attack suddenly. He stabbed repeatedly, often dozens of times, and mutilated bodies in a frenzy. Many victims were disemboweled. Some had eyes gouged out, a detail that puzzled investigators until Chikatilo later confessed that he believed a Russian superstition that a victim's eyes retained the image of their killer. For years, Soviet authorities failed to catch him. The secrecy of the Soviet system made police reluctant to admit a serial killer existed, as such crimes were seen as a symptom of Western decadence, not socialism. The investigation dragged on, involving hundreds of officers, thousands of interviews, and countless dead ends. Innocent men were arrested, imprisoned, even executed while Chikatilo continued to kill. By the mid-1980s, the murders were so numerous that authorities could no longer deny the pattern. The press remained muzzled, but people whispered of the maniac of Rostov. Special units were formed. Profilers studied the crimes and concluded that the killer was an ordinary man with a respectable appearance, someone who could blend in unnoticed. In 1990, after more than 50 known murders, Chikatilo's luck began to run out. Police had begun placing plainclothes officers at train stations and bus depots, areas where the killer often lured victims. On one such patrol, an officer noticed Chikatilo emerging from the woods, disheveled and suspicious. He was detained, and forensic evidence eventually tied him to multiple crime scenes. When interrogated, Chikatilo at first denied everything. But confronted with mounting evidence, he broke down. In long, chilling confessions, he described his crimes in detail, often with little emotion. He admitted to more than 50 murders, recounting how he had lured victims, how he mutilated them, and how the killings gave him release from urges he could not control. His trial in 1992 was a spectacle. Behind bars, inside a steel cage in the courtroom, Chikatilo sat while prosecutors read the charges of 53 murders. The families of victims wept and shouted. Chikatilo sometimes shouted back, sometimes ranted incoherently. The proceedings were broadcast widely, and the Soviet public, now in the era of glasnost, was horrified. He was convicted of 52 murders and sentenced to death. In 1994, he was executed by a single gunshot to the back of the head. The case of Andrei Chikatilo exposed the vulnerabilities of Soviet policing. The wrongful arrests and executions of innocent men underscored how secrecy and denial had allowed a predator to operate for years. Forensic and investigative methods improved in Russia as a result, but for the families of victims, the damage was irreparable. Chikatilo's crimes remain a grim reminder of how monstrous violence can hide beneath the surface of an ordinary life. Next story. Joachim George Kroll was born on April 17, 1933, in the German city of Hindenburg, which today lies in Poland. His childhood unfolded against the backdrop of World War II. His family was poor, with many mouths to feed, and food was scarce. His father was conscripted into the German army and later captured by Soviet forces, spending years as a prisoner of war. This left the household without stability or protection, and young Joachim grew up in an environment marked by deprivation. Kroll was a weak, frail child. He suffered academically, never advancing beyond the most basic levels of schooling. Teachers described him as slow. He left school without qualifications, and he struggled with speech and social development. Later in life, psychological testing would show that he had an extremely low IQ, with the mind of a young child despite his adult body. After the war, the Kroll family relocated to West Germany. Joachim worked as a farmhand in his teenage years, tending animals and carrying out simple manual tasks. He lived in isolation, and his relationships with others remained shallow. His social awkwardness kept him distant from girls, and his lack of confidence turned into deep frustration. By his 20s, he had developed violent sexual fantasies that replaced real connections. He was incapable of forming a normal romantic or sexual relationship, and instead imagined control, killing, and possession. In 1955, at the age of 22, Kroll committed his first known murder. He encountered a young girl named Irmgard Strell. Luring her away to a secluded spot, he strangled her to death. Afterward, he mutilated the body and cut away pieces of flesh to take home. Later, he confessed that he cooked and ate the flesh, claiming it allowed him to save money on food. The murder was shocking, but police at the time failed to link Kroll to the crime. With no suspects, the case went cold, and Kroll returned to his quiet life, unnoticed. This first killing set a pattern that would stretch on for more than 2 decades. Kroll's victims were typically women and children, people he found vulnerable and alone. He would approach them in isolated areas such as fields, forests, or riverbanks. His attacks involved strangulation, stabbing, or both. After killing, he often sexually assaulted the body, and in many cases he cut off parts of the flesh. These pieces he brought back to a small apartment to cook and eat later. In 1956, just a year after his first crime, he killed again. His victim was a 12-year-old girl named Manuela Note. She was reported missing after failing to return home. Searchers later found her body in the woods. Like before, the body had been mutilated. Panic spread in the community, but investigators made little progress. By 1959, he struck once more, this time murdering Clara Frieda Tesmer. That same year, he killed another young woman, showing that his killings were not isolated impulses, but a recurring compulsion. Each time, police investigated thoroughly, but Kroll's unremarkable appearance shielded him. He was quiet, polite, and looked like an ordinary factory worker. During the 1960s, the murders continued. In 1962, he murdered Monica Taffel, a 12-year-old girl, stabbing her multiple times. This time, suspicion fell on another man, who was arrested and convicted, further allowing Kroll to remain free. In 1966, he killed Ursula Rolling, a young woman who had been walking home. Later that same year, he murdered a 5-year-old girl, and not long after, he killed another child. Each victim was subjected to the same brutality: strangulation, stabbing, mutilation. The cases remained unsolved. Through the 1960s and 1970s, Kroll's murders followed the same rhythm. He would lure a victim, kill, mutilate, and then disappear into his life of anonymity. His killings were spread across different towns and regions within the Ruhr area, making it difficult for investigators to connect the crimes. At times, innocent men were arrested, charged, and convicted, while the Real killer moved unnoticed through the city streets. Kroll lived in small, cramped apartments, working in low-wage factory jobs. He was seen as odd, but not threatening. Neighbors described him as a man who kept to himself. He often carried small bags of groceries, and he never invited anyone into his home. He had no relationships, no wife, no close friends. In 1976, his final crime led to his capture. In July of that year, a 4-year-old girl named Marion Ketter went missing near his apartment building. Neighbors raised the alarm, and police began to search. At the same time, other residents of the building reported a problem with their plumbing. The pipes had become clogged, Repairmen investigated, and to their horror, they found human flesh blocking the drainage system. This discovery pointed investigators directly to Kroll. Police entered his apartment, and what they found was a scene of quiet horror. In his kitchen, pots were on the stove, filled with stew made of potatoes, carrots, and pieces of human flesh. In his refrigerator, police found more human remains. The missing girl had been cut apart and was in the process of being cooked. Kroll was arrested on the spot. When questioned, he confessed with little resistance. His manner was calm, almost childlike. He admitted to killing 13 people over more than 2 decades, though investigators suspected the true number may have been higher. He explained his method, how he lured victims, how he strangled them, how he cut away flesh, and how he cooked it. In his own words, he said the flesh helped him save money on groceries. His trial began years later, in 1982. Prosecutors presented the evidence, his confession, the remains, and the long trail of murders. His defense argued diminished responsibility due to his low intelligence. Indeed, he was mentally impaired, but psychiatric experts testified that he understood his actions were wrong. The court agreed. Joachim Kroll was convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to life imprisonment. He was sent to prison, where he lived out the rest of his life quietly. In 1991, at the age of 58, he died behind bars of natural causes. The case of Joachim Kroll left behind deep scars in West Germany. For decades, a man who appeared harmless and ordinary had carried out some of the most disturbing crimes in modern history. His actions revealed not only the darkness inside him, but also the failures of police investigations that allowed him to escape detection for so long. Albert DeSalvo, later known as the Boston Strangler, was responsible for one of the most terrifying crime waves in American history. His name became tied to the murder of 13 women in the Boston area during the early 1960s, crimes that sent shockwaves through the city and remain debated to this day. Albert Henry DeSalvo was born on September 3, 1931, in Chelsea, Massachusetts. His upbringing was marked by poverty and violence. His father, Frank, was an alcoholic who regularly beat his wife and children. Frank DeSalvo's brutality was extreme. He once broke every finger on his wife's hand, and on another occasion, he forced his children to watch him have sex with prostitutes. The home was one of chaos, neglect, and abuse. Albert grew up in this environment with little guidance. By his early teens, he had turned to petty crime. He was arrested several times for burglary and other minor offenses. Reform school and juvenile detention became familiar places for him. Despite his troubles, he managed to join the U.S. Army at age 17. He served in Germany, where he gained a reputation as a competent soldier, but also developed a habit of soliciting prostitutes and committing minor theft. After returning home, DeSalvo married and had children. Outwardly, he tried to live a stable life, working various jobs including maintenance and construction. Yet beneath the surface, he remained troubled. He developed a compulsion for sexual assaults that escalated from indecent exposure to home invasions. By the late 1950s, DeSalvo began what police would later call the Measuring Man incidents. He posed as a modeling scout, approaching women and convincing them to let him take their measurements under the guise of offering them opportunities in modeling. While this behavior was strange and invasive, it did not immediately lead to charges, and DeSalvo continued to refine his predatory behavior. Soon after, he escalated into what police called the Green Man crimes. He posed as a handyman or maintenance worker, tricking his way into women's apartments. Once inside, he assaulted them. These assaults went unconnected at the time, but they showed the same compulsions that would lead to murder. In June 1962, the first of the Boston Strangler murders occurred. A 55-year-old woman named Anna Sleezers was found dead in her Boston apartment. She had been strangled with the belt of her bathrobe, tied in a bow around her neck. The staging was strange and deliberate. Within weeks, more murders followed. Most of the victims were women living alone, ranging in age from their 50s to their 80s. They were strangled with items of clothing, often left tied in decorative knots. Some were sexually assaulted. Others were mutilated. The pattern was chilling, and panic swept through Boston. Women kept their doors locked, neighborhoods grew tense, and newspapers filled their front pages with warnings about the killers stalking the city. The murders continued in 1963 and 1964. In total, 13 women were killed. While most were older women, later victims included young women in their 20s, broadening the victim profile and further confusing investigators. Despite massive police efforts, the case remained unsolved. Thousands of interviews were conducted, tips poured in, and detectives searched tirelessly, but the killer always seemed one step ahead. DeSalvo was finally arrested in 1964, but not for the murders. He had been caught for a series of sexual assaults, part of the Green Man cases. While in custody, he confessed to his cellmate, George Nasser, that he was the Boston Strangler. Nasser informed attorney F. Lee Bailey, who brought DeSalvo's claims to the authorities. DeSalvo then gave detailed confessions to police, describing the murders in ways that seemed to match the crime scenes. He admitted to all 13 killings. However, there was no physical evidence linking him to the murders, and his confession was inconsistent at times. Some investigators doubted he was truly the Strangler, believing he may have exaggerated or invented his involvement for notoriety or a plea bargain. In court, DeSalvo was not tried for the Boston Strangler murders due to lack of evidence. Instead, he was convicted of numerous sexual assaults and sentenced to life in prison in 1967. While in prison, DeSalvo was stabbed to death in 1973 under mysterious circumstances. Officially, another inmate killed him during a dispute, but speculation has lingered that his death may have been arranged to silence him. For decades, debate continued over whether DeSalvo was truly the Boston Strangler. In 2013, modern DNA testing linked him to the 1964 murder of Mary Sullivan, one of the final victims. The evidence confirmed that DeSalvo was responsible for at least that killing, strengthening the case that he had been the Strangler all along. The story of Albert DeSalvo remains both terrifying and tragic. It revealed a man shaped by a brutal childhood, driven by compulsion, and able to terrorize an entire city. At the same time, it showed the limits of police investigations in an era before DNA, when confessions were often the strongest evidence available. Arthur Shawcross, later called the Genesee River Killer, became known in the late 1980s as one of New York's most notorious serial killers. His crimes exposed deep failures in the justice system, since he had already been convicted of murder years earlier, only to be released and kill again. Arthur John Shawcross was born on June 6, 1945, in Kittery, Maine, the first of 4 children. His family moved often during his childhood, eventually settling in Watertown, New York. His early years were troubled. He was described as a slow learner, prone to bullying, and known for violent temper tantrums. Teachers reported that he had difficulties with reading and writing, but also noted his tendency to lash out physically. Later in life, Shawcross claimed that he was sexually abused as a child, both by relatives and older neighborhood children. He also claimed his mother engaged in inappropriate behavior with him. Whether all of these claims were true or exaggerations is debated, but there is little doubt that his upbringing was unstable. By his teenage years, Shawcross had dropped out of school and drifted into petty crime. He was arrested several times for burglary and vandalism. At age 19, he enlisted in the U.S. Army. He served in Vietnam during the height of the war, working in supply units. Shawcross later told wild stories about his time in combat, including claims of cannibalism and brutal killings, but investigators who reviewed his record found little to support these accounts. What is clear is that his time in the military hardened him, and he returned to the United States more violent than before. Back in New York, Shawcross married and divorced several times. He struggled to hold steady jobs and continued to commit small crimes. In 1972, his violence escalated into murder. That year, he lured a 10-year-old boy named Jack Owen Blake into the woods near Watertown. Shawcross sexually assaulted the boy, strangled him, and left the body hidden. Weeks later, he lured an 8-year-old girl named Karen and Hill to a secluded spot near a riverbank, where he assaulted and killed her as well. The murders shocked the community, and suspicion eventually fell on Shawcross. He confessed and was sentenced to 25 years in prison. While incarcerated, Shawcross underwent psychiatric evaluations. Doctors noted his lack of remorse and his disturbing fantasies, but despite warnings, he became eligible for parole after serving only 14 years. In 1987, he was released. After his release, Shawcross settled in Rochester, New York, with a new girlfriend. For a short time, he lived quietly, working menial jobs. But within a year, he returned to killing, this time targeting sex workers. Between 1988 and 1989, Shawcross murdered 11 women, most of them prostitutes he picked up on the streets of Rochester. He lured them into his car, drove them to secluded areas near the Genesee River, and attacked. His methods included strangulation and blunt force. After killing, he often left the bodies in wooded or marshy areas, sometimes partially concealed but often exposed. The murders caused alarm in Rochester, but at first, police struggled to connect them. Many of the victims were women who lived precarious lives, making their disappearances less immediately noticed. As bodies began to turn up, investigators realized they were dealing with a serial killer. The FBI was brought in to assist, and profilers built a psychological portrait of the murderer, a middle-aged white male, familiar with the area, with a history of violence. Police began surveillance operations, focusing on areas where sex workers gathered. In January 1990, Shawcross was placed under observation after being seen with a known prostitute. Days later, surveillance units followed him as he drove to a remote location. They watched him stop by a riverbank where the body of one of his victims had recently been found. This suspicious behavior gave them the opening they needed. Shawcross was arrested soon afterward. In custody, Shawcross at first denied the killings. Confronted with evidence, he eventually confessed in detail to 11 murders. He spoke matter-of-factly, describing how he picked up women, where he drove them, how he strangled them, and how he left their bodies. He showed little emotion as he described the crimes. His trial in 1991 was widely covered by the media. The defense argued that Shawcross suffered from brain damage and post-traumatic stress disorder from Vietnam, suggesting diminished responsibility. Psychiatrists debated his mental state, but the jury found him guilty on 10 counts of murder. He was sentenced to 250 years in prison, ensuring he would never be released. Arthur Shawcross lived in prison until 2008, when he died of a heart attack at the age of 63. The case left behind lingering outrage. Families of his first child victims in the 1970s had warned authorities that Shawcross should never have been released, yet the system allowed him out after just 14 years. His return to violence, claiming 11 more lives, became a grim lesson in the consequences of early parole for dangerous offenders. Richard Ramirez, who would become known to the world as the Night Stalker, was born on February 29, 1960, in El Paso, Texas, the youngest of 5 children in a Mexican-American working-class family. His father, Julian, had been a policeman in Mexico before moving to the United States to work on the railroad. Julian was a strict, authoritarian man, quick to anger, and often physically abusive to his children. Mercedes, Richard's mother, worked in a local boot factory and was exposed to toxic chemicals daily. Richard's early years were filled with tension and fear. He lived under the shadow of a father who demanded obedience and punished any perceived misstep. His siblings recalled him as quiet, withdrawn, and constantly anxious, seeking safety by hiding or avoiding confrontation. From a young age, Richard suffered serious head injuries. At age 2, a dresser fell on him, leaving him unconscious. At 5, he was struck by a swing, causing further trauma. He later experienced frequent blackouts and seizures. These injuries would later be studied by psychologists as factors contributing to his later violent behavior. Despite his fragility, Richard developed a fascination with death and violence. He would spend hours alone, exploring cemeteries or rooftops, imagining scenarios of control and dominance over others. During his early teens, Richard formed a close relationship with his older cousin Miguel, a Vietnam War veteran. Miguel returned from combat, carrying not only physical and emotional scars, but also disturbing stories and photographs depicting women he claimed to have tortured and killed. To a 13-year-old Richard, Miguel became a role model, demonstrating that power and fear could be wielded through violence. One night, Richard witnessed Miguel shoot his wife during a domestic argument, killing her instantly. Rather than recoiling, Richard internalized the event, absorbing the association between death, control, and personal power. He visited Miguel repeatedly after the incident, learning survival skills and the use of weapons. By his mid-teens, Richard's criminal behavior escalated. He smoked marijuana, experimented with LSD, and later became addicted to cocaine. He began stealing from neighbors, breaking into cars, and committing petty theft. School became increasingly irrelevant, and he dropped out in the 9th grade. His home life offered no guidance, and his fascination with violence intensified. At 17, he left El Paso for California, seeking independence and opportunity, while simultaneously moving toward a life of increasingly serious crime. He lived in motels, drifting between Los Angeles and San Francisco, committing burglaries and thefts to fund his growing drug habit. In June 1984, Richard crossed the threshold from theft and petty crime to murder. He broke into the Los Angeles apartment of 79-year-old Jenny Vincow and slit her throat nearly to decapitation. The brutality of the act shocked authorities and signaled the emergence of a dangerous new predator. Over the next year, Ramirez committed a series of home invasion murders. Unlike most serial killers, he did not limit himself to one profile of victim. He attacked elderly men and women, young couples, and occasionally children. His methods varied. He shot some victims, stabbed others, and strangled or beat many. He sexually assaulted women and stole valuables, funding his drug addiction while leaving behind a trail of terror and death. By March 1985, Ramirez had intensified his spree, attacking multiple victims in a single night. Maria Hernandez survived being shot in her garage, but her roommate Dale Okazaki was killed. Hours later, he pulled Sally Yu from her car and shot her. Soon after, he killed Vincent and Maxine Zazera in their home. Vincent was shot while sleeping. Maxine was bound and brutally mutilated, her eyes removed and placed in a jewelry box. These crimes reflected not only brutality, but a ritualistic element, satisfying Ramirez's desire for domination and control over life and death. During the summer of 1985, Ramirez continued his attacks, often entering homes through unlocked windows or doors. Survivors described him as foul-smelling, with decayed teeth, bloodshot eyes, and a cold, emotionless gaze. The media dubbed him the Night Stalker, and fear spread across Los Angeles and surrounding counties. People avoided going out at night, installed alarms and locks, and armed themselves for protection. Schools warned children, parents kept them indoors, and entire neighborhoods felt unsafe. Police struggled to track him, though evidence slowly accumulated. Shoe prints from obvious sneakers, fingerprints, and ballistic analyses linked multiple crime scenes. Yet Ramirez remained elusive, moving between Los Angeles and San Francisco, striking at random. His unpredictability made him extremely difficult to catch, and residents lived in constant fear. The breakthrough occurred in late August 1985. After attacking a couple in Mission Viejo, Ramirez fled when residents observed his car and license plate. Police recovered the stolen vehicle and discovered a fingerprint that matched Richard Ramirez, a 25-year-old drifter with prior arrests for theft and drug charges. His photograph appeared in newspapers and on television, giving the Night Stalker a face for the first time. The following day, Ramirez walked into a convenience store in East Los Angeles, unaware that he had been identified. Shoppers recognized him instantly. Panicked, he attempted to flee, trying to steal a car. Residents pursued him, shouting that he was the Night Stalker. He was eventually cornered, beaten by citizens, and arrested by police. After months of terror, the reign of Richard Ramirez had ended not with a dramatic law enforcement operation, but with the intervention of ordinary people determined to stop him. Next story, Richard Benjamin Speck was born on December 6, 1941, in Kirkwood, Illinois, into a family marked by instability and frequent upheaval. His father, Franklin Speck, was a strict man with a volatile temper, often physically abusive to his children. His mother, Doris, struggled with mental health issues and moved the family frequently, leaving young Richard with a sense of impermanence and insecurity. From early childhood, he displayed troubling behavior. He had difficulty in school, was often truant, and showed a growing pattern of deceit and aggression. He learned to manipulate adults, evade authority, and act impulsively, traits that would define his later life. As a teenager, Richard began experimenting with petty theft and burglary. He dropped out of high school and moved from job to job, rarely staying in one place. He developed a heavy drinking habit, sometimes mixing it with drugs, and his life spiraled into a series of minor criminal activities, including car theft, assault, and breaking and entering. His relationships with women were turbulent. He married once briefly and fathered a child, but his inability to maintain stability led to estrangement. He became increasingly isolated and resentful, harboring anger at authority and at the social structures that he felt had failed him. By 1965, Speck had developed a pattern of moving from city to city, often staying in cheap hotels or boarding houses, committing small thefts, and drinking heavily. In July 1966, he arrived in Chicago, Illinois, where he found work as a laborer and occasionally at local bars. During this period, he became acquainted with women working in nursing and other service professions, learning their routines and locations. Speck's fascination with power and control over others grew, and his fantasies of domination began to focus on women in vulnerable positions. On the night of July 13, 1966, Richard Speck entered a small student nurses' residence in South Chicago. 8 student nurses were living there at the time. Speck had observed the residence, learning the habits of the women and when they would be home. That night, he gained entry by overpowering a young man who lived in the building. Once inside, Speck systematically terrorized the residents. He bound, beat, and murdered 7 of the 8 women in a horrific spree that lasted several hours. The brutality of the murders was extreme, yet Speck displayed a disturbing level of calm and methodical behavior. He moved from room to room, selecting victims, tying them up, and using a knife to carry out his attacks. One young woman survived by hiding under a bed and remained undiscovered until Speck left the premises. Her testimony would later become crucial in reconstructing the events of that night. When authorities arrived the next morning, they were confronted with a scene of unimaginable horror. 7 young women had been murdered, and the 8th survivor provided the first detailed account of the assailant. The crime shocked the nation. Chicago, already wary of violent crime in its neighborhoods, was gripped by terror. Residents locked doors, women avoided being alone at night, and the media broadcast the gruesome details widely. The manhunt for Speck was immediate. Chicago police, state authorities, and the FBI coordinated to apprehend him. Investigators discovered that Speck had left behind evidence in the form of fingerprints, personal items, and a distinct pattern of movement through the city. Witnesses described seeing a man matching his appearance fleeing the area. Speck attempted to hide in cheap motels and with acquaintances, but the public was on alert and police intensified patrols. Speck's capture came 10 days later when he was recognized by a taxi driver who had picked him up in a hotel lobby. Authorities arrested him without incident. Once in custody, Speck was cooperative in identifying locations he had visited and provided limited information about the murders, but he expressed little remorse. Psychological evaluations conducted during his detention revealed a pattern of antisocial behavior, narcissism, and extreme impulsivity. Experts concluded that he was driven by deep-seated anger toward women, combined with a sense of entitlement and a fascination with domination. The trial of Richard Speck began in April 1967. The courtroom was packed, the public intensely interested in a case that had shocked the nation. Evidence included survivor testimony, forensic analysis, and witness accounts. Speck's demeanor in court was unsettling. He displayed a calm, almost detached presence while the prosecution presented graphic details of the murders. His defense attempted to claim mental instability, but expert testimony and the premeditated nature of the crimes undermined these claims. After deliberation, the jury found Speck guilty of murder and sentenced him to death. Over the years, Speck's sentence was reduced to life imprisonment after changes in death penalty law and appeals. He spent decades in Illinois correctional facilities, where he became notorious among fellow inmates and staff for erratic behavior. Despite efforts at rehabilitation, he remained largely unrepentant. Speck's life ended in prison on December 5, 1991, from natural causes. The murders of the South Chicago student nurses left a lasting scar on the community and reshaped public awareness of personal safety and the vulnerability of women living alone. Speck's methodical cruelty and ability to evade capture for days created a profound fear, and his case remains a subject of study for criminologists, psychologists, and law enforcement professionals seeking to understand the mind of a predator who operated in plain sight. Next story. Aileen Carol Wuornos was born on February 29, 1956, in Rochester, Michigan. Her early life was marked by trauma, neglect, and instability. Her mother, Diane, was a teenager at the time of Eileen's birth and had a history of alcoholism. Eileen's biological father was largely absent, and she was raised in a household fraught with poverty and abuse. At the age of 4, her parents' relationship ended, and Eileen's mother soon abandoned her, leaving her to be raised by her grandparents. Her grandfather was reportedly abusive, physically punishing her and her brother for minor misbehaviors. By the time she was 8, Aileen had experienced profound emotional and physical neglect, shaping a deep mistrust of adults and authority. By her early teens, Aileen began showing troubling behavior. She was often truant from school and had difficulty forming stable friendships. She ran away from home several times and entered a cycle of petty theft, substance abuse, and sexual activity with older men. At 13, she became pregnant, though the child was later stillborn. The combination of trauma, early sexualization, and exposure to violence created a foundation for the behavior that would later define her criminal life. After leaving Michigan, Aileen drifted through several states, living on the margins of society. By the late 1970s, she had arrived in Florida, where she became a sex worker to support herself. During this time, she met several men who would further influence her developing perception of the world as a dangerous and hostile place. She suffered assaults and betrayals that reinforced her sense of anger and desperation. Eileen's violent crimes began in earnest in 1989. Over the course of roughly a year, she murdered 7 men in Florida, claiming self-defense in each case. Her victims were mostly middle-aged men she met while working as a sex worker. In each encounter, Aileen alleged that the men attempted to assault or exploit her, and she responded with lethal force. She used a .22 caliber pistol to carry out the killings, shooting her victims in the head or chest. The crimes were committed in various locations, including parking lots, rural roads, and hotel rooms, reflecting both her mobility and the chaotic nature of her life. The first known murder occurred in November 1989, when Aileen killed Richard Mallory, a man she had met while working the streets of Daytona Beach. She shot him at close range and left his body near a wooded area. Over the next year, she killed 6 more men under similar circumstances, often driving to remote locations to commit the acts. Each murder was followed by theft of the victim's wallet or car, both to sustain herself and as a form of escape. Law enforcement initially struggled to link the murders. The victims came from different areas, and the crimes were spread across multiple counties. Investigators eventually identified a pattern through ballistic analysis and witness statements. Surveillance and tips from citizens eventually led authorities to focus on Aileen as a suspect. She was arrested on January 9, 1991, after a relative provided information that implicated her in the murders. During interrogation, Aileen was strikingly candid. She admitted to killing the men, but insisted that she acted in self-defense, fearing for her life each time she drew her gun. Psychological evaluations later diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder and antisocial tendencies. But her attorneys argued that her unstable upbringing and trauma played a major role in her actions. The case quickly drew national attention, with the media portraying her both as a cold-blooded killer and a victim of circumstance. The trial for the first murder began in 1992. Aileen was convicted of killing Richard Mallory and sentenced to death. Subsequent trials resulted in additional death sentences for the other murders. Despite her notoriety, she remained a figure of public fascination, with debates surrounding her mental health, the influence of abuse, and the morality of her actions. Aileen Wuornos spent her final years on death row in Florida. She became the subject of documentaries, books, and films, all exploring her life, crimes, and psychology. On October 9, 2002, she was executed by lethal injection. Her life and crimes left a lasting impression on American society, highlighting the intersections of trauma, gender, and violence, and sparking ongoing discussion about the circumstances that can produce such extreme criminal behavior. Next story. David Richard Berkowitz was born on June 1, 1953, in Brooklyn, New York. His early life was fraught with confusion and emotional instability. He was adopted shortly after birth by the Berkowitz family, who had been unable to conceive a child of their own. Although they provided material stability, David felt alienated and rejected, struggling with feelings of abandonment and inadequacy. His adoptive mother was overprotective and controlling, while his father was distant and authoritarian. These dynamics fostered in David a profound sense of anger and isolation, which would later manifest in violent behavior. As a teenager, David began exhibiting troubling behaviors. He became fascinated with weapons, particularly firearms, and developed an interest in vigilante justice and the occult. He experimented with drugs, often marijuana, and engaged in petty theft and other minor criminal activities. He struggled to form stable social connections, often retreating into fantasies where he wielded power over others. His fascination with religion and the supernatural intensified, and he became convinced that he was part of a larger cosmic struggle between good and evil. In the early 1970s, David married a young woman named Elizabeth, but the marriage was unstable. He found employment sporadically, often quitting jobs abruptly or being dismissed for misconduct. During this period, he began to experience auditory hallucinations, claiming that he was receiving messages from a demon-possessed dog who commanded him to kill. He became obsessed with these messages, believing that he had been chosen to punish people for their sins. On the night of July 29, 1976, David Berkowitz began a series of shootings that would terrorize New York City for over a year. He targeted young couples sitting in parked cars, shooting at them from the sidewalk with a .44 caliber revolver. The first known victim, Donna Loria, and her boyfriend were seriously wounded, but escaped with minor injuries. Over the following months, Berkowitz escalated his attacks, killing several victims and injuring others. His method was simple but terrifying. Approach couples in secluded areas at night, open fire, and flee without leaving an obvious trace. The city was gripped by fear. New York newspapers ran daily updates, and the police were under immense pressure to apprehend the shooter. Residents avoided going out at night. Parents warned teenagers about dating in secluded areas, and many people carried weapons for protection. The randomness of the attacks and the apparent invisibility of the killer created a climate of paranoia, with the public unsure when or where the next attack might occur. Berkowitz became increasingly bold, leaving letters for the police and newspapers that taunted investigators. In one such letter, he signed himself the Son of Sam, the name that would become infamous nationwide. These letters revealed his obsession with notoriety and his desire to control public perception of his crimes. The letters were filled with references to demonic possession, religious punishment, and personal justifications for his actions. Investigators eventually traced the shootings through a combination of witness reports, ballistic evidence, and careful analysis of Berkowitz's movements. On August 10, 1977, the investigation culminated in his capture. A uniformed police officer noticed Berkowitz's suspicious behavior while he was parking a car, and after questioning, Berkowitz confessed to the shootings. He provided details of his crimes, the locations of each attack, and explained his belief that he had been commanded by supernatural forces. David Berkowitz was tried in 1978 and pleaded guilty to 6 murders and several attempted murders. He was sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. In prison, he became a born-again Christian, expressing remorse for his actions and participating in religious study groups. Despite his confessions and rehabilitation efforts, the Son of Sam case left a permanent imprint on New York City, reshaping public consciousness about safety, the unpredictability of violent crime, and the media's role in creating fear and fascination around serial killers. The case also prompted changes in law enforcement tactics, particularly in response to public threats that spanned multiple jurisdictions. Berkowitz's combination of random attacks, media interaction, and psychological complexity made him one of the most studied criminals of the late 20th century. His life story, crimes, and eventual repentance remain a cautionary tale about the intersection of mental illness, obsession, and societal neglect. Next story. Edward Theodore Gain was born on August 27, 1906, in La Crosse, Wisconsin, the second of 2 children in a family shaped by strict religious beliefs and isolation. His father, George Gain, was a harsh, domineering man who struggled with alcohol and frequently criticized his children. His mother, Augusta, was intensely religious, fanatical in her beliefs, and instilled in Ed a deep fear of women, sex, and sin. She preached that all women, aside from herself, were inherently corrupt and destined for damnation. Augusta's obsessive control created an environment in which Ed grew up terrified, obedient, and socially withdrawn. From an early age, Ed was described as quiet, lonely, and withdrawn. He had minimal contact with other children, attending school only sporadically, and was frequently bullied for his strange behavior. He became fascinated with death and graveyards, often visiting the local cemetery alone. His mother's extreme teachings about sin and punishment instilled in him both guilt and fear, particularly around sexuality. After his father's death in 1940 and the death of his brother shortly thereafter, Ed was left alone with his mother. Her influence intensified as he became her primary companion. He obeyed her every demand and developed an unhealthy attachment, never forming friendships outside the home. After Augusta, Gain died in 1945, Ed was left isolated and unprepared to navigate normal social life. He became increasingly withdrawn, spending time scavenging in graveyards at night. His fascination with human remains grew into an obsession. He would dig up recently buried corpses, removing body parts and bringing them home. Over time, he began to commit murders to acquire human flesh directly, eliminating the uncertainty of grave robbing. Ed Gain's first confirmed murder occurred in 1954 when he killed Mary Hogan, a local barmaid. He strangled her and later mutilated her body, keeping parts of it in his home. Over the next several years, he continued similar acts, often targeting elderly women resembling his mother in appearance. He would murder, dismember, and preserve their body parts, using them for personal rituals, clothing, or household items. His crimes remained undiscovered for years due to the rural isolation of his property and the infrequency of his public interactions. The horror of Gain's activities came to light in 1957 after the disappearance of Bernice Wardens, a local hardware store owner. Police traced her last known movements to Gain's property and discovered a series of grotesque and shocking items. In his home, investigators found human skulls, bones fashioned into household furniture, and preserved skin used to create masks, clothing, and decorations. The entire property was a scene of macabre obsession, reflecting both his meticulous planning and his psychological disturbance. He admitted to grave robbing and to the murders, but claimed he was compelled by his desire to create women's suits from the skin of the deceased. Ed Gain's arrest and trial captivated the nation. Psychologists evaluated him and determined that he suffered from severe mental illness, including schizotypal personality disorder and necrophilic tendencies. He was found legally insane and sentenced to spend the rest of his life in a psychiatric institution rather than prison. Gaines' case became one of the most infamous examples of how isolation, abuse, and psychological disturbance could culminate in extreme criminal behavior. During his time in institutions, Gaines remained a figure of public fascination. His story influenced numerous books, films, and fictional characters, including Norman Bates in Psycho, Leatherface in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs. Despite the sensationalism, experts emphasize that Gaines' crimes were the product of an extraordinarily abnormal life, shaped by rigid religious indoctrination, childhood trauma, and profound isolation. Edward Gaines died on July 26, 1984, in a mental institution in Madison, Wisconsin. His legacy remains as a cautionary tale of how untreated psychological trauma, severe social isolation, and obsession can escalate into acts of extreme violence. The Gaines case also influenced forensic psychology and criminal profiling, highlighting the ways that abnormal behavior can escalate to homicide and macabre rituals when left unchecked. The quiet, rural life he led masked the depth of his pathology until his actions were uncovered, leaving a permanent mark on both American criminal history and popular culture. Gary Leon Ridgway was born on February 18, 1949, in Salt Lake City, Utah. He was the second of three sons in a working-class family. His father, Thomas Ridgway, worked as a bus driver, while his mother, Mary, was a retail sales clerk. The family lived a modest life, struggling financially at times, but always trying to maintain appearances of normalcy. From the outside, their household seemed unremarkable, yet within its walls lay tensions and patterns of dysfunction that would later be seen as critical to the making of Killer. As a child, Gary was shy and slow to develop academically. He struggled with reading comprehension and was held back in school more than once. Teachers noticed that he seemed detached, often staring off or failing to grasp lessons. His classmates sometimes mocked him for his lack of intelligence, and he grew up with a deep sense of inferiority. This sense of being less than others would stay with him for life, shaping the way he related to people. At home, the Ridgway family environment was strained. Gary's father often complained about sex workers, speaking of them with contempt. He frequently shared disturbing stories about encounters he had witnessed while driving his bus route near Seattle, where prostitution was common. At the same time, Gary's relationship with his mother was complicated. She was described as domineering, strict, and sometimes humiliating toward him. Gary later spoke of feeling confused by his mother's behavior, especially when she scolded him harshly, even as she also cared for him physically in ways that left him with troubling, conflicted emotions. As Gary entered adolescence, he began to show troubling signs of suppressed rage. At the age of 16, in what would later be remembered as a shocking foreshadowing of his adult crimes, he lured a 6-year-old boy into the woods and stabbed him. The child survived, but the act revealed a dangerous side of Gary that no one around him truly recognized or understood at the time. It was brushed off as an isolated incident, and Gary moved forward with his life as though nothing had happened. After finishing high school, Gary joined the Navy. He was deployed to Vietnam, where he was exposed to the chaos of war and the widespread use of sex workers among soldiers. He contracted gonorrhea during his service, which filled him with a mixture of guilt and anger, emotions that later became tied to his view of women. When his military service ended, he returned to the United States and settled near Seattle. Gary Ridgway married young, taking a woman named Claudia Craig as his first wife in 1970. But their marriage was troubled from the beginning. He was jealous, controlling, and consumed by suspicions of infidelity. His fixation on sexual activity was overwhelming, and his expectations in the marriage were exhausting to his partner. They divorced within a year. He would marry more than once again, and in each relationship he displayed a disturbing pattern of obsession, control, and infidelity. On the surface, Ridgway lived a seemingly ordinary working-class life. He was employed as a painter at the Kenworth Truck Factory, where he remained for decades. His co-workers described him as quiet, sometimes odd, but generally reliable. He attended church regularly and sometimes read the Bible aloud at home. Yet beneath this facade of normalcy, he was nurturing dark fantasies and behaviors that would make him one of the most prolific serial killers in history. The murders that would later be attributed to him began in the early 1980s in the area surrounding the Green River near Seattle. In 1982, the body of a young woman was found in the river. Within weeks, more bodies were discovered, all of them women, many of them known to be sex workers or runaways. The victims were often strangled, sometimes with ligatures, and their bodies were left in wooded areas, ravines, or the river itself. The pattern became clear to investigators. They were dealing with a serial killer who targeted vulnerable women, lured them to his vehicle, murdered them, and then disposed of their bodies in clusters across the landscape. The press soon dubbed him the Green River Killer, a name that would haunt the Pacific Northwest for decades. The investigation quickly became one of the largest in American history. Task forces were formed, dozens of detectives and FBI profilers were assigned, and yet the killer remained elusive. Ridgway himself was interviewed as early as 1983. He admitted to knowing some of the victims and to picking up sex workers, but he was calm, cooperative, and passed a polygraph test. Without concrete evidence, the investigators let him go. Meanwhile, the bodies continued to accumulate. Throughout the 1980s, women kept vanishing from the Seattle area, many of them last seen near Pacific Highway South, a stretch of road notorious for prostitution. Their remains were later found in clusters in wooded dumping sites that Ridgway returned to more than once. He often revisited the corpses to perform acts of necrophilia, an element of his crimes that remained hidden until his eventual confessions. For years, the task force chased leads, investigated suspects, and tried new forensic methods. Among those who assisted was Robert Keppel, a detective who had previously investigated Ted Bundy. Bundy himself, sitting on death row in Florida at the time, even offered to help profile the Green River Killer. Bundy suggested that the killer likely revisited the bodies and that he chose vulnerable women because he knew their disappearances would draw less attention. At the time, investigators considered Bundy's insights, but still lacked the evidence to make an arrest. Ridgway's double life continued into the 1990s. He remarried, held his job steadily, and maintained a bland suburban existence. Neighbors described him as unremarkable, sometimes friendly, sometimes odd. Few suspected that the quiet man who mowed his lawn and attended barbecues was hiding the darkest of secrets. The break in the case came with the advancement of DNA technology. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, samples that had been preserved from the victims were tested using new methods. Semen found on several victims was matched conclusively to Gary Ridgway. In 2001, nearly 2 decades after the first murders, Ridgway was finally arrested. The arrest shocked those who knew him. Many could not reconcile the ordinary factory worker with the monstrous crimes. In custody, Ridgway eventually confessed to an astonishing number of murders. He admitted to killing at least 70 women, though he was only formally convicted of 49. His confessions revealed chilling details. He spoke matter-of-factly, with no visible remorse, explaining how he chose women he thought no one would miss, how he strangled them in his truck or home, and how he returned to their bodies long after their deaths. In 2003, Ridgway accepted a plea bargain that spared him the death penalty in exchange for full cooperation. He led investigators to previously undiscovered remains and described his methods in cold detail. The families of the victims attended hearings, listening as he recounted the deaths of their loved ones. For many, it was a devastating experience, but it also brought answers after decades of uncertainty. Ridgway was sentenced to life in prison without parole, serving his time at the Washington State Penitentiary. He remains there to this day, one of the most prolific serial killers in United States history. Story 2. John Wayne Gacy was born on March 17, 1942, in Chicago, Illinois, into a blue-collar family of Polish and Danish descent. His father, John Stanley Gacy, was a World War I veteran and auto repair machinist who carried the scars of alcoholism and a violent temper. His mother, Marion, was described as a kind and protective woman who tried to shield her children from the worst of their father's anger. John Wayne, known in the family simply as Johnny, was the second of 3 children, with 2 sisters who were close to him throughout his life. From an early age, Gacy's relationship with his father was one of fear and disappointment. The elder Gacy often belittled his son, calling him weak and stupid, mocking him for not being athletic, and sometimes beating him for minor infractions. Johnny longed for approval that never came. Even as he grew older and achieved small successes, his father dismissed him. His mother, on the other hand, offered him compassion and defended him from his father's abuse. But this only deepened the wedge between father and son. As a boy, Gacy suffered from health problems. He experienced fainting spells and was later diagnosed with a congenital heart condition that limited his ability to participate in sports. This weakness made him a target of bullying from peers and further scorn from his father, who saw physical strength as a mark of manhood. These early wounds of rejection and humiliation would stay with him for life. Despite his struggles, Gacy showed an ability to charm and make friends. He had a sociable nature and often tried to win people over with humor and friendliness. By his teenage years, he became active in community organizations, working in grocery stores, and showing leadership qualities that impressed many around him. Yet behind this affable exterior, he carried secrets of confusion about his identity, his desires, and his insecurities. After finishing high school, Gacy moved through a series of jobs, eventually finding work in management positions. He married his first wife, Marlyn Myers, in 1964, and the couple settled in Waterloo, Iowa, where her family owned a chain of Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurants. Gacy managed 3 of these restaurants, earning a good salary and presenting himself as a respectable young businessman. He joined the JCs, a civic organization where he rose quickly through the ranks, known for his enthusiasm and his ability to get others involved. But beneath this respectable exterior, Gacy harbored dark impulses. In 1968, he was charged with sexually assaulting a 15-year-old boy, an offense that shattered the image he had worked so hard to build. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison, and his wife divorced him, taking their 2 children and severing all ties. After serving just 18 months, Gacy was released in 1970 for good behavior. He returned to Chicago, determined to rebuild his life, but the seeds of his future crimes had already been planted. Back in Chicago, Gacy reinvented himself. He started a successful construction business, PDM Contractors, which specialized in painting, decorating, and maintenance. He remarried, this time to a woman named Carol Hoff, a divorced mother with 2 daughters. They moved into a house on Somerdale Avenue in Norwood Park, a quiet suburban neighborhood. To his neighbors, Gacy appeared to be a model citizen. He hosted parties, often cooking elaborate meals, and became involved in local Democratic Party politics. One of Gacy's most unusual hobbies was performing as a clown. He created 2 characters, Pogo the Clown and Patches the Clown, sewing the costumes himself and painting his own face. He entertained children at hospitals, charity events, and parades, earning him the nickname the Killer Clown in later years. To those who saw him perform, he seemed harmless, even joyful. Yet this persona masked the terrifying reality of what was happening inside his home. Throughout the 1970s, young men and boys began disappearing in the Chicago area. Many of them were runaways, drifters, or youth seeking work. Gacy often lured them with promises of construction jobs or money. Some he picked up hitchhiking, others he met at bus stations or on the street. Once inside his home, he would offer them alcohol or show them a trick involving handcuffs, claiming he could demonstrate how to escape. When they were restrained, he revealed his true intentions. He assaulted them, strangled them, and disposed of their bodies. The sheer number of victims is staggering. Over the years, Gacy murdered at least 33 young men and boys. He buried most of them in the crawl space beneath his house, layering the bodies in trenches that he dug himself. Others were disposed of in the nearby Des Plaines River. His ability to maintain his public image while committing these crimes is one of the most disturbing aspects of his story. Suspicion grew slowly. Some families of the missing reported seeing their sons last with Gacy, and rumors circulated. In 1978, the disappearance of 15-year-old Robert Piest became the turning point. Piest was last seen at a pharmacy where Gacy had offered him a job. When he failed to return home, his parents alerted the police, who quickly connected his disappearance to Gacy. A surveillance operation was launched. Detectives followed Gacy, noting his erratic behavior and eventually obtaining a search warrant for his home. What they discovered shocked them. The smell of decomposition in the house was overwhelming. In the crawl space, they began to find bodies, one after another, buried in the earth. The scale of the crime was almost beyond comprehension. Gacy was arrested in December 1978. During questioning, he confessed in chilling detail to the murders. He spoke casually of how he killed the boys, describing them as if they were objects rather than human beings. The trial began in 1980 and lasted for weeks. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, while the defense tried to argue insanity. But the jury was unmoved. Gacy was found guilty of 33 murders, the largest number attributed to one person in United States history at that time. He was sentenced to death. For years, he lived on death row at Menard Correctional Center, appealing his sentence and maintaining at times that he was innocent, at other times admitting to the crimes. He became a notorious figure, even creating paintings that were sold for high prices by collectors morbidly fascinated with him. On May 10, 1994, John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection. Crowds gathered outside the prison, some celebrating, others reflecting on the horror of his crimes. His last words were dismissive, showing no remorse for the lives he had taken. The legacy of John Wayne Gacy's crimes left a deep scar on the Chicago community and the families of his victims. His ability to live a double life, to be a businessman, a community volunteer, and a clown who entertained children, while at the same time burying dozens of bodies beneath his home, remains one of the most chilling examples of hidden evil. His case also led to greater awareness of the need for better investigations into missing persons, especially those from vulnerable groups. Story 3. The story of Peter Sutcliffe, later known to the world as the Yorkshire Ripper, begins in a quiet and ordinary setting, one that gave little hint of the darkness that would one day emerge. Born in Bingley, West Yorkshire, in 1946, Sutcliffe grew up in a working-class family in post-war England. His early life was marked by a somewhat withdrawn personality, a boy who seemed more comfortable in solitude than in crowds. Teachers and peers noticed that he was shy and sometimes awkward, but there was little outward sign of what was to come. The landscape of his childhood was one of smoky industrial towns, strict social structures, and families trying to rebuild their lives in the aftermath of war. As Sutcliffe grew older, those who knew him recalled a young man who seemed caught between the ordinary expectations of life and a deeper sense of disconnection. He worked various jobs, including in a factory and later as a truck driver, but he never seemed to settle. His relationships were strained, though he eventually married Sonia Surma in 1974, a woman who would remain by his side through much of the turmoil that was to follow. Their marriage was unusual, marked by long separations and a lack of intimacy, which only deepened Sutcliffe's sense of isolation. The crimes that would bring his name into infamy began in the mid-1970s. Between 1975 and 1980, women in the north of England began to be attacked with shocking brutality. Many were sex workers, living vulnerable lives on the margins of society. Others were simply ordinary women going about their daily routines. The killings were marked by a distinctive pattern, with the use of a hammer and a sharpened instrument that inflicted terrible injuries. The attacks were sudden, frenzied, and deeply violent, leaving behind scenes of horror that confounded the police and terrified the public. The press quickly seized upon the fear, labeling the unknown killer the Yorkshire Ripper, an echo of the Victorian-era Jack the Ripper murders in London. The name stuck, and with it came a wave of public panic. Women across the north of England lived under a shadow of dread, avoiding nighttime travel, staying in groups, and fearing the possibility that the next victim could be anyone. The climate of fear grew so severe that it reshaped social life, particularly for women, and placed immense pressure on law enforcement to find the culprit. The investigation, however, was plagued by mistakes. The West Yorkshire Police launched one of the largest manhunts in British history, interviewing thousands of men, compiling endless files of information, and struggling under the weight of both public expectation and their own internal errors. A major setback came in the form of the so-called Wearside Jack hoax. A man with a strong Sunderland accent sent letters and tapes to the police claiming to be the killer. The police, convinced of the authenticity of the recordings, diverted significant resources to focus on suspects with similar accents. In reality, the letters and tapes were fraudulent, later proven to have been sent by John Samuel Humble, a man with no connection to the actual murders. This misdirection allowed Sutcliffe to continue his killings while the investigation drifted off course. By the end of the decade, the list of victims had grown. Women such as Wilma McCann, Emily Jackson, Irene Richardson, Patricia Atkinson, Jane MacDonald, and many more had lost their lives in horrifying circumstances. Some victims were young women with children, others elderly, some students or shop assistants. Each case carried with it grief and devastation for families and communities, while the broader society lived with the constant unease of not knowing when or where the killer would strike next. Despite being interviewed by the police multiple times, Sutcliffe managed to avoid capture. He explained away inconsistencies, charmed his way out of suspicion, and benefited from the disorganization of the investigation. Files were misplaced, connections were overlooked, and the sheer scale of the inquiry left gaps through which Sutcliffe slipped repeatedly. The frustration of the detectives mounted, and the anger of the public grew. Women's rights groups organized protests, demanding greater safety and accountability, and criticizing the police for failing to protect the vulnerable. The breakthrough finally came in January 1981. Sutcliffe was arrested in Sheffield after police officers noticed false number plates on his car. Inside the vehicle, they discovered tools that connected him to the series of murders. Further investigation revealed bloodstains, weapons, and other evidence that left little doubt as to his guilt. Once in custody, Sutcliffe confessed to many of the murders, speaking in a detached and almost casual manner that shocked investigators. He claimed that he had been commanded by voices, a supposed divine directive to rid the world of prostitutes. Whether this was a genuine delusion or an attempt to craft a defense is still debated, but it became a central element of his trial. In May 1981, Sutcliffe stood trial at the Old Bailey. The proceedings gripped the nation as the court heard testimony about the murders, the botched investigation, and Sutcliffe's mental state. His defense argued diminished responsibility, claiming he suffered from paranoid schizophrenia. However, the jury rejected this, and Sutcliffe was convicted of 13 counts of murder and 7 counts of attempted murder. He was sentenced to 20 concurrent life terms in prison, a sentence later upgraded to a whole life tariff, ensuring that he would never be released. The aftermath of the case left lasting scars on British society. Families of the victims struggled with grief for decades, while the surviving victims bore the trauma of their attacks. The failures of the police investigation led to a major public inquiry, which criticized the West Yorkshire Police for their mishandling of the case and recommended sweeping reforms. The Wearside Jack hoaxer was eventually unmasked and imprisoned years later, adding another tragic dimension to the story of misdirection and lost lives. Sutcliffe himself spent the rest of his life in custody, moving between prisons and psychiatric facilities. He was attacked several times by fellow inmates and lived under heavy guard. His health declined in later years, and he died in 2020 after contracting COVID-19, bringing an end to the life of a man whose crimes had cast a shadow over an entire generation. The story of the Yorkshire Ripper remains one of the most haunting chapters in British criminal history. It is a tale not only of violence and cruelty, but also of systemic failure, public fear, and the resilience of those who demanded justice. It reveals how the actions of one man can alter the lives of countless others, and how institutions meant to protect can falter under pressure. For decades, it has served as a cautionary reminder of the need for vigilance, fairness, and the protection of society's most vulnerable. Story 4. The story of Richard Ramirez, who would become infamously known as the Night Stalker, begins far from the bright lights of Los Angeles, in El Paso, Texas, where he was born in February 1960. He grew up in a troubled household, the youngest of 5 children in a working-class Mexican-American family. His father was strict and often abusive, and young Richard, called Richie by his family, began spending long hours away from home to avoid conflict. He slept in cemeteries as a child, he wandered the streets at night, and he grew up surrounded by influences that were anything but stable. From an early age, Ramirez was exposed to violence and darkness that would shape him forever. His older cousin, Miguel, was a Vietnam veteran who returned from the war with photographs of atrocities and stories of brutality. Miguel would show these images to the impressionable boy and brag about acts of violence he committed overseas. Even more horrifying, Miguel once shot his wife in front of Richard, an act of domestic murder that Ramirez witnessed firsthand as a teenager. This exposure to blood and death left a deep imprint. Ramirez's adolescence spiraled further into delinquency. He experimented with drugs, including LSD, and developed a fascination with Satanism, black magic, and horror. He idolized serial killers and murderers, studying their crimes as if they were role models. By his late teens, he was committing burglaries, drifting between jobs, and spending nights wandering city streets. Eventually, he left Texas for California, where the anonymity of Los Angeles provided the perfect landscape for his descent into crime. The wave of violence that earned him his place in history began in 1984. The first known murder linked to him was that of Jenny Vincow, a 79-year-old woman who was brutally attacked in her Los Angeles apartment. Her death bore the hallmarks of the savagery that would characterize many of his crimes: forced entry, overwhelming violence, and sexual assault. At first, the murder seemed isolated, but within months, the pattern grew. In 1985, Los Angeles was gripped by terror. Ramirez embarked on a spree of home invasions, murders, rapes, and assaults that appeared almost random in their targets. He attacked the young and the elderly, men and women, people of different races and backgrounds. No one felt safe because there was no clear profile of who might be next. He entered homes at night, often through unlocked windows or doors, and his victims woke to unspeakable violence. Some were shot, others stabbed, many bludgeoned. He left behind scenes of horror that investigators struggled to connect at first, but soon the public and police alike realized they were facing one of the most sadistic criminals in modern American history. Ramirez developed a ritualistic pattern. He used guns, knives, or blunt objects. He often assaulted women sexually, sometimes in front of their partners or children. He forced his victims to swear to Satan, leaving behind pentagrams drawn in lipstick or carved into skin. The press seized on these satanic connections, fueling fear that the Night Stalker was not merely a murderer, but part of something even darker. The city of Los Angeles descended into paranoia. Hardware stores sold out of locks and guns. People double-bolted doors, installed alarms, and slept with weapons nearby. The heat of the summer in 1985 made this even more difficult, as residents kept their windows closed in fear. Every creak of the night became a cause for panic. The randomness of Ramirez's targets made him particularly terrifying. Unlike other killers who focused on specific types of victims, Ramirez struck without pattern, so no one felt safe. The police worked tirelessly, but Ramirez proved elusive. He used stolen cars, switched weapons, and left behind little that could lead directly to him. He killed in Los Angeles, but also traveled north to San Francisco, committing murders there as well, widening the scope of the hunt. A breakthrough came when a fingerprint lifted from a stolen car matched Richard Ramirez, whose criminal record included prior arrests. His face was soon plastered across newspapers and television screens, and the entire state knew his name. The capture of Richard Ramirez was almost cinematic in its drama. In August 1985, A resident in East Los Angeles recognized Ramirez from a newspaper photo. By chance, Ramirez had entered a local store and noticed his own face staring back at him from headlines. He attempted to flee, but was chased by a group of local residents. They cornered him, beat him, and held him down until police arrived. The Night Stalker had been brought down not by elite detectives, but by ordinary citizens who refused to let him escape. His trial was one of the most sensational in American history. Beginning in 1989, it stretched on for months, marked by shocking testimony, graphic evidence, and Ramirez's own disturbing behavior. He frequently flashed a pentagram drawn on his hand, shouted "Hail Satan" in court, and showed no remorse. His demeanor made him both feared and strangely idolized. Some followers wrote him love letters and attended his trial, drawn to his image as a dark antihero. But for the families of his victims, the trial was an agonizing ordeal, forcing them to relive the horrors inflicted by a man who seemed to revel in their pain. Ultimately, Ramirez was convicted of 13 murders, 5 attempted murders, 11 sexual assaults, and 14 burglaries. The evidence was overwhelming, and the jury sentenced him to death. He was sent to San Quentin State Prison, where he would remain for the rest of his life. Even in prison, Ramirez remained a figure of fascination and revulsion. He married a woman who had written to him while incarcerated, though their relationship eventually faded. He lived under the shadow of execution for more than 2 decades, appealing his conviction but never escaping his fate. In 2013, before his death sentence could be carried out, he died of complications related to B-cell lymphoma, ending his life behind bars. The legacy of Richard Ramirez's crimes is one of terror, sorrow, and unanswered questions. His victims and their families live with scars that never fully heal. The communities he terrorized remember the summer of 1985 as a time when fear was constant, when the Night Stalker seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. His case also changed the way Americans understood crime, highlighting the vulnerability of ordinary households and the randomness of violence. The Night Stalker remains a chilling symbol of predatory cruelty, a man whose actions revealed the darkest corners of human capability. His story endures not because of who he was, but because of the devastating impact he had on countless innocent lives, and a reminder of how fragile safety can be when confronted with evil. Story 5. The story of Dennis Lynn Rader, who became known to the world as the BTK Killer, begins in the small city of Wichita, Kansas, a place that for many years felt far removed from the kind of horrors that would eventually unfold there. Dennis Rader was born in March of 1945 in the tiny community of Pittsburgh, Kansas, before his family eventually moved to Wichita. From the outside, he seemed to grow up in an ordinary Midwestern household, with both parents working hard to provide for their children. Yet even in his childhood, troubling patterns began to emerge. He later admitted that from a young age he experienced violent sexual fantasies, often imagining scenarios where he bound and controlled women. These fantasies never disappeared. Instead, they grew stronger as he matured, becoming the foundation for the crimes that would terrorize Kansas for decades. Rader graduated from high school in 1963 and spent a brief time in college before enlisting in the United States Air Force. He served from 1966 until 1970, and after returning to Kansas, he attempted to live what looked like an ordinary life. He married his wife Paula in 1971, settled down in the Wichita area, found steady work first in a meat packing plant and later with an outdoor supply company, and eventually became a compliance officer for the city of Park City, a suburb of Wichita. He was also active in his church congregation, even serving as president of the church council. To neighbors and colleagues, he seemed strict and somewhat odd, but far from dangerous. No one could have imagined the hidden life he was leading. The first known murders attributed to Rader occurred in January of 1974, when he entered the home of the Otero family in Wichita. Inside were Joseph and Julie Otero and 2 of their young children. What unfolded that morning was an act of unimaginable violence. Rader bound each member of the family with cords and methodically killed them one by one. The brutality of the Otero murders stunned Wichita and immediately led police to believe a highly dangerous individual was at large. Yet investigators had few leads. There were no suspects, no clear motive, and no connection between the victims and a possible killer. The Otero murders might have remained an isolated tragedy, but soon afterward Rader made it clear he wanted recognition. In October of 1970, a local newspaper received a letter from someone claiming responsibility. The letter described details of the crime scene that only the killer could know. Most chillingly, the writer signed the letter with the initials BTK, standing for bind, torture, kill. That phrase would become inseparable from the crimes and the identity of the man who committed them. Over the following years, Rader struck again. In April 1974, he killed Catherine Bright, a young woman he attacked in her home after following her. 2 years later, in March 1977, he murdered Shirley Vian, a mother whose children he locked in a bathroom while he carried out the crime. In December of that same year, he killed Nancy Fox, an attack he later called one of his most significant. Rader continued to taunt police and media through letters and poems, always signing them BTK. His communications revealed a desire for notoriety and control. He wanted to ensure his crimes would not be forgotten and that his name would instill fear. Despite the communications, investigators struggled to identify the killer. The crimes appeared carefully planned, and the letters revealed a disturbing intelligence. Task forces were formed, tips poured in, but the identity of BTK remained elusive. By the early 1980s, Rader seemed to go quiet. In reality, he had not stopped having violent fantasies, but he began spacing out his attacks, making them harder to connect. In April 1985, he murdered Maureen Hedge, a neighbor who lived just down the street from him. He later confessed to hiding her body in the church where he served as council president, posing her in different positions before disposing of her remains. In September 1986, he killed Vicki Weggerl, leaving behind her husband as the one to find her bound and strangled. At the time, police did not realize this crime was connected to BTK, and it was only later confirmed through DNA evidence. His final known murder occurred in January 1991, when he killed Dolores Davis, again abducting her from her home and leaving her body in a rural area outside Wichita. After that, Rader appeared to go dormant. For more than a decade, there were no known BTK murders, and many in Wichita began to believe the killer had either died or moved away. During this time, Rader continued living his outwardly normal life. He raised 2 children, maintained his job as a compliance officer where he enforced petty city codes with almost obsessive rigor, and remained active in his church. Those who knew him described him as strict, rule-bound, and somewhat controlling, but nothing that pointed to a secret double life as a serial killer. Then in 2004, more than 30 years after the first Otero murders, Wichita received a shock. BTK resurfaced. A local television station received a package containing photographs and a copy of Vicki Weggerl's driver's license, stolen from the crime scene years earlier. This was undeniable proof that the killer was still alive and wanted attention once again. Over the next year, a series of communications arrived at media outlets and police, all from BTK. He sent packages containing crime scene items, letters describing his actions, and puzzles meant to taunt investigators. These new communications proved to be Rader's undoing. In one package, he asked police if they could trace information from a computer floppy disk. Investigators responded publicly through a newspaper ad suggesting it would be safe. When Rader eventually sent a floppy disk, forensic analysis revealed metadata linking the document to Christ Lutheran Church and the name Dennis Rader. Investigators quickly confirmed that DNA taken from Rader's daughter matched evidence preserved from earlier crime scenes. On February 25, 2005, Dennis Rader was arrested near his home in Park City. The news stunned the community. This man who had lived among them for decades, enforcing local codes and serving as a church leader, was now unmasked as the BTK killer. During interrogations, Rader calmly confessed to the murders, describing them in chilling detail. He showed no remorse, instead speaking about them as projects he had planned and executed. Rader was charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder, though he hinted at more crimes that could not be conclusively proven. In court, he pleaded guilty, giving a long and detailed confession that described each murder step by step. His demeanor was cold and matter-of-fact, horrifying the families of victims who listened in the courtroom. In August 2005, Rader was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms without possibility of parole. He was sent to the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, where he remains today. His case continues to be studied for the way he maintained a double life, the methods he used to communicate with the public and law enforcement, and the failures and eventual success of the investigation that captured him. The aftermath of the BTK case left lasting scars on Wichita. For decades, families had lived in fear, never knowing who among them might secretly be BTK. The revelation that he was an ordinary neighbor and community leader was almost as terrifying as the crimes themselves. Next story. The story of Aileen Wuornos begins not in the chaos of her crimes, but in the turbulence of her early childhood. She was born in February 1956 in Rochester, Michigan, to a teenage mother and a father who would never play a role in her life. Her father was a convicted child molester who ended up in prison, later taking his own life, and her mother abandoned Aileen and her brother when Aileen was only a toddler. The two children were left to the care of their grandparents, a home that was supposed to provide safety, but instead became another environment of instability and abuse. Eileen's grandfather was a violent man, and her grandmother struggled with alcoholism. From an early age, Aileen experienced neglect, violence, and exploitation. By the time she was 11 years old, she had already begun trading sexual favors for food, cigarettes, and small amounts of money, surviving in a world that offered her no protection. She became pregnant as a teenager after being assaulted, and her baby was given up for adoption. Soon after, she was expelled from her home, left to survive entirely on her own. Her teenage years unfolded on the margins of society. She hitchhiked across states, lived outdoors, and engaged in sex work to sustain herself. Eileen's life became a cycle of transient relationships, brushes with the law, and survival through whatever means she could find. She was arrested multiple times for theft, fraud, and disorderly conduct. The years hardened her, stripping away any sense of stability or belonging. By the late 1980s, Wuornos was living in Florida, still drifting and surviving as a sex worker along highways. It was there, beginning in 1989, that her violent crimes began. Unlike many serial killers who targeted specific groups for twisted psychological reasons, Wuornos' murders were bound up with her own life circumstances. She claimed she killed men who had picked her up for sex when they became violent or attempted to assault her. But prosecutors would later argue her crimes were calculated robberies, carried out under the guise of self-defense. Her first known victim was Richard Mallory, a 51-year-old man who picked her up along a Florida highway. In December 1989, his body was discovered abandoned in his car, shot multiple times. At first, the murder seemed like an isolated case, but over the next year, more bodies appeared. The victims were all men, found along roadsides or in wooded areas, killed with a gun, and often robbed of their belongings or vehicles. As the body count rose, eventually reaching 7 confirmed murders, fear spread through Central Florida. Police connected the killings by the consistent method and by witness descriptions of a woman seen with some of the victims shortly before their deaths. A key detail helped narrow the search. Wuornos and her lover, Tyria Moore, had crashed one of the victims' cars and fled the scene, leaving behind fingerprints. Those prints were traced back to Wuornos, already known to law enforcement for her long history of arrests. Investigators began a manhunt, but Wuornos was elusive, moving from cheap motels to bars, living in constant motion. In January 1991, police finally caught her at a biker bar in Daytona Beach. She was arrested without incident, though she maintained a tough and defiant demeanor. Her partner, Tyria Moore, became a crucial figure in the case. Pressured by investigators, Moore agreed to cooperate in exchange for immunity. She called Wuornos while under police surveillance, persuading her to confess to the killings. On tape, Wuornos admitted to several murders, repeating her claim that she acted in self-defense against violent clients. Her trial became a national spectacle. In 1992, she was tried for the murder of Richard Mallory, though evidence from other killings was also introduced. The jury heard not only about the crimes, but also about her troubled past, her years of abandonment and abuse. Yet prosecutors argued that her pattern of taking money, possessions, and cars from her victims showed her true motive. After only a short deliberation, the jury found her guilty of murder and she was sentenced to death. In the years that followed, Wuornos faced additional trials for the other murders, each ending in further convictions and death sentences. She became one of the rare women on death row in the United States. Her demeanor in court was unpredictable. At times, she appeared calm and resigned. At other times, she lashed out, shouting at the judge, jury, or prosecutors, declaring her hatred for society and her belief that everyone was against her. Wuornos' story drew wide attention, not just because of her crimes, but because of the complicated questions they raised. Some saw her as a victim of abuse and exploitation, a woman who had been failed by every institution meant to protect her, whose violence was an extension of the violence inflicted upon her. Others saw her as a cold-blooded killer who preyed on men and used her history as an excuse. Her life and crimes became the subject of documentaries, books, and eventually the film Monster, which dramatized her story. But behind the media portrayal was a woman who lived nearly her entire life in pain, anger, and alienation. On October 9, 2002, Aileen Wuornos was executed by lethal injection at Florida State Prison. She was 46 years old. In her final moments, she gave a rambling statement, referencing outer space, Armageddon, and her belief that she would return. She died quickly, ending a life that had been marked from childhood by violence and instability. The legacy of Aileen Wuornos remains controversial. To some, she symbolizes how cycles of abuse and neglect can create a person capable of great harm. To others, she is remembered simply as a killer who took innocent lives. What is undeniable is that her story stands apart in the history of American crime. A rare example of a female serial killer whose crimes gripped the nation and left behind endless debate about justice, responsibility, and the roots of violence. Her life reminds us how deeply environment and trauma can shape a person, but also how society struggles to reconcile sympathy with accountability. For her victims and their families, the question of motive mattered little compared to the irreversible loss they suffered. For true crime history, the name Aileen Wuornos remains forever etched as both a cautionary tale and a chilling story of violence born from a life of suffering. Next story. The story of John Wayne Gacy begins in the suburbs of Chicago, where he was born in March 1942 to a working-class family. From the outside, his childhood seemed ordinary, but behind closed doors, life was harsh and unforgiving. His father was an alcoholic with a violent temper who regularly belittled and beat him. His mother, though more nurturing, could not shield him from the constant abuse. Gacy grew up desperate for approval, especially from his father, yet he rarely received anything but criticism. As a child, Gacy suffered from health problems, including a heart condition that limited his physical activity. He often felt like an outsider, excluded from sports, and overshadowed by his father's disdain. But beneath his fragile health and troubled home life, Gacy began developing the traits that would later define him: charm, manipulation, and a hunger for recognition. By his teenage years, Gacy began finding ways to fit in socially. He was known as friendly and eager to help, often volunteering for school and community projects. But his personal life already carried shadows. He struggled with his sexuality, something he kept hidden at a time when homosexuality was harshly judged. His need to maintain a public image while concealing his private desires would become a recurring theme throughout his life. In early adulthood, Gacy drifted into sales and business management, where his charisma proved useful. He was ambitious, eager to prove himself, and capable of winning people over. But cracks appeared quickly. In the 1960s, after marrying and moving to Iowa, He was convicted of sexually assaulting a teenage boy. He served time in prison, where he earned a reputation as a model inmate, and was released after serving only a portion of his sentence. His wife divorced him during his incarceration, taking their children and leaving him to start over. When Gacy returned to Illinois, he reinvented himself. He became a contractor, starting his own business and employing local young men. He became active in Democratic Party politics, even posing for photographs with prominent politicians. He volunteered in the community, organizing parties and entertaining children while dressed as Pogo the Clown, a character he created. To neighbors and acquaintances, he seemed generous and dependable, a man who gave back to his community. But behind this mask, Gacy was living a double life of unimaginable horror. From 1972 to 1978, he lured dozens of young men and teenage boys to his home. Some were employees, others were hitchhikers or runaways, and some simply disappeared after meeting him. Once inside, Gacy used various ruses to trap his victims, including a so-called magic trick where he handcuffed them under the pretense of showing them an escape trick. What followed was torture, sexual assault, and murder. The scale of his crimes would not be fully understood until years later. Gacy disposed of many of his victims by burying them in the crawl space beneath his suburban home. When that space became overcrowded, he began discarding bodies in the Des Plaines River. For years, his murders went unnoticed, hidden by his outward image of respectability and civic involvement. Suspicion began to mount in 1978 after the disappearance of 15-year-old Robert Piest, who was last seen leaving work to meet Gacy about a potential job. When police investigated, they quickly connected Gacy to the boy's disappearance. A background check revealed his prior conviction for sexual assault, raising alarm. Detectives began surveillance on Gacy, following him around the clock. As they built their case, they gathered witness statements and evidence linking him to other missing young men. The pressure mounted, and Gacy, increasingly paranoid, began drinking heavily and confiding strange things to friends. In December 1978, police executed a search warrant at Gacy's home. What they found was overwhelming. Beneath the house, investigators uncovered a gruesome burial ground. One body after another was exhumed, eventually totaling 29 victims buried on his property, with additional bodies recovered from the nearby river. The revelations shocked the nation. Gacy, the man who had dressed as a clown for children's parties and mingled with politicians, was now revealed as one of America's most prolific serial killers. The contrast between his public persona and his hidden crimes made the case unforgettable. Gacy was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder. His trial began in 1980 and quickly became a media sensation. Prosecutors presented overwhelming evidence, including confessions Gacy had made during interrogation and the remains of victims discovered in his crawl space. The defense attempted to argue that Gacy was insane, claiming he had multiple personalities and that one of them, not the man himself, had committed the murders. The jury was not convinced. After a short deliberation, Gacy was found guilty of 33 counts of murder, one of the highest confirmed victim counts for a single killer in the United States. He was sentenced to death. For more than a decade, Gacy remained on death row, filing appeals and granting interviews. In these interviews, he alternated between admitting guilt, denying involvement, and even blaming others. He painted himself as a scapegoat, a victim of lies, despite the overwhelming evidence against him. On May 10, 1994, Gacy was executed by lethal injection. His final meal consisted of fried chicken, shrimp, and strawberries, and his final words were defiant, a reflection of the arrogance that had marked much of his life. The legacy of John Wayne Gacy is one of horror and betrayal. He was a man who hid his darkest crimes behind the painted smile of a clown, deceiving his community while committing acts of unspeakable violence. His case forced Americans to confront the uncomfortable truth that evil can lurk behind the most ordinary of facades, that a man who entertains children can also be capable of burying their peers beneath his own home. The Gacy murders remain a landmark case in American criminal history, a chilling reminder of how deception and cruelty can coexist within one person. For the families of his victims, the story is not about the bizarre details of his double life, but about the young lives cut short and the years of pain that followed. Even today, the name John Wayne Gacy evokes both fear and fascination, a symbol of hidden darkness and the limits of trust. His crawl space became a graveyard, his home a house of horrors, and his name one of the most infamous in the history of crime. Next story. The story of Richard Ramirez begins on February 29, 1960, in El Paso, Texas. He was the youngest of 5 children in a working-class Mexican-American family. From early childhood, Ramirez's life was scarred by violence and instability. His father, a former police officer in Mexico turned laborer in the United States, had a harsh temper. He frequently lashed out at his children, instilling fear rather than guidance. Richard was different from the start, prone to seizures and suffering from head injuries after repeated blows to the head. He struggled in school and became withdrawn. As a boy, he often slept in cemeteries to escape his father's wrath, finding comfort in the stillness of the night. But what might have been a shy, troubled boy soon began sliding towards something darker. A major influence in Ramirez's life was his older cousin, Miguel, a Vietnam War veteran who returned home deeply scarred by combat. Miguel shared stories of brutal violence and even showed Richard photographs of Vietnamese women he claimed to have assaulted and killed. He glorified cruelty, and to a young Richard, these stories became lessons rather than warnings. When Richard was just 13, he witnessed Miguel shoot and kill his own wife during a domestic argument. Instead of recoiling from the horror, Ramirez seemed fascinated, absorbing it as part of his twisted education. By his teenage years, Ramirez had begun experimenting with drugs, particularly marijuana and LSD, while developing an obsession with Satanism. He gravitated toward darker influences in music, art, and literature. Petty crime became a routine, and he eventually dropped out of high school. He left Texas for California, where he slipped into a transient lifestyle of theft, drugs, and aimlessness. But behind the theft and wandering, a darker compulsion was growing, a drive for violence and domination. In 1984, Ramirez began what would become one of the most terrifying crime sprees in American history. His first known murder occurred that June, when he attacked a 79-year-old woman in her apartment, stabbing her repeatedly. Soon, his crimes escalated. Unlike many killers who targeted a specific type of victim, Ramirez attacked randomly. His victims included men, women, and children, ranging from young girls to elderly couples. He would break into homes at night, assault his victims, commit sexual violence, and often kill them with knives or guns. The randomness of his crimes made him uniquely terrifying. No neighborhood felt safe. Families locked their doors, bolted their windows, and slept in fear. The press began calling him the Night Stalker, a name that stuck and magnified the sense of dread. Ramirez reveled in the fear he created. During his attacks, he invoked Satan, leaving behind symbols and shouting phrases that amplified his image as a disciple of evil. He often forced his victims to swear loyalty to Satan or mock their faith. His methods were cruel and chaotic, sometimes shooting his victims, sometimes stabbing them, sometimes bludgeoning them. Survivors described him as tall, thin, with rotting teeth, smelling of decay, and having eyes that radiated menace. By the summer of 1985, California was in a panic. Ramirez's attacks stretched across Los Angeles and later into the San Francisco Bay Area. Communities set up neighborhood watches, police patrols increased, and gun sales soared. The randomness of his crimes left investigators scrambling. But Ramirez made mistakes. He left fingerprints, shoe prints, and eyewitness descriptions. A stolen car he abandoned eventually gave police the evidence they needed. In August 1985, his fingerprint was matched to a prior arrest record, and his identity was released to the public. His mugshot was printed on the front pages of newspapers across California. Only days later, Ramirez walked into a convenience store in East Los Angeles and realized that everyone around him recognized his face. Panicked, He tried to steal a car and escape, but the local community chased him down. In a dramatic moment of street justice, a mob of citizens beat and restrained him until police arrived. The reign of the Night Stalker had ended, not at the hands of detectives, but by ordinary people who refused to let him escape. Ramirez was put on trial in 1989 for 13 murders, as well as charges of attempted murder, sexual assault, and burglary. The trial was a media circus, drawing massive crowds. Ramirez appeared in court with long hair, dark sunglasses, and a pentagram drawn on his hand, shouting, "Hail Satan." His behavior shocked many, reinforcing the image of a man who embraced evil as an identity. The trial dragged on for years due to its complexity and the number of charges. Survivors and families of victims gave heart-wrenching testimony. Forensic evidence tied Ramirez directly to multiple crimes. Despite his lawyer's attempts, the jury found him guilty on all major counts. On September 20th, 1989, Richard Ramirez was sentenced to death. Upon hearing the sentence, he sneered and told the court that death was nothing compared to the forces he served, declaring that the real terror would come later. Ramirez was sent to San Quentin State Prison, where he remained on death row for more than 2 decades. During his imprisonment, he developed a following of admirers, some drawn to his notoriety, others captivated by his embrace of Satanism. In 1996, he even married a freelance magazine editor who had become obsessed with him. But his life ended not with execution, but with illness. On June 7, 2013, at the age of 53, Richard Ramirez died of complications related to lymphoma while still awaiting execution. The Night Stalker case remains one of the most infamous in American history. Ramirez's crimes were not only about murder, but about terror itself, striking randomly, violating the sanctity of homes, and leaving behind communities paralyzed with fear. He embodied the nightmare of a predator who could come for anyone, at any time, without reason or pattern. For Californians who lived through that summer of 1985, the memory of locking doors, checking windows, and listening for noises in the dark remains vivid. Richard Ramirez left scars not only on his victims and their families, but on an entire state that lived under his shadow. His name has since become synonymous with pure, predatory evil. The case of Jeffrey Dahmer remains one of the darkest chapters in modern crime history. Born in May 1960 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Jeffrey grew up in a home that was outwardly normal but internally fractured. His father, Lionel, was a research chemist, and his mother, Joyce, battled her own struggles with mental health. From a young age, Jeffrey displayed signs of detachment from those around him. He was shy, withdrawn, and often preferred to be alone. What stood out to those who later reflected on his youth was a fascination with the dead and with animals in particular. Jeffrey would collect roadkill, study the bodies, and experiment with their bones. At the time, these habits were dismissed as odd, but not alarming enough to demand intervention. As Jeffrey entered his teenage years, his isolation deepened. Alcohol became his companion. He began drinking heavily, even during school hours, hiding liquor in the folds of his clothing or stashing it in lockers. His classmates sometimes laughed about it, but his drinking was a symptom of a deeper emptiness that was consuming him. He felt disconnected from people. At the same time, Jeffrey was beginning to struggle with his own sexual identity, and he later admitted that his urges were mixed with fantasies of control and domination. The pivotal moment that marked his first descent into murder came in June 1978, shortly after his high school graduation. His parents had separated, and Jeffrey was left alone in the family home. One evening, he picked up a hitchhiker named Stephen Hicks. Stephen was a young man heading to a rock concert, and he accepted Jeffrey's invitation to stop at the house for some drinks. At first, the atmosphere was friendly, but as the night wore on, Jeffrey realized that Stephen wanted to leave. Panic and desperation filled him because Jeffrey did not want to be alone again. He struck Stephen with a dumbbell and strangled him. This was the first murder. Afterward, Jeffrey dismembered the body and disposed of it in the woods behind the house. This act haunted him, but it also awakened something inside him that he would later admit he could not control. In the years that followed, Jeffrey tried to appear normal. He briefly attended Ohio State University, but dropped out after only a few months. His drinking worsened, and his father forced him to enlist in the Army in 1979. Jeffrey trained as a medic in Germany. While stationed overseas, he continued to drink excessively. Some later reports suggested that he may have assaulted fellow soldiers, though these cases were never pursued in detail at the time. By 1981, he was discharged for his inability to function. With no stable direction, Jeffrey drifted between relatives and odd jobs. By the late 1980s, his impulses returned stronger. Living in Milwaukee in a small apartment, Jeffrey began frequenting gay bars and bathhouses. At first, he sought companionship, but his fear of abandonment twisted these encounters. He started drugging men to keep them unconscious during their encounters. Eventually, this progressed into murder once again. In 1987, he killed Stephen Twomey in a hotel room after a night of drinking. Jeffrey later claimed he awoke to find Stephen dead without memory of killing him, but this pattern of blackout, followed by violence, would repeat. Over the next 4 years, Dahmer embarked on a spree that would claim 16 more lives. His method was chillingly systematic. He lured young men and boys, often from marginalized communities, with promises of money or photographs. Once inside his apartment, he drugged them, strangled them, and kept their bodies for days. In some cases, he performed disturbing rituals of dismemberment and cannibalism. He kept skulls and body parts as trophies, storing them in his refrigerator in a blue barrel filled with acid. His obsession was not only with killing, but with creating a permanent companion who could never leave him. He attempted crude experiments of drilling holes into the skulls of victims and injecting chemicals in hopes of creating a compliant zombie-like partner. Despite the horror unfolding inside his apartment, Jeffrey remained surprisingly unnoticed. Several near escapes highlight the tragic failures of authorities. One of the most striking occurred in May 1991 when a 14-year-old boy named Konarak, sent to some phone, managed to flee Jeffrey's apartment drugged and bleeding. Neighbors called police when they saw the boy wandering incoherently. Officers arrived, but Jeffrey convinced them that Konarak was his adult lover and that it was a private matter. The police accepted this explanation and left the boy in Jeffrey's custody. Within an hour, Jeffrey had killed him. These failures allowed Dahmer to continue his crimes until July 22nd, 1991, when another intended victim, Tracy Edwards, managed to escape. Edwards was lured to the apartment, but once inside, he noticed the smell and saw the strange surroundings. Jeffrey attempted to handcuff him, but Edwards fought back and fled through the door. He stopped police officers on patrol and led them back to the apartment. When police entered, they discovered photographs of dismembered bodies, and soon after, the full extent of Jeffrey's actions was revealed. The arrest shocked the nation. Neighbors who had complained of foul smells and odd noises were horrified to learn what had been happening next door. The investigation uncovered remains of multiple victims, as well as the tools and containers Jeffrey had used. His calm demeanor during questioning unsettled investigators. He openly admitted to the murders, describing his rituals in clinical detail. For the families of the victims, the revelations were devastating. Many of them were already living in difficult social and economic circumstances and now had to endure the public exposure of their loved ones' deaths. The trial began in January 1992 and drew international attention. Jeffrey pleaded guilty but insane. His defense argued that his mental illness drove his uncontrollable urges. The prosecution maintained that he knew exactly what he was doing and that he carefully planned his actions. After weeks of testimony, including graphic evidence, the jury found him guilty on 15 counts of murder. He was sentenced to 15 consecutive life terms totaling nearly 1,000 years in prison. Prison did not bring peace. Jeffrey initially lived quietly behind bars, reading the Bible and speaking to chaplains. Yet other inmates viewed him with contempt. He sometimes mocked guards and prisoners by shaping his food into body parts, as if to relive his crimes. On November 28, 1994, Dahmer was attacked by a fellow inmate, Christopher Scarver. Scarver beat him to death in the prison bathroom. For many families, this ending felt like a final chapter, though it could never erase the pain. The legacy of Jeffrey Dahmer continues to stir debates about mental illness policing and the vulnerability of marginalized groups. His crimes revealed systemic failures in law enforcement who dismissed the concerns of neighbors and ignored the pleas of victims. It showed how predators can hide in plain sight while institutions fail to protect those most at risk. Documentaries and books continue to analyze the case, but beyond the sensationalism lies the human cost. 17 lives were lost, each with families who still mourn. Story 2. Ted Bundy remains a name etched into the darkest pages of criminal history. Born in November 1946 in Burlington, Vermont, Theodore Robert Bundy grew up in an environment of secrets. His mother, Eleanor, raised him with the support of her strict parents. For a time, Ted believed his grandparents were his parents, and his mother was his sister. The truth of his parentage remained confusing, and he grew up with an undercurrent of instability. Despite this, outwardly, he appeared intelligent, polite, and even charming. As a young boy, Bundy displayed early signs of detachment and fascination with control. Neighbors recalled that he sometimes placed knives around his aunt as she slept. He also developed a habit of peeping into windows and stealing items from homes. Still, these warning signs went largely unnoticed. He was a good student and seemed socially adept. Teachers saw him as quiet and well-mannered. In the 1960s, Bundy attended the University of Washington in Seattle. There he studied psychology and became politically active, volunteering for campaigns and working a crisis hotline. Colleagues at the hotline would later recall his calm voice and apparent empathy for callers in distress. Nobody suspected that he was already harboring violent fantasies. Bundy's murders began in the early 1970s, though. It is believed he may have killed earlier. He targeted young women, often students who resembled a former girlfriend he felt deeply rejected by. He would approach them in public places pretending to be injured or in need of help. Sometimes he wore a sling or used crutches. When kind strangers offered assistance, he would lead them to a secluded area and attack. His earliest confirmed victims were in Washington state. In 1974, a series of disappearances began to alarm police. Women vanished from college campuses, leaving little trace. One of the first was Linda, an Healy, a student at the University of Washington, who disappeared from her home in January 1974. That summer, 2 women, Janice Ott and Denise Naslund, disappeared on the same day from Lake Sammamish State Park. Witnesses described a handsome man with a cast on his arm asking women to help him load a sailboat. He introduced himself as Ted. This was one of the first times investigators had a name. Bundy's ability to charm and deceive allowed him to evade suspicion. He continued his studies, even attending law school. Outwardly, he dated women, maintained friendships, and volunteered in politics. Yet beneath this mask, his killings escalated. He abducted, raped, and murdered women across multiple states, including Washington, Oregon, Utah, and Colorado. His method was consistent. He lured victims often at night, assaulted them, and killed them usually by strangulation or bludgeoning. He sometimes revisited the bodies, leaving them in remote wooded areas, and in some cases committing acts of necrophilia. By 1975, Bundy had moved to Utah, and killings began there as well. Local investigators grew alarmed at the pattern. He was eventually arrested that year after police found burglary tools in his car, which also contained suspicious items like handcuffs and a ski mask. At the time, this evidence was not enough for a murder charge, but it marked the beginning of his downfall. Bundy managed to escape custody multiple times, which only added to his infamy. In 1977, while held in Colorado, he leapt from a courthouse library window and fled. He was recaptured, but later that year, he escaped again from his jail cell by squeezing through a hole in the ceiling. He made his way across the country to Florida. In Florida, Bundy unleashed his most brutal attacks. In January 1978, he entered the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University. In the early hours of the morning, he attacked 4 women in their rooms, killing 2 of them, Lisa Levy and Margaret Bowman, and severely injuring the others. Only weeks later, he abducted and murdered a 12-year-old girl named Kimberly Leach. These crimes shocked the nation and ended any illusion that Bundy was a man who could restrain himself. His capture came soon after. In February 1978, he was pulled over by police in Pensacola driving a stolen car. Once identified, his face was splashed across newspapers nationwide. The trial that followed was the first to be televised, and millions watched as Bundy attempted to defend himself in court. He cross-examined witnesses and played the role of his own lawyer. His charm and arrogance fascinated the media, but the evidence against him was overwhelming. Bite mark analysis tied him to the Chi Omega murders, and witnesses placed him near the scenes. In 1979, Bundy was convicted and sentenced to death. Additional trials followed for the murder of Kimberly Leach, and he received another death sentence. Over the next decade, he lived on death row in Florida, appealing his case and granting interviews. During this time, he confessed to more than 30 murders, though investigators believe the true number may be higher, possibly over 100. Bundy described in chilling detail how he selected and killed his victims. In January 1989, his appeals ran out, and he was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. Next story. I want to tell you about a case that revealed how predators can exploit trust within military and veteran services. A story of systematic violence targeting vulnerable young men. This is the case of Juan Corona, a labor contractor who murdered at least 25 migrant farm workers in California, burying their bodies in orchards where they had been working. Juan Corona was born in Mexico and immigrated to California as a young man seeking work opportunities. He established himself as a labor contractor, recruiting migrant workers for agricultural jobs in the fruit orchards around Yuba City. To workers and farm owners, Juan appeared to be a successful businessman who provided valuable services connecting laborers with employment. Juan worked with vulnerable migrant workers, many of whom were homeless men, drifters, or undocumented immigrants who had limited resources and few family connections in the United States. These men depended on labor contractors like Juan to find them work, and often trusted him completely because he provided their only means of earning money. But Juan was using his position to identify and target vulnerable victims. He would recruit workers for jobs in remote orchards, then murder them and bury their bodies in shallow graves among the fruit trees. The isolated location of the orchards and the transient nature of his workers meant that victims could disappear without anyone immediately noticing or searching for them. Juan's method was to attack workers with machetes or other bladed weapons, killing them through brutal violence. After murdering them, he would bury their bodies in orchards where they had been working, sometimes in fields where other workers continued laboring without knowing that corpses lay beneath the soil. Over several years in the late 1960s and early 1970s, Juan murdered at least 25 men. His victims were predominantly migrant workers, homeless men, and drifters who had accepted work through his labor contracting business. Many victims were never properly identified, and some had no one searching for them. What enabled Juan to continue killing for so long was the vulnerability of his victims and the transient nature of migrant agricultural work. Men who disappeared while working in orchards were often assumed to have simply moved to other jobs or other regions. Investigations into their disappearances were minimal or non-existent. Juan's crimes were discovered when a farmer noticed disturbed soil in his peach orchard and investigated, finding a body buried in a shallow grave. Police were called and began excavating the area. What they discovered was horrifying: multiple bodies buried throughout the orchard, victims of systematic murder. As investigators expanded their search to other orchards where Juan had worked, they discovered more bodies. The number of victims grew with each excavation, revealing that Juan had been killing workers for years and using the orchards as burial grounds. Juan Corona was arrested and charged with 25 counts of murder. The evidence against him included bodies found in locations connected to his work, weapons recovered from his property, and documentation linking him to victims. The scale of his crimes shocked California and the nation. During his trial, Juan maintained his innocence despite overwhelming evidence. He claimed he had been framed and that someone else was responsible for the murders. However, the physical evidence and the pattern of victims, all being men who had worked for Juan, made his guilt clear. The prosecution presented evidence showing Juan had deliberately targeted vulnerable men who would not be immediately missed. He had exploited his position as a labor contractor to gain access to victims and had used remote orchard locations to murder and dispose of bodies without detection. One was convicted of all 25 murders and sentenced to life imprisonment. He spent decades in prison maintaining his innocence and filing appeals, though his convictions were upheld. Juan died in prison in 2019 at age 85, having served nearly 50 years of a sentence. The case exposed how vulnerable migrant workers were to exploitation and violence. One had specifically targeted men whose disappearances would not trigger investigation because they existed on society's margins with minimal documentation or family connections to advocate for them. For the families of Juan's victims, many of whom were never definitively identified, the case brought limited closure. Some victims were buried as unknown persons, their identities lost, and their families never learning what happened to them. The devaluation of migrant workers' lives meant that even after the murders were discovered, efforts to identify victims were incomplete. The investigation revealed that some people had suspected one of violence or had noticed suspicious activities in the orchards, but these concerns had not been reported or investigated. The assumption that migrant workers were expendable meant that warning signs were ignored. Juan's case demonstrated how predators deliberately target vulnerable populations they recognize as unlikely to be missed or searched for thoroughly. His selection of migrant workers, homeless men, and drifters showed calculated exploitation of people society had already marginalized. For law enforcement, the Corona case influenced how missing persons cases involving migrant workers were investigated. It demonstrated that disappearances of any individuals should be taken seriously regardless of their immigration status or social circumstances. The case also highlighted how agricultural work environments, with their remote locations and transient worker populations, could provide cover for predators. The isolation of orchards and the constant movement of workers between jobs created conditions where people could disappear without immediate notice. Juan Corona remains one of California's most prolific serial killers. His case exposed the vulnerability of migrant agricultural workers and the systemic failures that allowed him to murder dozens of men while operating as a respected labor contractor. The case prompted some improvements in how migrant workers were protected and how their disappearances were investigated, though significant vulnerabilities remain for this population even today. Juan's ability to kill 25 men while working openly as a labor contractor demonstrated how invisible migrant workers could be to authorities and how their lives were devalued. For the agricultural communities where Juan operated, the case brought shame and recognition that they had failed to protect vulnerable workers. The discovery of so many bodies buried in orchards created lasting trauma and prompted some reflection on how migrant workers were treated and protected. Juan Corona's crimes represent a dark chapter in California's agricultural history and serve as a reminder that vulnerable workers require protection from exploitation and violence. His case demonstrated that predators recognize and exploit marginalized populations, and that comprehensive investigation of all missing persons cases is necessary regardless of victim background or circumstances. The Corona case stands as a stark example of how systematic murder can occur when victims are people society has already forgotten or devalued, and how predators exploit this marginalization to kill with relative impunity for extended periods. Next story, I want to tell you about a case that shows how predators can hide within positions of authority in apartment management and maintenance services. A story of violence that shocked a metropolitan area. This is the case of Larry Eiler, known as the Highway Killer, who murdered at least 21 young men across multiple states during the early 1980s while working as a house painter and traveling constantly for work. Larry Eiler was born in Indiana and experienced a troubled childhood marked by his parents' divorce and his struggle with his sexual identity. Larry grew up feeling different and isolated, unable to express his sexuality in an environment where homosexuality was heavily stigmatized and condemned. As a young man, Larry realized he was gay, but struggled to accept himself and to find healthy relationships. He was intelligent and worked as a house painter, a job that required him to travel between different locations and gave him mobility across state lines. Larry began frequenting gay bars and cruising areas where he could meet other men. However, his relationships were marked by violence and control issues. Larry had difficulty maintaining stable partnerships and seemed to be drawn to violent encounters rather than genuine connection. Larry's violence toward other gay men escalated from assault to murder. He began targeting young men he met through bars or who were hitchhiking along highways. Larry would offer them rides or invite them to parties, appearing as a friendly older man interested in helping or socializing with them. Once Larry had victims isolated, he would attack them brutally. His method involved stabbing victims multiple times, showing rage and sadistic pleasure in causing suffering. After murdering them, Larry would dispose of bodies along highways in multiple states, using his mobility from his painting work to scatter victims across wide geographic areas. Over approximately 2 years, from 1982 to 1984, Larry murdered at least 21 young men across Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Kentucky. His victims were predominantly young gay men or male hustlers, people who were often marginalized and whose disappearances did not trigger intensive investigation. What enabled Larry to continue killing was his selection of vulnerable victims and his geographic mobility. Young gay men who disappeared were sometimes assumed to have moved to other cities or to have encountered dangers associated with their lifestyles. Investigations were often minimal, and connections between murders in different states were difficult to establish. Larry was eventually arrested when police caught him with a young man he had kidnapped. The victim had survived Larry's attack and was able to identify him. Investigation of Larry's background and activities revealed evidence connecting him to multiple murders across several states. During interrogation, Larry initially denied the murders, but eventually confessed to some killings while claiming others were committed in self-defense or were accidental. His confessions were inconsistent and seemed designed to minimize his responsibility rather than provide accurate accounts of his crimes. Larry Eiler was charged with murder in Illinois. During his trial, evidence was presented linking him to multiple victims through forensic analysis and witness testimony. The prosecution portrayed him as a serial killer who deliberately targeted vulnerable young men. However, legal complications arose regarding evidence collection and search warrants. Some evidence was ruled inadmissible due to constitutional violations during searches. This meant that despite strong evidence of Larry's guilt in multiple murders, prosecutors could only proceed with charges where evidence met legal standards. Larry was convicted of one murder and sentenced to death. While on death row, he confessed to additional murders, providing details about victims and locations. Some of these confessions helped investigators solve cold cases and provided closure for families of missing young men. Larry Eiler died on death row in 1994 from AIDS-related complications. He was 49 years old and had spent approximately 9 years awaiting execution. His death meant that questions about some of his crimes would remain unanswered. The case exposed how vulnerable young gay men were to predators during this period. Larry had specifically targeted men from marginalized communities whose disappearances did not receive the same investigative attention as would be devoted to victims from other populations. For the families of Larry's victims, the case brought devastating knowledge about what happened to their missing sons and brothers. Many had spent years wondering whether their loved ones were alive somewhere, only to learn they had been murdered by a serial killer. The investigation revealed that Larry had been able to operate across multiple states without detection because murders were investigated separately by different jurisdictions. Better coordination between law enforcement agencies might have identified him earlier and prevented additional killings. Larry's case demonstrated how predators could exploit the marginalization of gay communities during the early AIDS crisis. The stigma surrounding homosexuality meant that young gay men often had strained family relationships and limited support systems, making them particularly vulnerable to predators. The case also highlighted how serial killers often targeted victims from communities they themselves belonged to. Larry was a gay man who murdered other gay men, suggesting complex psychological dynamics involving self-hatred and projection of internal conflicts onto victims. For law enforcement, Larry Eiler's case influenced how agencies investigated murders of gay men and how seriously their disappearances were taken. It demonstrated that comprehensive investigation, regardless of victim sexual orientation, was necessary to identify serial killers. The legal complications in Larry's case also prompted discussion about balancing constitutional rights with public safety in serial murder investigations. Evidence that was excluded due to improper search procedures might have led to additional convictions if obtained legally. Larry's confessions while on death row helped provide closure for some families, but also raised questions about whether additional victims existed beyond those he acknowledged. His death from AIDS meant that investigators could not pursue further questioning about unsolved cases. The highway killer case stands as a reminder that serial killers often target marginalized communities whose members are vulnerable to violence and whose disappearances may not receive adequate investigative attention. Larry Eiler's crimes demonstrated how predators exploit societal marginalization to select victims they believe will not be missed or thoroughly searched for. For the gay community during this period, Larry's case was traumatic and highlighted the specific dangers gay men faced from predators operating within their own social spaces. The case emphasized the importance of community vigilance and the need for law enforcement to take crimes against gay men as seriously as crimes against any other population. Next story, I want to tell you about a case that revealed how predators can exploit trust within home health care and nursing services. A story of systematic violence targeting vulnerable elderly patients. This is the case of Charles Cullen, a nurse who murdered dozens of patients across multiple hospitals and nursing homes in New Jersey and Pennsylvania over a 16-year period, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. Charles Cullen was born in New Jersey and experienced a difficult childhood marked by his father's death when Charles was young and subsequent family instability. Charles struggled with depression and mental health issues from adolescence, attempting suicide multiple times during his teenage years. Despite his psychological problems, Charles pursued nursing as a career and obtained his nursing license. He began working in hospitals in New Jersey, presenting himself as a dedicated healthcare worker committed to patient care. To colleagues and supervisors, Charles appeared to be a competent nurse who worked hard and seemed devoted to his patients. But Charles harbored dark impulses that manifested as he worked in healthcare settings. He began deliberately killing patients by injecting them with lethal doses of medications, including digoxin and insulin. The injections would cause cardiac arrest or other medical crises that often resulted in death. Charles's method was to access medications through the hospital pharmacy systems, obtaining drugs he had no legitimate reason to possess. He would then inject patients with lethal doses, creating medical emergencies or causing deaths that appeared to be natural complications of the patient's existing conditions. Over 16 years from 1988 to 2003, Charles worked at numerous hospitals and nursing homes across New Jersey and Pennsylvania. At each facility, suspicious patterns of patient deaths emerged during his shifts. However, rather than thoroughly investigating these patterns or reporting Charles to authorities, hospitals typically allowed him to resign and find employment elsewhere. Charles murdered at least 29 patients that were definitively confirmed, though he confessed to killing as many as 400 people during his nursing career. The true number of his victims will never be known with certainty because many deaths were attributed to natural causes and never investigated as potential homicides. What enabled Charles to continue killing for so long was that his victims were already seriously ill or elderly. Their deaths could plausibly be explained by their medical conditions rather than by deliberate poisoning. Additionally, hospitals were reluctant to investigate thoroughly or report suspicions because doing so would expose them to liability and damage their reputations. Charles moved between facilities frequently, sometimes voluntarily, and sometimes after being asked to leave when concerns arose about patient deaths. However, hospitals rarely shared information about their suspicions with other institutions where Charles sought employment. This failure in communication allowed him to continue working in healthcare and killing patients for 16 years. Charles was eventually caught when medical staff at Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey noticed unusual patterns in patient deaths and medication access. They reported their concerns to authorities, prompting an investigation that revealed Charles had been accessing medications he had no legitimate reason to possess and that patients were dying under suspicious circumstances. When confronted by police, Charles confessed to killing patients. He provided details about his methods and admitted to murders at multiple facilities where he had worked. Charles claimed he killed patients to end their suffering or because he felt they would die soon anyway, though investigators noted that many victims were not terminally ill and were expected to recover. Charles Cullen was arrested and charged with murder across multiple jurisdictions. He pleaded guilty to numerous murders in both New Jersey and Pennsylvania, receiving multiple life sentences that would ensure he remained in prison for the rest of his life. The case shocked the healthcare community and exposed serious systemic failures. Hospitals had suspected Charles of causing patient deaths, but had allowed him to resign rather than investigating thoroughly or reporting him to authorities. Each time Charles moved to a new facility, he had fresh access to vulnerable patients. For the families of Charles's victims, the case brought devastating knowledge that their loved ones had been murdered by someone meant to care for them. Many had believed their family members died of natural causes related to their illnesses, only to learn their deaths had been deliberately caused by a nurse. The investigation revealed that concerns about Charles had been raised at multiple facilities. Some colleagues had suspected him of tampering with medications or causing patient deaths. However, these concerns were often dismissed or not pursued aggressively because investigating would require hospitals to acknowledge failures in patient safety. Charles's case prompted significant reforms in healthcare oversight and credentialing. New systems were implemented requiring hospitals to report concerns about healthcare workers to central databases that could flag patterns of suspicious behavior across multiple institutions. Background checks were strengthened and procedures for investigating patient deaths were improved. The case also highlighted how vulnerable hospital patients were to predatory healthcare workers. Patients and families placed complete trust in nurses and doctors, assuming their care providers had their best interests at heart. Charles exploited this trust systematically across multiple institutions. Charles Cullen remains in prison, serving multiple life sentences. He has given interviews discussing his crimes and claiming remorse, though mental health professionals question the sincerity of his expressions of guilt. His case continues to be studied as an example of how healthcare serial killers operate. The case stands as a stark reminder that predators can hide within healthcare systems and that institutional failures to investigate and report concerns can enable them to kill for extended periods. Charles's 16-year killing spree could have been stopped much earlier if hospitals had prioritized patient safety over institutional reputation. For healthcare institutions, Charles Cullen's case served as a wake-up call about the importance of thoroughly investigating suspicious patterns in patient deaths and about the critical need to share information about problematic employees with other facilities. The failure to communicate concerns about Charles directly enabled him to continue killing. The case also demonstrated that comprehensive monitoring of medication access and usage could help identify healthcare workers who were tampering with drugs or using them inappropriately. Better systems for tracking who accessed what medications might have flagged Charles's suspicious behavior earlier. Charles Cullen's crimes represent one of the most disturbing cases of healthcare serial murder in American history. His ability to kill patients across multiple facilities for 16 years exposed serious vulnerabilities in how hospitals protect patients and how they handle concerns about dangerous staff members. Next story, I want to tell you about a case that shows how predators can hide within positions of authority in security and alarm installation services. A story of violence that terrorized multiple communities. This is the case of Joseph James DeAngelo, known as the Golden State Killer, who committed at least 13 murders, 50 rapes, and over 100 burglaries across California during the 1970s and 80s while working as a police officer. Joseph James DeAngelo was born in New York and moved to California as a young man. He served in the Navy during the Vietnam War before returning to California and pursuing a career in law enforcement. Joseph became a police officer, working for two different police departments in California during the 1970s. To colleagues and the community, Joseph appeared to be a dedicated law enforcement officer. He was married and seemed to maintain a normal life. No one suspected that he was using his knowledge of police procedures and investigative techniques to commit terrible crimes while avoiding detection. Joseph began his criminal career as a burglar and rapist. He would break into homes at night, often selecting houses where women lived alone or where couples were sleeping. Joseph's method was meticulous and terrifying. He would stalk potential victims for weeks, learning their schedules and habits before attacking. When Joseph broke into homes, he would wake victims by shining a flashlight in their faces and threatening them with weapons. If couples were present, he would tie up the male and force him to lie still while Joseph raped the female victim. The psychological torture of forcing partners to listen helplessly while their loved ones were assaulted added another dimension of cruelty to his crimes. Joseph committed dozens of rapes across multiple California counties. His attacks followed consistent patterns that eventually led investigators to realize they were dealing with a serial rapist operating across wide geographic areas. He was given various nicknames, including the East Area Rapist and the Original Night Stalker, before his crimes were connected years later. Joseph's violence escalated from rape to murder. He began killing couples in their homes, shooting or bludgeoning them to death. The murders were brutal and showed his willingness to eliminate victims and witnesses as his crimes progressed. Over approximately 12 years from 1974 to 1986, Joseph committed at least 13 murders, 50 rapes, and over 100 burglaries across California. His crimes terrorized multiple communities and prompted massive investigations that consumed enormous law enforcement resources. What enabled Joseph to continue committing crimes for so long was his knowledge of police procedures gained through his law enforcement work. He understood how investigations were conducted and took steps to avoid leaving evidence. Joseph wore gloves, disabled phone lines, and carefully planned his attacks to minimize the chance of capture. Additionally, Joseph committed crimes across multiple jurisdictions. Rapes and murders in different counties were investigated separately by different agencies, making it difficult to recognize that one person was responsible for crimes across such wide geographic areas. Joseph's crimes stopped suddenly in 1986. For decades, his identity remained unknown despite massive investigative efforts. The cases went cold, with investigators unable to identify the perpetrator despite DNA evidence collected from crime scenes. The breakthrough came in 2018 when investigators used genetic genealogy, comparing crime scene DNA to genetic databases where people had uploaded their DNA to trace family ancestry. This new technique identified Joseph's relatives, leading investigators to him. Joseph James D'Angelo was arrested in April 2018, more than 30 years after his last known crime. He was an elderly man living quietly in suburban Sacramento, having never been connected to the crimes despite decades of investigation. When confronted with DNA evidence, Joseph eventually confessed to his crimes. He pleaded guilty to 13 murders and admitted to numerous rapes and burglaries, receiving multiple life sentences that would ensure he remained in prison for the rest of his life. The case shocked California and the nation. The revelation that the Golden State Killer was a former police officer who had used his law enforcement knowledge to evade capture for decades was particularly disturbing. Joseph had hidden in plain sight for over 30 years, living as an ordinary suburban resident while his crimes remained unsolved. For the families of Joseph's victims, the arrest brought closure after decades of uncertainty and grief. Many had waited their entire adult lives for answers about who had murdered or raped their loved ones. The identification and arrest of Joseph finally provided those answers, though it came far too late for many victims and family members who had died without seeing justice. The investigation revealed that Joseph had been fired from one police department for shoplifting, suggesting behavioral problems even during his law enforcement career. However, These issues had not been connected to the serious crimes he was committing. Joseph's case demonstrated how law enforcement officers could exploit their knowledge and authority to commit crimes while understanding how to avoid detection. His use of police procedures and investigative techniques to evade capture showed the dangers posed by predators within law enforcement. The case also revolutionized how cold cases were investigated. The use of genetic genealogy to identify Joseph opened new possibilities for solving decades-old crimes where DNA evidence existed, but traditional investigative methods had failed to identify perpetrators. Joseph James DeAngelo remains in prison, serving multiple life sentences. He is now in his 70s and will die in prison. His arrest and conviction brought an end to one of California's longest-running and most notorious criminal investigations. The Golden State Killer case stands as a reminder that serial offenders can evade capture for decades if they are careful and knowledgeable about investigative procedures. It demonstrated that advances in forensic technology, particularly genetic genealogy, could solve cases that had seemed unsolvable through traditional methods. For California, Joseph's crimes and eventual capture brought closure to decades of fear and uncertainty. Communities that had been terrorized by his attacks finally learned the identity of the predator who had violated their sense of safety and security. The case continues to influence how cold cases are investigated and has prompted law enforcement agencies nationwide to re-examine unsolved crimes using genetic genealogy and other new forensic techniques. Joseph DeAngelo's identification through these methods has given hope to families of victims in other cold cases that justice might still be possible even decades after crimes were committed. Next story, I want to tell you about a case that revealed how predators can exploit trust within construction and renovation services. A story of systematic violence targeting vulnerable property owners. This is the case of Bobby Joe Long, a serial killer who murdered at least 10 women in the Tampa Bay area of Florida during an 8-month period in 1984 while working various jobs and living what appeared to be a normal life. Bobby Joe Long was born in West Virginia and experienced a troubled childhood marked by a genetic condition that caused him to develop breasts during puberty, leading to severe bullying and psychological trauma. He also suffered a serious motorcycle accident as a young adult that resulted in head injuries, after which family members noticed significant changes in his personality and behavior. Bobby moved to Florida and worked various jobs, including as an X-ray technician. He was married and had children, presenting himself as an ordinary working man. However, beneath this normal facade, Bobby harbored violent impulses toward women that would eventually manifest as a brutal killing spree. Bobby began his criminal career committing rapes across Florida. He would break into homes or abduct women from parking lots and shopping centers, assault them, and release them. These attacks continued for several years before Bobby escalated to murder, suggesting his violence was intensifying and his ability to control his impulses was deteriorating. In early 1984, Bobby began murdering women in the Tampa Bay area. His method was to cruise streets looking for sex workers or women who appeared vulnerable. He would approach them in his car, sometimes posing as a client seeking services, other times using force to abduct them from the street. Once Bobby had victims in his vehicle, he would drive them to remote locations where he would rape and murder them. The violence was extreme and showed sadistic pleasure in causing suffering. Bobby would strangle his victims or kill them through other violent means, then dispose of their bodies in isolated areas around Tampa Bay. Over approximately 8 months, Bobby murdered at least 10 women. His victims were predominantly sex workers or women he encountered on the streets, people he viewed as vulnerable and whose disappearances might not trigger immediate intensive investigation. The bodies were discovered in various locations around the Tampa area, creating fear throughout the community. What enabled Bobby to continue killing for several months was his selection of vulnerable victims and the geographic spread of body disposal sites. Sex workers who disappeared were sometimes assumed to have left the area or encountered dangers associated with their work. Investigations were not always immediately connected to a single perpetrator. Bobby's crimes came to an end when he made a critical mistake. He abducted a 17-year-old girl, assaulted her repeatedly over 26 hours, but then decided to release her rather than kill her. The girl had memorized details about Bobby's car and his appearance during her captivity, information she immediately provided to police after her escape. The survivor's detailed description allowed investigators to identify Bobby's vehicle and locate him. When police arrested Bobby, he quickly confessed to the murders and the numerous rapes he had committed. He provided details about his victims and crime scenes, helping investigators close multiple cases. During his confession, Bobby showed minimal genuine remorse. He described his crimes matter-of-factly and seemed more concerned with being perceived as intelligent than with acknowledging the suffering he had caused. Bobby claimed his head injury from the motorcycle accident had changed his personality and contributed to his violent behavior, though mental health experts noted this did not excuse his crimes. Bobby Joe Long was charged with multiple counts of murder and rape. He was tried separately for different murders and convicted in multiple cases. He received the death penalty and was sentenced to die for his crimes. Bobby spent 34 years on death row before being executed by lethal injection in 2019. He was 65 years old when executed. During his years on death row, Bobby gave interviews and made various statements about his crimes, though he never showed genuine remorse that satisfied victims or their families. The case exposed how vulnerable sex workers and women on the streets were to predators. Bobby had specifically targeted women he believed would not be immediately missed or whose cases would not receive maximum investigative attention. His deliberate selection of marginalized victims allowed him to kill multiple women before being caught. For the families of Bobby's victims, the case brought devastating grief. Many had lost daughters or sisters who were struggling with difficult circumstances, and learning they had been murdered by a serial killer added another layer of tragedy to already painful situations. The survivor who escaped from Bobby and provided information leading to his arrest became a symbol of courage and resilience. Her decision to memorize details during her captivity and her immediate cooperation with police directly led to Bobby's capture and likely prevented additional murders. The investigation revealed that Bobby had a long history of sexual violence, including numerous rapes before he escalated to murder. Better tracking of serial rapists and recognition that sexual assault often precedes murder in serial offender patterns might have led to his earlier identification. Bobby's case demonstrated how head injuries and personality changes could be associated with violent behavior, though this did not excuse his crimes or diminish his legal responsibility. Mental health experts noted that many people suffer head injuries without becoming violent offenders, suggesting Bobby's violence stemmed from multiple factors beyond his accident. The case also highlighted vulnerabilities in how missing persons cases involving sex workers were investigated. Several of Bobby's victims have been reported missing, but their cases received minimal attention initially because of assumptions about their lifestyles and the dangers of sex work. For law enforcement, Bobby Joe Long's case influenced how rape patterns were analyzed and how sexual assault cases were investigated for potential connections to more serious violence. It demonstrated that serial rapists often escalate to murder and that comprehensive investigation of sexual assault patterns could identify dangerous offenders before they kill. Bobby's execution brought closure for some victims' families, though it came 34 years after his crimes. The long delay between conviction and execution, typical in death penalty cases, meant that justice was delayed for decades while appeals proceeded through courts. The case stands as a reminder that serial killers often target vulnerable populations whose disappearances receive less investigative attention. Bobby deliberately chose victims he believed society would not prioritize, allowing him to kill multiple women before the survivor's escape led to his capture. Bobby Joe Long's crimes terrorized Tampa Bay during his 8-month killing spree and left lasting trauma on the community and on families who lost loved ones to his violence. Next story. Joachim George Kroll was born on April 17, 1933, in Hindenburg, a town in Upper Silesia, Germany, during a time of deep economic hardship and war. He was the youngest of 8 children in a poor family. His father was a miner, stern and distant, And Joachim grew up during the Second World War surrounded by famine, destruction, and fear. His family lived in cramped conditions. Food was scarce, and his childhood was shaped by deprivation. This period of hunger and violence would leave scars that later twisted into darker obsessions. From an early age, Joachim was considered slow and socially awkward. Teachers described him as dull and withdrawn. He struggled with schoolwork, often wet the bed well into adolescence, and was bullied by other children. He spoke in a halting manner, had little confidence, and rarely made friends. These isolations pushed him inward, where he developed strange habits and fantasies. He became fixated on animals, and by his teenage years, he was known to kill them in disturbing ways. When he reached adulthood, Kroll found simple jobs as a farmhand and factory worker. He never advanced, never married, and never built a normal social life. His co-workers remembered him as strange, but harmless, a man who stayed mostly silent, shuffled when he walked, and seemed to live in his own world. But beneath the quiet exterior, Joachim was developing urges he could no longer control. In 1955, at the age of 22, Kroll committed his first known murder. His victim was a young woman named Irmgard Strell. He attacked her in the town of Wallstead, strangled her, and then mutilated her body. For Joachim, the act was not only about violence, but also about fulfilling twisted desires linked to domination and consumption. Investigators at the time failed to connect him to the crime. With little suspicion on him, Joachim slipped back into his life of obscurity. Over the next 2 decades, Kroll embarked on a series of killings that spread fear across the Ruhr region of West Germany. His victims were mostly women and young girls, chosen randomly. He stalked parks, riversides, and isolated paths, waiting for the vulnerable moment when someone walked alone. He would strangle them quickly, then assault and mutilate their bodies. His crimes often included acts of cannibalism. When food was scarce during his childhood, he had developed disturbing associations between survival and flesh. As an adult, these associations returned in horrifying ways. The murders happened sporadically, with years sometimes passing between attacks. This inconsistency made it extremely difficult for investigators to link the crimes. Police in different towns handled the cases separately, and in several instances, innocent men were arrested and even convicted for murders actually committed by Kroll. The real killer remained unnoticed, living quietly in his small apartment, working simple jobs, and blending into the background of society. Neighbors considered him odd, but not dangerous. He lived alone, collected rubber dolls, and was often seen wandering with no clear purpose. He never formed close relationships and spent most of his evenings in isolation. Yet, at night, his darker impulses would drive him to stalk the streets in search of victims. By the 1970s, the murders became increasingly brutal. Victims included young girls whose disappearances shocked their communities. Parents kept their children close, women avoided walking alone, and police patrols increased in wooded areas. But Joachim continued to elude capture. His simple, unassuming appearance and lack of sophistication helped him blend in perfectly. Few could imagine that this quiet, unimpressive man was responsible for such horrors. His final crime, however, would bring everything to an end. In July 1976, a young girl named Marion Ketter disappeared near her home in Duisburg. Witnesses reported seeing her last in the vicinity of Joachim Kroll's apartment. Police, desperate after years of unsolved murders, began searching the area. When they entered Kroll's residence, they were met with a scene that confirmed their worst fears. Inside, they found parts of Marion's body. In the kitchen, pieces of human flesh were stored as if they were ordinary food. In the bathroom, investigators discovered remains blocking the pipes. Kroll admitted calmly that he had been flushing portions of the body down the toilet. The discovery shocked even seasoned detectives. For years, West Germany had been haunted by these mysterious killings, and now the truth was exposed. Kroll was arrested on the spot and taken into custody. During questioning, he confessed without much resistance. In his halting, simple way of speaking, he admitted to killing at least 14 people over 2 decades, though authorities believe the real number could be higher. The trial began in 1982. It was one of the most disturbing trials in German criminal history. Kroll sat quietly in court, often appearing confused or detached. He described his crimes in a flat, emotionless manner, showing little understanding of their horror. His defense argued diminished responsibility due to his intellectual limitations, but the scale and brutality of his acts were undeniable. In April 1982, Joachim Kroll was found guilty of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. He was sent to a high-security prison, where he lived out the rest of his life under constant supervision. In 1991, at the age of 58, he died of a heart attack behind bars. The case of Joachim Kroll left a permanent mark on Germany. His crimes were not only acts of violence, but of unimaginable depravity, and they revealed the failures of the investigative system at the time. Innocent men had paid the price for murders he committed, and for decades, families lived in fear of an unseen predator who walked quietly among them. For those who knew him, Joachim Kroll was a man of little presence, almost invisible in daily life. Yet beneath the surface, he carried some of the darkest impulses imaginable. His story remains one of the most haunting examples of hidden evil, a reminder that sometimes the most unassuming individuals can hide the deepest horrors. Next story. Harold Frederick Shipman was born on January 14, 1946, in Nottingham, England. He was the second of 4 children in a working-class family. His father was a lorry driver, while his mother, Vera, was a strict and dominant presence in his life. She favored Harold above his siblings, nurturing a special bond with him. For young Harold, his mother's approval meant everything, and her influence shaped much of his personality. As a boy, Shipman was quiet, intelligent, and somewhat reserved. Teachers noted his academic promise, but he never stood out socially. He often seemed serious, older than his years. During his teenage years, tragedy struck the household. His mother developed terminal lung cancer. Harold, then only 17, was deeply affected by her decline. He watched her suffer with immense pain, but he also witnessed doctors administering morphine to ease her final days. The image of his mother slipping in and out of consciousness under the effects of the drug became etched in his memory. On June 21st, 1963, Vera Shipman died. For Harold, the experience was devastating, but it also introduced him to the quiet, clinical power of medicine to end suffering and life. After his mother's death, Harold pursued medicine. He attended medical school at Leeds University, where he met his future wife, Primrose. They married while he was still a student, and over the years, the couple had 4 children. Outwardly, they seemed like a typical English family. Behind closed doors, though, Harold was increasingly controlling, demanding obedience from his wife and expecting silence about his habits. Shipman graduated as a doctor in 1970 and began practicing medicine in northern England. Early in his career, colleagues noted both his competence and his arrogance. He often clashed with other doctors, believing his judgment superior. By the mid-1970s, he had developed a troubling addiction to pethidine, a powerful painkiller. He was caught forging prescriptions and forced to undergo a rehabilitation program. Though this scandal could have ended his career, he managed to recover professionally and continued practicing. By the 1980s and 1990s, Shipman had established himself as a trusted general practitioner in Hyde, a small town near Manchester. Patients saw him as a reliable family doctor, a man who made home visits, listened to concerns, and provided comfort. But behind the mask of respectability, Shipman had begun to kill. He targeted primarily elderly women, often widows who lived alone. He would visit them in their homes or see them in his surgery, then administer lethal doses of morphine, medical heroin. To families, it seemed their loved ones had passed peacefully in their sleep. Shipman encouraged cremation, and because he signed the death certificates himself, suspicions were avoided. Over time, his patient list became a graveyard. Local undertakers began to whisper about the unusually high number of deaths among Shipman's patients. Other doctors, too, noticed patterns, but the respect afforded to a doctor, combined with the difficulty of proving foul play, allowed him to continue unchecked. In 1998, the case that broke his facade began. Kathleen Grundy, a healthy and wealthy 81-year-old widow, was found dead at home. Shipman had been the last person to see her alive. When her will was read, it stunned her family. It left her entire estate, almost £400,000, to Harold Shipman. Suspicious, her daughter, a lawyer, contacted police. Kathleen's body was exhumed, and forensic tests revealed fatal levels of morphine. Shipman had killed her and tried to profit from it. When investigators searched Shipman's practice and computer, they uncovered forged medical records and a chilling pattern of deaths. The scale of his crimes began to emerge. He was arrested in September 1998. His trial began in 1999, and the evidence was overwhelming. In January 2000, Harold Shipman was convicted of 15 murders and sentenced to life imprisonment. But his crimes extended far beyond what was proven in court. The Shipman Inquiry, an official investigation, later concluded that he had murdered at least 215 patients, with suspicions of many more. Some estimates place his total number of victims at over 250, making him the most prolific serial killer in recorded history. Unlike many killers who sought notoriety or confessed to their acts, Shipman remained cold and silent. He never admitted guilt, never explained his motives. Psychologists speculated that his need for control, rooted in the trauma of his mother's illness, may have driven him to decide who lived and who died. Others saw his actions as arrogance taken to the extreme, a belief that he had the right to play God. In prison, Shipman showed no remorse. He spent his days withdrawn and bitter. On January 13, 2004, the day before his 58th birthday, he was found hanging in his cell at Wakefield Prison. He had taken his own life, denying families the chance for answers. Harold Shipman's crimes shook Britain profoundly. He shattered the sacred trust between patient and doctor, turning the symbol of care into one of death. His story forced sweeping changes in medical practices, including tighter controls on prescribing drugs and stricter oversight of death certifications. Yet the true horror lies in the quiet way he operated for decades. No dark alleys, no frenzied chases, only a man in a white coat, carrying a black bag, walking into the homes of the vulnerable and leaving behind silence. Next story. Edmund Emil Kemper was born on December 18, 1948, in Burbank, California. From the moment of his childhood, troubling signs were visible. His father, Edmund Jr., was a World War II veteran who later worked in nuclear testing, while his mother, Clarnell, was a harsh, domineering woman. The household was full of tension. Clarnell belittled her son constantly, calling him useless, mocking his size, and insisting he would never succeed. As a boy, Kemper was already unnerving to those around him. At 10, he buried the family cat alive. Later, he killed another cat with a knife and kept its head as a trophy. These early cruelties revealed the darkness already forming inside him. Standing over 6 feet tall before reaching adulthood, Edmund towered over his peers, yet inside he remained deeply insecure and angry. At age 15, after years of abuse at home, he ran away to live with his father. When that failed, he was sent to live with his grandparents on a ranch in North Fork, California. The arrangement quickly soured. His grandmother was strict and often argued with him, and his grandfather was distant. In August 1964, after an argument in the kitchen, Kemper picked up a rifle and shot his grandmother dead. When his grandfather returned home, Kemper killed him as well, later saying he didn't want his grandfather to see what had happened. He was arrested immediately and sent to a psychiatric facility. At only 15, he was declared criminally insane and diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. Yet, during his years of confinement, doctors noted his intelligence. With an IQ measured at around 145, Kemper impressed staff with his manners and insight. By the age of 21, he convinced psychiatrists that he was rehabilitated. Despite killing both grandparents, he was released into the custody of his mother in Santa Cruz, California. Living again with his mother proved disastrous. Clarnell remained abusive, verbally attacking him, calling him pathetic, and forbidding him from socializing with women. Kemper developed an intense hatred for her, but suppressed it, turning instead to fantasies of domination and murder. By the early 1970s, he began acting on those fantasies. Standing at 6'9" and weighing nearly 300 pounds, Kemper was physically imposing, but he used a gentle voice and polite manner to put people at ease. He started picking up female hitchhikers, a common practice in California at the time. At first, he drove them safely to their destinations, rehearsing how he would kill them. Soon, practice turned into action. In May 1972, he murdered 2 Fresno State students, Mary and Pesci and Anita Lucchesa, after picking them up. He drove their bodies to a secluded area, strangled them, and later dismembered their remains. That August, he struck again, killing Aiko Koo, a 15-year-old dancer who had missed her bus. He abducted her, strangled her, and hid her body. Over the next year, the killings continued. In January 1973, he picked up Cindy Shaw, a college student, and shot her. He later dismembered her body in his mother's bathtub and disposed of it in the ocean. In February, he killed Rosalind Thorpe and Alice Liu after giving them a ride near the University of California, Santa Cruz. Their remains were also discarded by the roadside and in remote areas. Kemper's pattern was chilling. He would pick up young women, kill them, and bring their bodies back to his mother's house. There, he engaged in necrophilia, dismemberment, and other acts of desecration. Despite the brutality of his crimes, no one suspected him. He was friendly with local law enforcement officers, even drinking at the same bar as many detectives. They considered him harmless, a gentle giant who just liked to talk. The final murder came in April 1973, when Kemper turned on the source of his deepest rage, his mother. After an argument late at night, he bludgeoned her with a hammer and slit her throat. He then mutilated her body, cutting off her head and using it for disturbing rituals. Afterward, he killed his mother's best friend, Sally Hallett, to create an alibi. With both women dead in the house, Kemper drove away to Colorado. On the way, he listened to news reports about the murders. Knowing the manhunt would soon begin, he decided to end it himself. From a phone booth in Pueblo, Colorado, he called the police and confessed in detail to the killings. At first, officers thought it was a prank, until he told them where to find the bodies. Edmund Kemper was arrested without resistance. During his trial, he confessed calmly and openly, giving chilling accounts of the murders. His intelligence and articulate manner shocked the courtroom. He was convicted of 8 murders and sentenced to life imprisonment in 1973. In prison, Kemper became a model inmate. He recorded audiobooks for the blind, maintained good behavior, and cooperated with psychologists. Yet he remained an unnerving figure, openly describing his crimes in interviews with a disturbing lack of emotion. To this day, he is housed in California Medical Facility, where he has spent more than 50 years. The case of Edmund Kemper continues to fascinate criminologists and the public alike. His combination of towering physical size, high intelligence, and unimaginable cruelty makes him one of the most notorious killers in history. Beneath the quiet, polite exterior, he carried the rage of a lifetime of abuse, and he unleashed it on innocent young women who trusted him for a ride. His story remains one of the darkest chapters of American true crime, a reminder of how easily evil can hide in plain sight. Next story. Henry Lee Lucas was born on August 23, 1936, in Blacksburg, Virginia, into a world that offered him very little warmth. His early life was dominated by a chaotic and abusive household. His mother, Viola, was an unstable and often violent woman, and his father was largely absent, leaving young Henry without guidance or protection. As a small child, he endured beatings and emotional cruelty that left deep psychological scars. The fear and isolation he felt shaped the man he would later become, and it instilled in him a sense of resentment and anger that simmered quietly beneath the surface. From an early age, Henry displayed troubling tendencies. He became aggressive toward other children and animals, often harming them in ways that alarmed those around him. By adolescence, he had begun committing petty thefts, breaking into homes, and lying to avoid punishment. Yet, despite the chaos at home and his increasingly erratic behavior, he remained a small, unassuming boy physically, which would later help him avoid suspicion. He learned quickly how to manipulate adults, to charm them just enough to escape consequences. When Henry was a teenager, his life took a darker turn. He was sent to live with other relatives at times, and he drifted between households, never finding stability. He began experimenting with alcohol and small-scale criminality, finding in the act of transgression a thrill and a sense of power he lacked in his home life. During this period, he also started to fantasize about harming others. The fantasies were at first vague and secretive, but they grew in intensity as he became more comfortable with deceit and manipulation. As a young adult, Lucas began a life of drifting. He traveled widely across the United States, moving from city to city with no fixed address. He took temporary jobs, lived in cheap motels, and occasionally stayed with friends or acquaintances he met along the road. This nomadic lifestyle made him nearly invisible to law enforcement for years. He could strike in one location and vanish before anyone noticed, leaving no trace but tragedy. Lucas's crimes began in earnest in the late 1960s and continued intermittently for decades. His victims were often vulnerable: hitchhikers, young women, men he met at truck stops, and occasionally members of families he encountered while wandering. He lured them with promises of work, friendship, or shelter, creating a sense of trust that allowed him to isolate them. Once he had control, his methods varied. He would strangle, bludgeon, or stab his victims, sometimes leaving them bound or in hidden areas. He occasionally mutilated bodies, but his primary goal seemed to be the act of control itself, rather than notoriety or financial gain. One of the most chilling aspects of Lucas's crimes was his confessions. In the 1980s, he began to speak to authorities about his acts, often in graphic detail. He claimed responsibility for hundreds of murders spanning multiple states, though investigators struggled to confirm the majority. Some of his confessions were clearly false, meant to inflate his reputation or manipulate investigators. Yet others were disturbingly accurate, including specific details about locations, methods, and victims that only the killer could know. This combination of truth and deception baffled law enforcement for years. In the late 1980s, Lucas was finally caught in Texas after being linked to multiple murders in the state. Police had long suspected him in the killing of his mother-in-law, Viola Lucas, whose death had been suspicious but never fully investigated. In addition, the disappearance of a young woman named Lucille Pruitt brought investigators to him. Through a combination of witness statements, forensic evidence, and Lucas's own confessions, authorities were able to piece together a clearer picture of his crimes. He was convicted of multiple murders in Texas, including the deaths of his mother-in-law and Lucille Pruitt, and sentenced to death. While on death row, Lucas continued to talk about his crimes, sometimes in chillingly casual ways. Psychologists examined him extensively, noting his manipulative tendencies, lack of remorse, and the complex mixture of charm and menace that had allowed him to evade capture for so long. Despite decades of investigation, the full extent of his killings may never be known, leaving many families with unanswered questions and unresolved grief. Lucas died in prison on March 12, 2001. He had spent the last years of his life behind bars, but the impact of his crimes stretched far beyond prison walls. His story is remembered as one of the most disturbing examples of a drifter who preyed on strangers across the United States. He was not motivated by fame, wealth, or ideology. He killed because he could, because it fulfilled a dark need for control and power that had been cultivated since childhood. The legacy of Henry Lee Lucas is a stark reminder of the dangers that can emerge from a combination of childhood trauma, psychological disturbance, and unchecked opportunity. He moved silently, leaving communities shaken and families destroyed. The randomness of his crimes, the sheer breadth of his movement, and the difficulty investigators faced in linking his acts all contribute to the chilling nature of his story. For criminologists, true crime enthusiasts, and those fascinated by the dark recesses of the human mind, Lucas remains a haunting figure, a man whose life of drifting concealed a deadly compulsion, and whose story continues to intrigue, terrify, and fascinate. Next story: Alexander Pichushkin was born on April 9th, 1974, in Moscow, Russia. From the outside, his childhood appeared ordinary, but inside his home there were shadows. He was a quiet boy, often withdrawn, and his family noticed that he had trouble fitting in with other children. His father abandoned the family when Alexander was very young, leaving him in the care of his mother and grandparents. When he was still a small child, he fell from a swing, striking his forehead against a metal frame with great force. Doctors at the time believed the injury was minor, but later experts would suggest that this blow damaged the frontal lobe of his brain. That area controls impulses, decision-making, and emotions. The injury may have planted the seed for the violent urges that grew within him. His mother sent him to live with his grandfather for a time. This move gave him some stability, but also exposed him to loneliness and isolation. His grandfather noticed Alexander's withdrawn nature and encouraged him to take up chess. The game fascinated him. He discovered that he had a sharp mind for strategy and logic. He spent hours studying the board, moving pieces, calculating moves ahead. To him, chess was more than a game. It was a system of control, a battlefield he could dominate. This obsession would later fuse with his darkest fantasies. When his grandfather died, Alexander's world collapsed. He returned to live with his mother, but the loss crushed him. He became more withdrawn and angry, often drinking heavily even as a teenager. He never found a sense of belonging with classmates. Bullied and mocked, he turned inward, brooding, carrying resentment. By the early 1990s, Moscow was a city in flux. The Soviet Union had collapsed, leaving crime, poverty, and lawlessness in its wake. It was in this chaotic backdrop that Pichushkin began to kill. His first known attempt came in 1992. He lured a young boy he knew into a building and pushed him from a window. The boy died, but the murder was treated as an accident. Pichushkin escaped suspicion, and in his mind, he had discovered how easy it was to take a life. For years afterward, he remained quiet. He worked at a grocery store and kept a low profile. But by the early 2000s, his urges could no longer be contained. He began targeting people in Bitsa Park, a sprawling wooded area on the edge of Moscow. Many of his victims were elderly men, alcoholics, or homeless people. He approached them with offers of vodka, companionship, or simply a walk. Once alone with them in the park, he struck them from behind, often using a hammer. Afterward, he sometimes shoved a vodka bottle or a stick into the victim's skull through the wound. Each killing, for him, was part of a larger plan. He wanted to murder 64 people, one for each square on a chessboard. He kept track of his victims as though they were pieces in a game, reducing human lives to numbers in his private contest against the world. What made Pichushkin particularly terrifying was his lack of remorse. In later confessions, he spoke of killing as though it gave him clarity and strength. He compared murder to drinking a glass of water. Each act made him feel alive, powerful, and more in control. Throughout the early 2000s, bodies began to appear in Bitsa Park. Moscow police struggled to connect the dots. Many victims were marginalized people whose disappearances raised little alarm. Investigations stalled, and Pichushkin continued. He killed with increasing frequency, sometimes multiple times in a week. By 2005, whispers of a maniac in Bitsa Park spread. Locals avoided the woods at night. Still, police failed to catch him. Pichushkin grew bolder, even targeting women. In one case, he killed a colleague from the grocery store. Unlike many of his other victims, she was reported missing immediately. Investigators traced her last known whereabouts, eventually leading them to Alexander Pichushkin. In June 2006, authorities arrested him. In custody, he stunned detectives with his confessions. He calmly admitted to dozens of murders, explaining his chessboard plan. He claimed that his true number of victims was 61, far higher than the official tally. He described his methods without hesitation, almost proudly. His trial in 2007 captured national attention. In court, Pichushkin showed no remorse. He smiled, smirked, and even interrupted proceedings. For the families of the victims, his lack of humanity was unbearable. In October 2007, he was convicted of 48 murders and 3 attempted murders, making him one of Russia's most prolific serial killers. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment, with the first 15 years to be served in solitary confinement. Today, Alexander Pichushkin sits behind bars in a Russian prison, isolated from the world he once hunted. He remains a chilling figure, remembered not only for the sheer scale of his crimes, but for the cold, methodical way he carried them out. His legacy is one of horror, a reminder of how a human mind can transform life and death into nothing more than moves on a board. Next story. Robert Christian Hansen was born on February 15, 1939, in the small farming town of Esterville, Iowa. His father was a Danish immigrant who had come to America to build a stable life. He opened a bakery, and from the very beginning, he demanded discipline, responsibility, and obedience from his children. Robert grew up in this strict household where work came before everything else. From his earliest years, Robert was different from other children. He was painfully shy, soft-spoken, and struggled with a stutter that made him the target of cruel jokes. His acne was severe, scarring his face as he entered adolescence. Classmates teased him for his appearance, and every stumble in his speech brought more laughter. School, for most children, was a place to learn and to play. For Robert, it was a place of humiliation. When he wasn't at school, he was working. His father insisted he spend long hours helping in the bakery, waking before dawn to knead dough, carry sacks of flour, and serve customers. The smell of fresh bread filled the air every morning, but for Robert, the bakery was not a place of comfort. It was a place of obligation, where mistakes were not tolerated. He grew up with the weight of expectation pressing down on him. As he entered his teenage years, Robert retreated further into himself. He found it difficult to connect with girls. Whenever he tried, his stutter betrayed him, his acne embarrassed him, and his shyness kept him isolated. He began to develop a simmering resentment toward women. He wanted their attention, but he felt invisible. He wanted their affection, but he was mocked instead. These feelings festered quietly, turning into dark fantasies of revenge. To escape his loneliness, Robert turned to hobbies that didn't require social skills. He learned to hunt. Alone in the woods, rifle in hand, he felt a sense of control he never had around people. He stalked animals patiently, waiting for the perfect shot. Each successful hunt gave him confidence that eluded him in daily life. The wilderness became his sanctuary. It was here that he began blending two worlds, the shame of rejection and the thrill of domination. In 1960, when Robert was 21, his anger boiled over. He set fire to a school bus garage, burning down 3 buses. For this act of arson, he was arrested and sentenced to prison. During his time behind bars, psychologists noted that he had bipolar disorder and antisocial tendencies. But the seriousness of his condition was brushed aside. After serving just 20 months, he was released. Robert tried to start over. He married, divorced, and then remarried. He maintained steady work, returning to the bakery trade, and tried to appear as a normal man. But beneath the surface, his old resentments and fantasies lingered. In the late 1960s, Robert and his second wife moved to Alaska, settling in Anchorage. The move was meant to be a fresh start. Anchorage at the time was a frontier city, rough around the edges but filled with opportunity. Robert opened a bakery of his own, and before long, he became a familiar figure in the community. Customers described him as polite, hard-working, even generous. He provided bread and pastries for neighbors, coached at a local archery club, and raised 2 children with his wife. On the surface, he was an ordinary family man, but his private world told a different story. He continued hunting, and his skill in the wilderness grew legendary. He held records for trophy animals, including moose and sheep, and proudly displayed them. His reputation as a hunter gave him respect, something he had never known in his youth. But his hunting was not confined to animals. In the isolation of Alaska, where vast wilderness stretched for hundreds of miles, Robert found the perfect setting for his darkest fantasies. During the 1970s, Anchorage saw a growing sex trade. Bars, clubs, and streets were filled with women working as dancers or sex workers, many of them transient, with no close ties to the community. To Robert, these women were invisible, just as he had once felt invisible. They became his targets. Robert developed a method that combined his two worlds, his resentment toward women and his skill as a hunter. He would approach women with offers of money or by threatening them with a weapon. Once they were under his control, he transported them to his remote cabin or into the wilderness. There, his ritual began. He would sometimes assault them, sometimes restrain them for hours, but eventually he released them into the forest. With his hunting rifle or bow in hand, he pursued them like prey. He stalked them through the trees, watching them stumble over roots and cry out in terror. For Robert, this was the ultimate hunt. He controlled the terrain, the weapons, and the outcome. When he decided the chase was over, he killed them, leaving their bodies buried in shallow graves scattered across the Alaskan landscape. For years, women disappeared around Anchorage. Some bodies were found, others vanished completely, their remains hidden in the vast wilderness. Police noticed the pattern but struggled to identify a suspect. Robert Hansen was the last man anyone would expect. He was a baker, a father, a churchgoer, and a respected hunter. His quiet demeanor hid the predator inside him. In 1983, his crimes began to unravel. A young woman named Cindy Paulson was abducted by Robert. She endured hours of assault, chained and threatened, but when he left her briefly unattended, she seized her chance. Still in shackles, barefoot and terrified, she escaped and ran into the streets. She flagged down a truck driver who helped her reach the police. Cindy's account was detailed and consistent. She described Robert Hansen's appearance, his car, his home, and the weapons he had used. At first, investigators hesitated. Hansen had no history that fit the profile of such a violent predator. But Cindy's testimony could not be ignored. Detectives began to dig deeper. They discovered inconsistencies in Hansen's alibis and obtained a search warrant for his home. What they uncovered confirmed Cindy's story. Hidden in his property were trophies belonging to missing women, jewelry, identification cards, and other personal items. Most chilling of all was a map. On it, Robert had marked dozens of locations deep in the Alaskan wilderness. Each X represented a burial site. Faced with the evidence, Robert eventually confessed. He admitted to abducting women, releasing them into the wild, and hunting them down. He described the thrill of the chase, the power he felt as his victims fled through the trees, and the satisfaction of killing them. He claimed at least 17 victims, but investigators believe the true number could be closer to 30. In 1984, Robert Hansen was sentenced to 461 years in prison without the possibility of parole. His quiet life as a baker and community man was exposed as a facade, hiding one of the most sadistic killers in American history. He died in 2014, still imprisoned, leaving behind unanswered questions about how many lives he truly ended. To this day, the story of Robert Hansen haunts Alaska. The wilderness, once a place of freedom and beauty, became his hunting ground. The women who vanished into the trees are remembered not only for the horror they endured, but for the silence that allowed him to kill for more than a decade. Next story. Gary Leon Ridgway was born on February 18, 1949, in Salt Lake City, Utah. He was the second of 3 sons in a working-class family. His father, Thomas Ridgway, worked as a bus driver, while his mother, Mary, was a retail sales clerk. The family lived a modest life, struggling financially at times, but always trying to maintain appearances of normalcy. From the outside, their household seemed unremarkable, yet within its walls lay tensions and patterns of dysfunction that would later be seen as critical to the making of a killer. As a child, Gary was shy and slow to develop academically. He struggled with reading comprehension and was held back in school more than once. Teachers noticed that he seemed detached, often staring off or failing to grasp lessons. His classmates sometimes mocked him for his lack of intelligence, and he grew up with a deep sense of inferiority. This sense of being less than others would stay with him for life. shaping the way he related to people. At home, the Ridgway family environment was strained. Gary's father often complained about sex workers, speaking of them with contempt. He frequently shared disturbing stories about encounters he had witnessed while driving his bus route near Seattle, where prostitution was common. At the same time, Gary's relationship with his mother was complicated. She was described as domineering, strict, and sometimes humiliating toward him. Gary later spoke of feeling confused by his mother's behavior, especially when she scolded him harshly, even as she also cared for him physically in ways that left him with troubling, conflicted emotions. As Gary entered adolescence, he began to show troubling signs of suppressed rage. At the age of 16, in what would later be remembered as a shocking foreshadowing of his adult crimes, he lured a 6-year-old boy into the woods and stabbed him. The child survived, but the act revealed a dangerous side of Gary that no one around him truly recognized or understood at the time. It was brushed off as an isolated incident, and Gary moved forward with his life as though nothing had happened. After finishing high school, Gary joined the Navy. He was deployed to Vietnam, where he was exposed to the chaos of war and the widespread use of sex workers among soldiers. He contracted gonorrhea during his service, which filled him with a mixture of guilt and anger, emotions that later became tied to his view of women. When his military service ended, he returned to the United States and settled near Seattle. Gary Ridgway married young, taking a woman named Claudia Craig as his first wife in 1970. But their marriage was troubled from the beginning. He was jealous, controlling, and consumed by suspicions of infidelity. His fixation on sexual activity was overwhelming, and his expectations in the marriage were exhausting to his partner. They divorced within a year. He would marry more than once again, and in each relationship he displayed a disturbing pattern of obsession, control, and infidelity. On the surface, Ridgway lived a seemingly ordinary working-class life. He was employed as a painter at the Kenworth Truck Factory, where he remained for decades. His co-workers described him as quiet, sometimes odd, but generally reliable. He attended church regularly and sometimes read the Bible aloud at home. Yet beneath this facade of normalcy, he was nurturing dark fantasies and behaviors that would make him one of the most prolific serial killers in history. The murders that would later be attributed to him began in the early 1980s in the area surrounding the Green River near Seattle. In 1982, the body of a young woman was found in the river. Within weeks, more bodies were discovered, all of them women, many of them known to be sex workers or runaways. The victims were often strangled, sometimes with ligatures, and their bodies were left in wooded areas, ravines, or the river itself. The pattern became clear to investigators. They were dealing with a serial killer who targeted vulnerable women, lured them to his vehicle, murdered them, and then disposed of their bodies in clusters across the landscape. The press soon dubbed him the Green River Killer, a name that would haunt the Pacific Northwest for decades. The investigation quickly became one of the largest in American history. Task forces were formed, dozens of detectives and FBI profilers were assigned, and yet the killer remained elusive. Ridgway himself was interviewed as early as 1983. He admitted to knowing some of the victims and to picking up sex workers, but he was calm, cooperative, and passed a polygraph test. Without concrete evidence, the investigators let him go. Meanwhile, the bodies continued to accumulate. Throughout the 1980s, women kept vanishing from the Seattle area, many of them last seen near Pacific Highway South, a stretch of road notorious for prostitution. Their remains were later found in clusters in wooded dumping sites that Ridgway returned to more than once. He often revisited the corpses to perform acts of necrophilia, an element of his crimes that remained hidden until his eventual confessions. For years, the task force chased leads, investigated suspects, and tried new forensic methods. Among those who assisted was Robert Keppel, a detective who had previously investigated Ted Bundy. Bundy himself, sitting on death row in Florida at the time, even offered to help profile the Green River Killer. Bundy suggested that the killer likely revisited the bodies and that he chose vulnerable women because he knew their disappearances would draw less attention. At the time, investigators considered Bundy's insights but still lacked the evidence to make an arrest. Ridgway's double life continued into the 1990s. He remarried, held his job steadily, and maintained a bland suburban existence. Neighbors described him as unremarkable, sometimes friendly, sometimes odd. Few suspected that the quiet man who mowed his lawn and attended barbecues was hiding the darkest of secrets. The break in the case came with the advancement of DNA technology. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, samples that had been preserved from the victims were tested using new methods. Semen found on several victims was matched conclusively to Gary Ridgway. In 2001, nearly 2 decades after the first murders, Ridgway was finally arrested. The arrest shocked those who knew him. Many could not reconcile the ordinary factory worker with the monstrous crimes. In custody, Ridgway eventually confessed to an astonishing number of murders. He admitted to killing at least 70 women, though he was only formally convicted of 49. His confessions revealed chilling details. He spoke matter-of-factly, with no visible remorse, explaining how he chose women he thought no one would miss, how he strangled them in his truck or home, and how he returned to their bodies long after their deaths. In 2003, Ridgway accepted a plea bargain that spared him the death penalty in exchange for full cooperation. He led investigators to previously undiscovered remains and described his methods in cold detail. The families of the victims attended hearings, listening as he recounted the deaths of their loved ones. For many, it was a devastating experience, but it also brought answers after decades of uncertainty. Ridgway was sentenced to life in prison without parole, serving his time at the Washington State Penitentiary. He remains there to this day, one of the most prolific serial killers in United States history. Story 2. John Wayne Gacy was born on March 17, 1942, in Chicago, Illinois, into a blue-collar family of Polish and Danish descent. His father, John Stanley Gacy, was a World War I veteran and auto repair machinist who carried the scars of alcoholism and a violent temper. His mother, Marion, was described as a kind and protective woman who tried to shield her children from the worst of their father's anger. John Wayne, known in the family simply as Johnny, was the second of 3 children, with 2 sisters who were close to him throughout his life. From an early age, Gacy's relationship with his father was one of fear and disappointment. The elder Gacy often belittled his son, calling him weak and stupid, mocking him for not being athletic, and sometimes beating him for minor infractions. Johnny longed for approval that never came. Even as he grew older and achieved small successes, his father dismissed him. His mother, on the other hand, offered him compassion and defended him from his father's abuse. But this only deepened the wedge between father and son. As a boy, Gacy suffered from health problems. He experienced fainting spells and was later diagnosed with a congenital heart condition that limited his ability to participate in sports. This weakness made him a target of bullying from peers and further scorn from his father, who saw physical strength as a mark of manhood. These early wounds of rejection and humiliation would stay with him for life. Despite his struggles, Gacy showed an ability to charm and make friends. He had a sociable nature and often tried to win people over with humor and friendliness. By his teenage years, he became active in community organizations, working in grocery stores, and showing leadership qualities that impressed many around him. Yet behind this affable exterior, he carried secrets of confusion about his identity, his desires, and his insecurities. After finishing high school, Gacy moved through a series of jobs, eventually finding work in management positions. He married his first wife, Marlyn Myers, in 1964, and the couple settled in Waterloo, Iowa, where her family owned a chain of Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurants. Gacy managed 3 of these restaurants, earning a good salary and presenting himself as a respectable young businessman. He joined the JCs, a civic organization where he rose quickly through the ranks, known for his enthusiasm and his ability to get others involved. But beneath this respectable exterior, Gacy harbored dark impulses. In 1968, he was charged with sexually assaulting a 15-year-old boy an offense that shattered the image he had worked so hard to build. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison, and his wife divorced him, taking their 2 children and severing all ties. After serving just 18 months, Gacy was released in 1970 for good behavior. He returned to Chicago, determined to rebuild his life, but the seeds of his future crimes had already been planted. Back in Chicago, Gacy reinvented himself. He started a successful construction business, PDM Contractors, which specialized in painting, decorating, and maintenance. He remarried, this time to a woman named Carol Hoff, a divorced mother with 2 daughters. They moved into a house on Summerdale Avenue in Norwood Park, a quiet suburban neighborhood. To his neighbors, Gacy appeared to be a model citizen. He hosted parties, often cooking elaborate meals, and became involved in local Democratic Party politics. One of Gacy's most unusual hobbies was performing as a clown. He created 2 characters, Pogo the Clown and Patches the Clown, sewing the costumes himself and painting his own face. He entertained children at hospitals, charity events, and parades, earning him the nickname the Killer Clown in later years. To those who saw him perform, he seemed harmless, even joyful. Yet this persona masked the terrifying reality of what was happening inside his home. Throughout the 1970s, young men and boys began disappearing in the Chicago area. Many of them were runaways, drifters, or youth-seeking work. Gacy often lured them with promises of construction jobs or money. Some he picked up hitchhiking, others he met at bus stations or on the street. Once inside his home, he would offer them alcohol or show them a trick involving handcuffs, claiming he could demonstrate how to escape. When they were restrained, he revealed his true intentions. He assaulted them, strangled them, and disposed of their bodies. The sheer number of victims is staggering. Over the years, Gacy murdered at least 33 young men and boys. He buried most of them in the crawl space beneath his house, layering the bodies in trenches that he dug himself. Others were disposed of in the nearby Des Plaines River. His ability to maintain his public image while committing these crimes is one of the most disturbing aspects of his story. Suspicion grew slowly. Some families of the missing reported seeing their sons last with Gacy, and rumors circulated. In 1978, the disappearance of 15-year-old Robert Piest became the turning point. Piest was last seen at a pharmacy where Gacy had offered him a job. When he failed to return home, his parents alerted the police, who quickly connected his disappearance to Gacy. A surveillance operation was launched. Detectives followed Gacy, noting his erratic behavior and eventually obtaining a search warrant for his home. What they discovered shocked them. The smell of decomposition in the house was overwhelming. In the crawl space, they began to find bodies, one after another, buried in the earth. The scale of the crime was almost beyond comprehension. Gacy was arrested in December 1978. During questioning, he confessed in chilling detail to the murders. He spoke casually of how he killed the boys, describing them as if they were objects rather than human beings. The trial began in 1980 and lasted for weeks. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, while the defense tried to argue insanity. But the jury was unmoved. Gacy was found guilty of 33 murders, the largest number attributed to one person in United States history at that time. He was sentenced to death. For years, he lived on death row at Menard Correctional Center, appealing his sentence and maintaining at times that he was innocent, at other times admitting to the crimes. He became a notorious figure, even creating paintings that were sold for high prices by collectors morbidly fascinated with him. On May 10th, 1994, John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection. Crowds gathered outside the prison, some celebrating, others reflecting on the horror of his crimes. His last words were dismissive, showing no remorse for the lives he had taken. The legacy of John Wayne Gacy's crimes left a deep scar on the Chicago community and the families of his victims. His ability to live a double life, to be a businessman, a community volunteer, and a clown who entertained children, while at the same time burying dozens of bodies beneath his home, remains one of the most chilling examples of hidden evil. His case also led to greater awareness of the need for better investigations into missing persons, especially those from vulnerable groups. Story 3. The story of Peter Sutcliffe, later known to the world as the Yorkshire Ripper, begins in a quiet and ordinary setting, one that gave little hint of the darkness that would one day emerge. Born in Bingley, West Yorkshire, in 1946, Sutcliffe grew up in a working-class family in post-war England. His early life was marked by a somewhat withdrawn personality, a boy who seemed more comfortable in solitude than in crowds. Teachers and peers noticed that he was shy and sometimes awkward, but there was little outward sign of what was to come. The landscape of his childhood was one of smoky industrial towns, strict social structures, and families trying to rebuild their lives in the aftermath of war. As Sutcliffe grew older, those who knew him recalled a young man who seemed caught between the ordinary expectations of life and a deeper sense of disconnection. He worked various jobs, including in a factory and later as a truck driver, but he never seemed to settle. His relationships were strained, though he eventually married Sonia Surma in 1974, a woman who would remain by his side through much of the turmoil that was to follow. Their marriage was unusual, marked by long separations and a lack of intimacy, which only deepened Sutcliffe's sense of isolation. The crimes that would bring his name into infamy began in the mid-1970s. Between 1975 and 1980, women in the north of England began to be attacked with shocking brutality. Many were sex workers, living vulnerable lives on the margins of society. Others were simply ordinary women going about their daily routines. The killings were marked by a distinctive pattern, with the use of a hammer and a sharpened instrument that inflicted terrible injuries. The attacks were sudden, frenzied, and deeply violent, leaving behind scenes of horror that confounded the police and terrified the public. The press quickly seized upon the fear, labeling the unknown killer the Yorkshire Ripper, an echo of the Victorian-era Jack the Ripper murders in London. The name stuck, and with it came a wave of public panic. Women across the north of England lived under a shadow of dread, avoiding nighttime travel, staying in groups, and fearing the possibility that the next victim could be anyone. The climate of fear grew so severe that it reshaped social life, particularly for women, and placed immense pressure on law enforcement to find the culprit. The investigation, however, was plagued by mistakes. The West Yorkshire Police launched one of the largest manhunts in British history, interviewing thousands of men, compiling endless files of information, and struggling under the weight of both public expectation and their own internal errors. A major setback came in the form of the so-called Wearside Jack hoax. A man with a strong Sunderland accent sent letters and tapes to the police claiming to be the killer. The police, convinced of the authenticity of the recordings, diverted significant resources to focus on suspects with similar accents. In reality, the letters and tapes were fraudulent, later proven to have been sent by John Samuel Humble, a man with no connection to the actual murders. This misdirection allowed Sutcliffe to continue his killings while the investigation drifted off course. By the end of the decade, the list of victims had grown. Women such as Wilma McCann, Emily Jackson, Irene Richardson, Patricia Atkinson, Jane MacDonald, and many more had lost their lives in horrifying circumstances. Some victims were young women with children, others elderly, some students or shop assistants. Each case carried with it grief and devastation for families and communities, while the broader society lived with the constant unease of not knowing when or where the killer would strike next. Despite being interviewed by the police multiple times, Sutcliffe managed to avoid capture. He explained away inconsistencies, charmed his way out of suspicion, and benefited from the disorganization of the investigation. Files were misplaced, connections were overlooked, and the sheer scale of the inquiry left gaps through which Sutcliffe slipped repeatedly. The frustration of the detectives mounted, and the anger of the public grew. Women's rights groups organized protests, demanding greater safety and accountability, and criticizing the police for failing to protect the vulnerable. The breakthrough finally came in January 1981. Sutcliffe was arrested in Sheffield after police officers noticed false number plates on his car. Inside the vehicle, they discovered tools that connected him to the series of murders. Further investigation revealed bloodstains, weapons, and other evidence that left little doubt as to his guilt. Once in custody, Sutcliffe confessed to many of the murders, speaking in a detached and almost casual manner that shocked investigators. He claimed that he had been commanded by voices, a supposed divine directive to rid the world of prostitutes. Whether this was a genuine delusion or an attempt to craft a defense is still debated, but it became a central element of his trial. In May 1981, Sutcliffe stood trial at the Old Bailey. The proceedings gripped the nation as the court heard testimony about the murders, the botched investigation, and Sutcliffe's mental state. His defense argued diminished responsibility, claiming he suffered from paranoid schizophrenia. However, the jury rejected this, and Sutcliffe was convicted of 13 counts of murder and 7 counts of attempted murder. He was sentenced to 20 concurrent life terms in prison, a sentence later upgraded to a whole life tariff, ensuring that he would never be released. The aftermath of the case left lasting scars on British society. Families of the victims struggled with grief for decades, while the surviving victims bore the trauma of their attacks. The failures of the police investigation led to a major public inquiry, which criticized the West Yorkshire police for their mishandling of the case and recommended sweeping reforms. The Wearside Jack hoaxer was eventually unmasked and imprisoned years later, adding another tragic dimension to the story of misdirection and lost lives. Sutcliffe himself spent the rest of his life in custody, moving between prisons and psychiatric facilities. He was attacked several times by fellow inmates and lived under heavy guard. His health declined in later years, and he died in 2020 after contracting COVID-19, bringing an end to the life of a man whose crimes had cast a shadow over an entire generation. The story of the Yorkshire Ripper remains one of the most haunting chapters in British criminal history. It is a tale not only of violence and cruelty, but also of systemic failure, public fear, and the resilience of those who demanded justice. It reveals how the actions of one man can alter the lives of countless others, and how institutions meant to protect can falter under pressure. For decades, it has served as a cautionary reminder of the need for vigilance, fairness, and the protection of society's most vulnerable. Story 4. The story of Richard Ramirez, who would become infamously known as the Night Stalker, begins far from the bright lights of Los Angeles, in El Paso, Texas, where he was born in February 1960. He grew up in a troubled household, the youngest of 5 children in a working-class Mexican-American family. His father was strict and often abusive, and young Richard, called Richie by his family, began spending long hours away from home to avoid conflict. He slept in cemeteries as a child, he wandered the streets at night, and he grew up surrounded by influences that were anything but stable. From an early age, Ramirez was exposed to violence and darkness that would shape him forever. His older cousin, Miguel, was a Vietnam veteran who returned from the war with photographs of atrocities and stories of brutality. Miguel would show these images to the impressionable boy and brag about acts of violence he committed overseas. Even more horrifying, Miguel once shot his wife in front of Richard, an act of domestic murder that Ramirez witnessed firsthand as a teenager. This exposure to blood and death left a deep imprint. Ramirez's adolescence spiraled further into delinquency. He experimented with drugs, including LSD, and developed a fascination with Satanism, black magic, and horror. He idolized serial killers and murderers, studying their crimes as if they were role models. By his late teens, he was committing burglaries, drifting between jobs, and spending nights wandering city streets. Eventually, he left Texas for California, where the anonymity of Los Angeles provided the perfect landscape for his descent into crime. The wave of violence that earned him his place in history began in 1984. The first known murder linked to him was that of Jenny Vinkow, a 79-year-old woman who was brutally attacked in her Los Angeles apartment. Her death bore the hallmarks of the savagery that would characterize many of his crimes: forced entry, overwhelming violence, and sexual assault. At first, the murder seemed isolated, but within months, the pattern grew. In 1985, Los Angeles was gripped by terror. Ramirez embarked on a spree of home invasions, murders, rapes and assaults that appeared almost random in their targets. He attacked the young and the elderly, men and women, people of different races and backgrounds. No one felt safe because there was no clear profile of who might be next. He entered homes at night, often through unlocked windows or doors, and his victims woke to unspeakable violence. Some were shot, others stabbed, many bludgeoned. He left behind scenes of horror that investigators struggled to connect at first, but soon the public and police alike realized they were facing one of the most sadistic criminals in modern American history. Ramirez developed a ritualistic pattern. He used guns, knives, or blunt objects. He often assaulted women sexually, sometimes in front of their partners or children. He forced his victims to swear to Satan, leaving behind pentagrams drawn in lipstick or carved into skin. The press seized on these satanic connections, fueling fear that the Night Stalker was not merely a murderer, but part of something even darker. The city of Los Angeles descended into paranoia. Hardware stores sold out of locks and guns. People double-bolted doors, installed alarms, and slept with weapons nearby. The heat of the summer in 1985 made this even more difficult, as residents kept their windows closed in fear. Every creak of the night became a cause for panic. The randomness of Ramirez's targets made him particularly terrifying. Unlike other killers who focused on specific types of victims, Ramirez struck without pattern, so no one felt safe. The police worked tirelessly, but Ramirez proved elusive. He used stolen cars, switched weapons, and left behind little that could lead directly to him. He killed in Los Angeles, but also traveled north to San Francisco, committing murders there as well, widening the scope of the hunt. A breakthrough came when a fingerprint lifted from a stolen car matched Richard Ramirez, whose criminal record included prior arrests. His face was soon plastered across newspapers and television screens, and the entire state knew his name. The capture of Richard Ramirez was almost cinematic in its drama. In August 1985, a resident in East Los Angeles recognized Ramirez from a newspaper photo. By chance, Ramirez had entered a local store and noticed his own face staring back at him from headlines. He attempted to flee, but was chased by a group of local residents. They cornered him, beat him, and held him down until police arrived. The Night Stalker had been brought down not by elite detectives, but by ordinary citizens who refused to let him escape. His trial was one of the most sensational in American history. Beginning in 1989, it stretched on for months, marked by shocking testimony, graphic evidence, and Ramirez's own disturbing behavior. He frequently flashed a pentagram drawn on his hand, shouted "Hail Satan" in court, and showed no remorse. His demeanor made him both feared and strangely idolized. Some followers wrote him love letters and attended his trial, drawn to his image as a dark antihero. But for the families of his victims, the trial was an agonizing ordeal, forcing them to relive the horrors inflicted by a man who seemed to revel in their pain. Ultimately, Ramirez was convicted of 13 murders, 5 attempted murders, 11 sexual assaults, and 14 burglaries. The evidence was overwhelming, and the jury sentenced him to death. He was sent to San Quentin State Prison, where he would remain for the rest of his life. Even in prison, Ramirez remained a figure of fascination and revulsion. He married a woman who had written to him while incarcerated, though their relationship eventually faded. He lived under the shadow of execution for more than 2 decades, appealing his conviction but never escaping his fate. In 2013, before his death sentence could be carried out, he died of complications related to B-cell lymphoma, ending his life behind bars. The legacy of Richard Ramirez's crimes is one of terror, sorrow, and unanswered questions. His victims and their families live with scars that never fully heal. The communities he terrorized remember the summer of 1985 as a time when fear was constant, when the Night Stalker seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. His case also changed the way Americans understood crime, highlighting the vulnerability of ordinary households and the randomness of violence. The Night Stalker remains a chilling symbol of predatory cruelty, a man whose actions revealed the darkest corners of human capability. His story endures not because of who he was, but because of the devastating impact he had on countless innocent lives, and a reminder of how fragile safety can be when confronted with evil. Story 5. The story of Dennis Lynn Rader, who became known to the world as the BTK Killer, begins in the small city of Wichita, Kansas, a place that for many years felt far removed from the kind of horrors that would eventually unfold there. Dennis Rader was born in March of 1945 in the tiny community of Pittsburgh, Kansas, before his family eventually moved to Wichita. From the outside, he seemed to grow up in an ordinary Midwestern household, with both parents working hard to provide for their children. Yet even in his childhood, troubling patterns began to emerge. He later admitted that from a young age he experienced violent sexual fantasies, often imagining scenarios where he bound and controlled women. These fantasies never disappeared. Instead, they grew stronger as he matured, becoming the foundation for the crimes that would terrorize Kansas for decades. Rader graduated from high school in 1963 and spent a brief time in college before enlisting in the United States Air Force. He served from 1966 until 1970, and after returning to Kansas, he attempted to live what looked like an ordinary life. He married his wife Paula in 1971, settled down in the Wichita area, found steady work first in a meat packing plant and later with an outdoor supply company, and eventually became a compliance officer for the city of Park City, a suburb of Wichita. He was also active in his church congregation, even serving as president of the church council. To neighbors and colleagues, he seemed strict and somewhat odd, but far from dangerous. No one could have imagined the hidden life he was leading. The first known murders attributed to Rader occurred in January of 1974, when he entered the home of the Otero family in Wichita. Inside were Joseph and Julie Otero and 2 of their young children. What unfolded that morning was an act of unimaginable violence. Rader bound each member of the family with cords and methodically killed them one by one. The brutality of the Otero murders stunned Wichita and immediately led police to believe a highly dangerous individual was at large. Yet investigators had few leads. There were no suspects, no clear motive, and no connection between the victims and a possible killer. The Otero murders might have remained an isolated tragedy, but soon afterward Rader made it clear he wanted recognition. In October of 1970, a local newspaper received a letter from someone claiming responsibility. The letter described details of the crime scene that only the killer could know. Most chillingly, the writer signed the letter with the initials BTK, standing for bind, torture, kill. That phrase would become inseparable from the crimes and the identity of the man who committed them. Over the following years, Rader struck again. In April 1974, he killed Catherine Bright, a young woman he attacked in her home after following her. 2 years later, in March 1977, he murdered Shirley Vian, a mother whose children he locked in a bathroom while he carried out the crime. In December of that same year, he killed Nancy Fox, an attack he later called one of his most significant. Rader continued to taunt police and media through letters and poems, always signing them BTK. His communications revealed a desire for notoriety and control. He wanted to ensure his crimes would not be forgotten and that his name would instill fear. Despite the communications, investigators struggled to identify the killer. The crimes appeared carefully planned, and the letters revealed a disturbing intelligence. Task forces were formed, tips poured in, but the identity of BTK remained elusive. By the early 1980s, Rader seemed to go quiet. In reality, he had not stopped having violent fantasies, but he began spacing out his attacks, making them harder to connect. In April 1985, he murdered Maureen Hedge, a neighbor who lived just down the street from him. He later confessed to hiding her body in the church where he served as council president, posing her in different positions before disposing of her remains. In September 1986, he killed Vicki Wegerle, leaving behind her husband as the one to find her bound and strangled. At the time, police did not realize this crime was connected to BTK, and it was only later confirmed through DNA evidence. His final known murder occurred in January 1991, when he killed Dolores Davis, again abducting her from her home and leaving her body in a rural area outside Wichita. After that, Rader appeared to go dormant. For more than a decade, there were no known BTK murders, and many in Wichita began to believe the killer had either died or moved away. During this time, Rader continued living his outwardly normal life. He raised 2 children, maintained his job as a compliance officer where he enforced petty city codes with almost obsessive rigor, and remained active in his church. Those who knew him described him as strict, rule-bound, and somewhat controlling, but nothing that pointed to a secret double life as a serial killer. Then in 2004, more than 30 years after the first Otero murders, Wichita received a shock. BTK resurfaced. A local television station received a package containing photographs and a copy of Vicky Wedrell's driver's license, stolen from the crime scene years earlier. This was undeniable proof that the killer was still alive and wanted attention once again. Over the next year, a series of communications arrived at media outlets and police, all from BTK. He sent packages containing crime scene items, letters describing his actions, and puzzles meant to taunt investigators. These new communications proved to be Rader's undoing. In one package, he asked police if they could trace information from a computer floppy disk. Investigators responded publicly through a newspaper ad suggesting it would be safe. When Rader eventually sent a floppy disk, forensic analysis revealed metadata linking the document to Christ Lutheran Church and the name Dennis Rader. Investigators quickly confirmed that DNA taken from Rader's daughter matched evidence preserved from earlier crime scenes. On February 25, 2005, Dennis Rader was arrested near his home in Park City. The news stunned the community. This man who had lived among them for decades, enforcing local codes and serving as a church leader, was now unmasked as the BTK killer. During interrogations, Rader calmly confessed to the murders, describing them in chilling detail. He showed no remorse, instead speaking about them as projects he had planned and executed. Rader was charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder, though he hinted at more crimes that could not be conclusively proven. In court, he pleaded guilty, giving a long and detailed confession that described each murder step by step. His demeanor was cold and matter-of-fact, horrifying the families of victims who listened in the courtroom. In August 2005, Rader was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms without possibility of parole. He was sent to the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, where he remains today. His case continues to be studied for the way he maintained a double life, the methods he used to communicate with the public and law enforcement, and the failures and eventual success of the investigation that captured him. The aftermath of the BTK case left lasting scars on Wichita. For decades, families had lived in fear, never knowing who among them might secretly be BTK. The revelation that he was an ordinary neighbor and community leader was almost as terrifying as the crimes themselves. Next story. The story of Eileen Wuornos begins not in the chaos of her crimes, but in the turbulence of her early childhood. She was born in February 1956 in Rochester, Michigan, to a teenage mother and a father who would never play a role in her life. Her father was a convicted child molester who ended up in prison, later taking his own life, and her mother abandoned Eileen and her brother when Eileen was only a toddler. The 2 children were left to the care of their grandparents, a home that was supposed to provide safety, but instead became another environment of instability and abuse. Eileen's grandfather was a violent man, and her grandmother struggled with alcoholism. From an early age, Eileen experienced neglect, violence, and exploitation. By the time she was 11 years old, she had already begun trading sexual favors for food, cigarettes, and small amounts of money, surviving in a world that offered her no protection. She became pregnant as a teenager after being assaulted, and her baby was given up for adoption. Soon after, she was expelled from her home, left to survive entirely on her own. Her teenage years unfolded on the margins of society. She hitchhiked across states, lived outdoors, and engaged in sex work to sustain herself. Eileen's life became a cycle of transient relationships, brushes with the law, and survival through whatever means she could find. She was arrested multiple times for theft, fraud, and disorderly conduct. The years hardened her, stripping away any sense of stability or belonging. By the late 1980s, Wuornos was living in Florida, still drifting and surviving as a sex worker along highways. It was there, beginning in 1989, that her violent crimes began. Unlike many serial killers who targeted specific groups for twisted psychological reasons, Wuornos' murders were bound up with her own life circumstances. She claimed she killed men who had picked her up for sex when they became violent or attempted to assault her. But prosecutors would later argue her crimes were calculated robberies, carried out under the guise of self-defense. Her first known victim was Richard Mallory, a 51-year-old man who picked her up along a Florida highway. In December 1989, his body was discovered abandoned in his car, shot multiple times. At first, the murder seemed like an isolated case, but over the next year, more bodies appeared. The victims were all men, found along roadsides or in wooded areas, killed with a gun, and often robbed of their belongings or vehicles. As the body count rose, eventually reaching 7 confirmed murders, fear spread through Central Florida. Police connected the killings by the consistent method and by witness descriptions of a woman seen with some of the victims shortly before their deaths. A key detail helped narrow the search. Wuornos and her lover, Tyria Moore, had crashed one of the victims' cars and fled the scene, leaving behind fingerprints. Those prints were traced back to Wuornos, already known to law enforcement for her long history of arrests. Investigators began a manhunt, but Wuornos was elusive, moving from cheap motels to bars, living in constant motion. In January 1991, police finally caught her at a biker bar in Daytona Beach. She was arrested without incident, though she maintained a tough and defiant demeanor. Her partner, Tyria Moore, became a crucial figure in the case. Pressured by investigators, Moore agreed to cooperate in exchange for immunity. She called Wuornos while under police surveillance, persuading her to confess to the killings. On tape, Wuornos admitted to several murders, repeating her claim that she acted in self-defense against violent clients. Her trial became a national spectacle. In 1992, she was tried for the murder of Richard Mallory, though evidence from other killings was also introduced. The jury heard not only about the crimes, but also about her troubled past, her years of abandonment and abuse. Yet prosecutors argued that her pattern of taking money, possessions, and cars from her victims showed her true motive. After only a short deliberation, the jury found her guilty of murder, and she was sentenced to death. In the years that followed, Wuornos faced additional trials for the other murders, each ending in further convictions and death sentences. She became one of the rare women on death row in the United States. Her demeanor in court was unpredictable. At times, she appeared calm and resigned. At other times, she lashed out, shouting at the judge, jury, or prosecutors, declaring her hatred for society and her belief that everyone was against her. Wuornos' story drew wide attention, not just because of her crimes, but because of the complicated questions they raised. Some saw her as a victim of abuse and exploitation, a woman who had been failed by every institution meant to protect her, whose violence was an extension of the violence inflicted upon her. Others saw her as a cold-blooded killer who preyed on men and used her history as an excuse. Her life and crimes became the subject of documentaries, books, and eventually the film Monster, which dramatized her story. But behind the media portrayal was a woman who lived nearly her entire life in pain, anger, and alienation. On October 9th, 2002, Aileen Wuornos was executed by lethal injection at Florida State Prison. She was 46 years old. In her final moments, she gave a rambling statement, referencing outer space, Armageddon, and her belief that she would return. She died quickly, ending a life that had been marked from childhood by violence and... I want to tell you about a case that revealed how predators can exploit trust within community childcare and babysitting services. A story of systematic violence targeting vulnerable families. This is the case of Carlton Gary, known as the Stocking Strangler, a serial killer who murdered at least 7 elderly women in Columbus, Georgia, during a 9-month period in 1977 and 78 while terrorizing an entire city. Carlton Gary was born in Georgia and grew up in poverty and instability. His childhood was marked by family dysfunction and criminal behavior that began at an early age. Carlton was in and out of correctional facilities as a teenager and young adult, committing various crimes including burglary and assault. As an adult, Carlton continued his criminal activities, supporting himself through theft and other illegal means. He drifted between cities and states, never establishing legitimate employment or stable housing. Carlton appeared to those who knew him as a petty criminal, but he was capable of far more serious violence than his record suggested. In the late 1970s, Carlton began a series of attacks in Columbus, Georgia, that would terrorize the city for months. His method was to break into homes where elderly women lived alone, usually during evening hours. Carlton would gain entry through unlocked doors or windows, then attack victims in their own homes. Carlton's attacks were brutal and sadistic. He would strangle his victims with stockings or other ligatures found in their homes, a method that gave him his nickname. Before killing victims, Carlton would sexually assault them, showing his crimes were motivated by both sexual violence and a desire to dominate and destroy vulnerable women. Over 9 months from September 1977 to April 1978, Carlton murdered at least 7 elderly women in Columbus. His victims ranged in age from their 50s to their 80s, all living in middle-class neighborhoods. The attacks created widespread panic as residents realized elderly women were being targeted in their own homes. What made Carlton's attacks particularly terrifying was that victims were killed in places where they should have been safe. The elderly women had locked their doors and taken reasonable precautions, but Carlton found ways to gain entry and attack them. The randomness of victim selection meant any elderly woman living alone could potentially be targeted. The investigation was massive, involving local police and state investigators. Authorities increased patrols in neighborhoods where attacks had occurred and warned residents to be vigilant. The community was gripped by fear, with elderly women afraid to stay in their homes and families worried about vulnerable relatives. Carlton's killing spree ended abruptly in April 1978 after his 7th murder. The reasons for stopping remain unclear, though some investigators believe he may have left the area or been incarcerated for other crimes. The case went cold with police unable to identify the stocking strangler. For 8 years, the murders remained unsolved. Then in 1984, new investigative techniques and renewed focus on the case led police to Carlton Gary. He was arrested and charged with the murders based on physical evidence, including fingerprints and other forensic connections to crime scenes. Carlton maintained his innocence despite evidence linking him to the murders. During his trial, prosecutors presented forensic evidence, witness testimony placing him in Columbus during the relevant period, and patterns connecting him to the attacks. The defense argued the evidence was circumstantial and that Carlton was being wrongly accused. The jury convicted Carlton Gary of 3 murders. He was sentenced to death and sent to death row in Georgia. Carlton spent decades appealing his conviction while maintaining his innocence, though forensic evidence, including DNA analysis, continued to support his guilt. Carlton Gary was executed by lethal injection in Georgia in 2018. He was 67 years old and had spent over 3 decades on death row. Carlton maintained his innocence until his execution, never confessing or providing closure to victims' families about the full extent of his crimes. The case brought relief to Columbus after decades of uncertainty. The stocking strangler had terrorized the city for 9 months and remained an unsolved mystery for years afterward. Carlton's conviction and execution provided some measure of justice for victims and their families. For the families of Carlton's victims, the case brought complicated emotions. Justice came decades after their loved ones were murdered, and Carlton's refusal to confess or show remorse denied them acknowledgement of the harm he caused. Some family members had died before seeing resolution. The investigation revealed that Carlton had a long criminal history and had been in Columbus during the period when the murders occurred. Better tracking of repeat offenders and coordination between jurisdictions might have identified him earlier as a suspect. Carlton's case demonstrated how vulnerable elderly women living alone were to home invasion by predators. His deliberate targeting of this population showed calculated exploitation of their physical vulnerability and isolation. The case also highlighted how forensic evidence could solve cold cases years after crimes occurred. The fingerprint and DNA evidence that eventually connected Carlton to the murders was collected at original crime scenes, but could not be fully analyzed until technology advanced. For law enforcement, the Stocking Strangler case influenced how serial murder investigations were conducted and how evidence was preserved for future analysis. It demonstrated that maintaining evidence from unsolved cases could eventually lead to convictions as forensic science improved. The 9-month reign of terror Carlton created in Columbus left lasting trauma on the community. Elderly residents changed their behavior. Families worried constantly about vulnerable relatives, and a sense of safety in quiet neighborhoods was shattered. Carlton's execution brought closure to one of Georgia's most notorious unsolved cases. However, questions remained about whether he had committed additional murders beyond those he was convicted of. Some investigators believed his criminal history and patterns suggested he might have killed in other locations. The case stands as a reminder that serial killers often target the most vulnerable members of society, recognizing that elderly people have limited ability to defend themselves. Carlton's deliberate selection of elderly women living alone showed predatory calculation in choosing victims. The Stocking Strangler case also demonstrated how serial killers could terrorize entire communities, creating fear that extended far beyond the immediate victims to affect thousands of residents who worried they or their loved ones might be next. Carlton Gary's crimes remain a dark chapter in Columbus history. Next story. I want to tell you about a case that revealed how predators can exploit trust within seasonal and temporary work industries. A story of systematic violence targeting vulnerable workers. This is the case of Bruce McArthur, a Canadian serial killer who murdered at least 8 men over a 7-year period while working as a self-employed landscaper in Toronto, hiding victims' remains in planters at properties where he worked. Bruce McArthur was born in Ontario, Canada, and grew up in a rural area. He married and had children, presenting himself as an ordinary family man. Bruce worked various jobs throughout his life before establishing himself as a self-employed landscaper, serving clients in Toronto's affluent neighborhoods. To clients and acquaintances, Bruce appeared to be a friendly, grandfatherly figure who took pride in his landscaping work. He was known for his attention to detail and his ability to transform gardens into beautiful spaces. No one suspected the darkness hidden beneath his pleasant exterior. But Bruce harbored violent impulses toward men. He frequented Toronto's gay village and used online dating apps to meet men from marginalized communities. Bruce specifically targeted men who were immigrants, refugees, or living on society's margins, people whose disappearances might not trigger immediate intensive investigation. Bruce's method was to invite men to his apartment under the pretense of socializing or intimate encounters. Once alone with victims, Bruce would strangle them to death. After murdering his victims, Bruce would dismember their bodies and hide remains in large planters at properties where he provided landscaping services. The planters Bruce used were substantial containers that held soil and plants at clients' homes and businesses. Bruce would bury body parts beneath the soil and plants, creating hidden graves that went undetected for years. The remains were literally beneath the feet of property owners and visitors who had no idea what lay beneath the beautiful plantings. Over 7 years, from 2010 to 2017, Bruce murdered at least 8 men. His victims were predominantly of Middle Eastern or South Asian descent, men who were part of Toronto's LGBTQ+ community but who had limited family connections or social support systems in Canada. What enabled Bruce to continue killing was his careful selection of vulnerable victims and his ingenious method of hiding remains. The men Bruce targeted were often immigrants or refugees whose disappearances were not immediately reported or thoroughly investigated. When they did go missing, cases received minimal attention. Additionally, Bruce's use of planters at his clients' properties provided perfect hiding places. The large containers were moved seasonally, planted and replanted, and tended by Bruce without anyone suspecting they contained human remains. The method showed calculated planning and understanding of how to hide evidence in plain sight. Bruce's crimes were discovered when police investigated the disappearance of a man Bruce had been seeing. Surveillance revealed Bruce's connection to multiple missing men, and when police searched his apartment and the properties where he worked, they made horrifying discoveries. Excavation of planters at various properties revealed body parts from multiple victims. The remains had been dismembered and carefully hidden beneath soil and plants, preserved by the cold Canadian climate. As investigators examined more properties where Bruce had worked, additional victims were discovered. The investigation revealed that Bruce had killed systematically over years, selecting vulnerable victims and hiding their remains in locations where they would not be discovered unless someone specifically searched for them. The calculated nature of his crimes showed someone who had carefully planned how to kill and conceal evidence. Bruce McArthur was arrested and charged with 8 counts of murder. Confronted with overwhelming evidence, Bruce pleaded guilty to all charges, sparing victims' families from a lengthy trial. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole for 25 years, effectively ensuring he would die in prison. The case shocked Toronto and exposed serious failures in how missing persons cases involving marginalized LGBTQ+ individuals were investigated. Many of Bruce's victims have been reported missing, but their cases received minimal attention because of assumptions about their lifestyles or immigration status. For the families of Bruce's victims, many of whom were in other countries, the case brought devastating news. Their loved ones had immigrated to Canada seeking better lives, but had encountered a predator who targeted vulnerable newcomers. Learning their family members had been murdered and their remains hidden in planters was horrifying. The investigation revealed that concerns about disappearances in Toronto's gay village had been raised for years, but police had not recognized or adequately investigated patterns suggesting a serial killer was targeting the community. Better investigation of missing persons cases might have identified Bruce earlier and prevented additional murders. Bruce's case highlighted how vulnerable immigrants and refugees were to predators who recognized their isolation and limited support systems. Bruce had deliberately selected victims who had few family connections in Canada and whose disappearances would not trigger the same investigative response as would occur for other missing persons. The use of planters to hide remains was particularly disturbing because it showed Bruce's calculated exploitation of his landscaping work. He had used his profession and his access to clients' properties to create hidden burial sites that allowed him to continue operating without detection. For the LGBTQ+ community in Toronto, Bruce's crimes were traumatic and revealed vulnerabilities in how police responded to concerns about missing community members. The case prompted discussion about discrimination in law enforcement and the need for better investigation of disappearances regardless of victims' sexual orientation or immigration status. Bruce McArthur remains in prison, serving his life sentences. He has shown minimal remorse and has provided limited explanation for his crimes. His case continues to influence how missing persons cases involving marginalized communities are investigated. The case stands as a reminder that serial killers often target the most vulnerable members of society, people whose disappearances are less likely to receive thorough investigation. Bruce's deliberate selection of immigrants and refugees showed predatory recognition of their vulnerability. The Bruce McArthur case also demonstrated how predators could hide evidence in plain sight, using their professions and access to create concealment methods that prevented detection for years. His use of planters showed criminal sophistication in understanding how to hide remains where they would not be discovered. For Toronto, the case prompted reforms in how missing persons cases are handled and how police respond to concerns from marginalized communities. It demonstrated that dismissing or minimizing disappearances of vulnerable people enables serial killers to continue operating. Next story. I want to tell you about a case that revealed how predators can exploit trust within wellness and alternative medicine services. A story of systematic violence targeting vulnerable clients seeking help. This is the case of Lonnie Franklin Jr., known as the Grim Sleeper, a serial killer who murdered at least 10 women over a 25-year period in South Los Angeles while working as a sanitation worker and mechanic. Lonnie Franklin Jr. was born in Los Angeles and grew up in the south-central area of the city. He served in the Army before returning to Los Angeles, where he worked for the city's sanitation department and later as a mechanic. Lonnie was married and had children, presenting himself as a working-class family man who maintained steady employment. To neighbors and colleagues, Lonnie appeared to be an ordinary resident of South Los Angeles. He kept his property maintained, worked regularly, and seemed to be a stable member of the community. No one suspected he was using his neighborhood familiarity to hunt for victims. But Lonnie harbored violent impulses toward women, particularly sex workers and women struggling with addiction. He began targeting vulnerable women in his own community, women who worked the streets of South Los Angeles and who had minimal family connections or resources. Lonnie's method was to approach women in his vehicle, offering them money for sex or rides to destinations. Once women were in his car, Lonnie would drive them to isolated locations or to his own home where he would attack them. He would shoot victims at close range or strangle them, showing calculated violence in eliminating women he viewed as disposable. From 1985 to 2007, Lonnie murdered at least 10 women in South Los Angeles. His victims were predominantly African-American women who worked as prostitutes or who struggled with drug addiction. The murders showed a consistent pattern of targeting the most vulnerable women in his community. What made Lonnie's case particularly notable was the gap in his known killings. He appeared to murder several women in the mid-1980s, then stopped for 14 years before resuming in 2002. This dormant period earned him the nickname Grim Sleeper, suggesting he had taken a long break between killing sprees. What enabled Lonnie to continue killing for so long was that his victims were women whose disappearances did not trigger intensive investigation. Sex workers who vanished from South Los Angeles were often assumed to have moved to other areas or encountered dangers associated with their work. Investigations were minimal, and connections between murders were not immediately recognized. Additionally, South Los Angeles was dealing with high crime rates and limited police resources during much of the period when Lonnie was active. Missing persons cases involving sex workers were not prioritized, allowing Lonnie to kill repeatedly without serious investigation into patterns. Lonnie was eventually identified through familial DNA searching, a technique where investigators compare crime scene DNA to genetic databases to identify relatives of potential suspects. DNA from Lonnie's son, who had been arrested on an unrelated charge, partially matched crime scene evidence, leading investigators to Lonnie as a potential suspect. Police conducted surveillance on Lonnie and eventually obtained his DNA from discarded items. The DNA matched evidence from multiple murder scenes, providing definitive proof that Lonnie was responsible for the killings. Lonnie was arrested and charged with 10 murders. During his arrest and investigation, police searched Lonnie's home and found photographs and videos of numerous women, many appearing unconscious or deceased. The collection suggested Lonnie had documented his crimes and possibly had additional victims beyond those definitively connected to him through forensic evidence. Lonnie Franklin Jr. was tried for 10 murders. During his trial, prosecutors presented DNA evidence, ballistics analysis showing the same gun was used in multiple murders, and testimony from a survivor who had escaped from Lonnie after being shot. The evidence was overwhelming and showed systematic predation over decades. Lonnie was convicted of all 10 murders and sentenced to death. He spent years on death row in California before dying in prison of natural causes in 2020. He was 67 years old and never showed genuine remorse for his crimes or provided complete information about all his victims. The case exposed serious failures in how crimes against sex workers were investigated in South Los Angeles. Many of Lonnie's victims have been reported missing or their bodies have been discovered, but investigations were not thorough or coordinated enough to recognize a serial killer was operating in the community. For the families of Lonnie's victims, the case brought devastating closure after years or decades of uncertainty. Many had searched for missing daughters or sisters without receiving adequate help from law enforcement. Learning their loved ones had been murdered by a neighbor who lived in their own community was horrifying. The investigation revealed that concerns about missing women in South Los Angeles had been raised for years, but these concerns were not taken seriously by authorities. Better investigation and coordination might have identified Lonnie much earlier and prevented additional murders. Lonnie's case highlighted how vulnerable sex workers were to serial predators and how their marginalization enabled killers to target them repeatedly. Lonnie had recognized that women working in sex trade had minimal protection and that their disappearances would not trigger the same investigative response as victims from other populations. The 14-year gap in Lonnie's known killings remains mysterious. Some investigators believe he may have been incarcerated for other crimes during this period, while others suggest he may have killed elsewhere or that his crimes during this period simply were not connected to him. The dormancy remains unexplained. The use of familial DNA searching to identify Lonnie was controversial but effective. The technique raised privacy concerns about using relative genetic information to identify suspects, but it also demonstrated how advances in forensic science could solve cold cases that seemed unsolvable through traditional methods. For South Los Angeles, Lonnie's case brought shame and recognition that the community had failed to protect its most vulnerable women. The fact that a serial killer could operate for decades while living openly in the neighborhood exposed how invisible certain victims were to authorities and society. The Grim Sleeper case stands as a reminder that serial killers often target marginalized communities whose members are less likely to receive thorough investigation when they disappear or are murdered. Lonnie Franklin's 25 years of killing demonstrated how easily predators can operate when their victims are people society has already devalued. The case influenced how missing persons cases involving sex workers are investigated and prompted discussion about allocating resources to protect vulnerable women regardless of their circumstances. It demonstrated that comprehensive investigation of all missing persons and murder cases is necessary to identify serial killers before they claim additional victims. Next story. I'm going to tell you the story of one of the darkest crimes in history. A story that will haunt you. A story that shows the terrifying depths of human behavior. This is the story of Anatoly Onoprienko, a man who would come to be known as the Beast of Ukraine. Between 1989 and 1996, he murdered at least 52 people across Ukraine, though investigators believe the true number may be higher. His crimes were characterized by extreme brutality and a complete absence of mercy. He killed entire families in their homes, sparing no one, not women, not children, not the elderly. Anatoly Yuryovich Onoprienko was born on July 25, 1959, in the village of Lasky in western Ukraine. His mother died when he was only 4 years old, leaving behind Anatoly and his older brother Valery. What happened next would shape everything that followed. Their father could not care for both children, so he made a devastating choice. He kept Valery at home, but sent Anatoly to a state-run orphanage. This abandonment created a wound that never healed. While his brother grew up with their father, Anatoly spent his childhood in cold institutional facilities. He would later say he felt worthless, rejected, the child who was not good enough to keep. In the orphanage, he was quiet and withdrawn. Teachers noted his inability to form emotional connections and his fascination with weapons and violence. He drew pictures of guns and knives. He spoke of wanting power, wanting people to fear him. At 18, he left the orphanage and tried to reconnect with his family. What he found only deepened his rage. His brother had a normal life, a wife, children, respect in the community. Their father clearly favored Valery. Anatoly felt like an unwanted stranger. This second rejection confirmed his belief that the world had denied him everything he deserved. He drifted through various jobs, never settling anywhere. Co-workers found him unsettling. He stared without speaking, made disturbing comments about death, seemed consumed by barely contained anger. He began committing burglaries, breaking into homes to steal. But these crimes were practiced for something darker. In 1989, Anatoly and an accomplice named Sergei Rogozin began a killing spree that targeted travelers. They would ambush people on remote roads, rob them, then murder them to eliminate witnesses. Their first victims were a family traveling by car. Anatoly shot them without hesitation, showing no emotion. Over the following months, they killed 9 people this way. Then they separated, and the murders stopped. For 6 years, Anatoly lived quietly, working odd jobs and staying out of trouble. But the rage inside him was growing. He later said he felt compelled to kill, that he heard voices commanding him to murder. In 1995, he began killing again, but now his methods changed dramatically. On Christmas Eve 1995, Anatoly approached an isolated farmhouse in the Brakovici village. Inside was the Zychenko family, gathered for the holiday. He broke in carrying a sawed-off shotgun. What followed was a massacre. He systematically murdered the entire family, for people including 2 children. He then set fire to the house to destroy evidence. This became his signature pattern. Over the next 14 months, he repeated this horror again and again. He would select isolated homes, break in at night, and kill everyone inside. His weapon of choice was a sawed-off shotgun, though he also used axes and knives. The families never had a chance. He moved with speed and efficiency, showing no hesitation, no mercy, no remorse. The Pilot family, a family of 4, murdered in their home. The Dubchak family, including children, slaughtered while they slept. The Novosad family, gunned down in their isolated farmhouse. Family after family fell victim to his rage. He killed 27 people in home invasions alone during this period, and many more in random encounters on roads and in forests. What made his crimes particularly terrifying was their randomness. He did not know his victims. He did not stalk them or plan extensively. He simply chose homes that looked isolated and vulnerable. The families were symbols to him, representations of the normal life he had been denied. By destroying them, he was striking back at a world that had rejected him. Between home invasions, he killed randomly. He murdered a man walking on a road simply because he was there. He shot a woman at a train station for no reason. He killed a taxi driver who picked him up. Each murder seemed to feed his need for more violence. Police were overwhelmed. The crimes occurred across different regions, and Soviet-era communication systems made coordination difficult. There was no clear pattern beyond the brutality. No obvious motive, no sexual component, no apparent connection between victims. Witnesses who survived encounters with him provided descriptions, but they varied. Some said he was calm and cold. Others said he seemed to enjoy the killings. The breakthrough came in April 1996. Police arrested Anatoly's cousin on an unrelated weapons charge. During questioning, the cousin mentioned that Anatoly had recently been acting strangely and had come into possession of guns. Police investigated and discovered Anatoly had been in the areas where several murders occurred. When they arrested him on April 16, 1996, he was calm, almost relieved. In custody, he confessed to 52 murders, describing each in detail without emotion. He showed investigators where he had hidden weapons and stolen items. He drew maps to burial sites. During interrogation, Anatoly was unervingly composed. He spoke about the murders as if discussing routine tasks. He said he felt nothing when he killed, that his victims meant nothing to him. He compared himself to a natural disaster, something that simply happened without meaning or purpose. When asked why he killed children, he said they were witnesses and had to die. When asked if he felt remorse, he said he felt nothing at all. Psychiatric evaluation revealed a complex picture. He showed clear signs of antisocial personality disorder, demonstrating no empathy, no remorse, and no emotional connection to others. However, experts disagreed on whether he was legally insane. He understood right from wrong, knew his actions were illegal, and took steps to avoid capture. The childhood abandonment had clearly damaged him profoundly, but many people experience similar trauma without becoming mass murderers. His trial began in November 1998 and lasted until March 1999. The courtroom was packed with victims' families and journalists. Anatoly showed no emotion throughout. He confirmed his confessions, provided additional details, and remained coldly indifferent to the suffering he had caused. Family members wept and shouted at him. He stared back blankly. He was convicted of 52 murders and sentenced to death. However, Ukraine had instituted a moratorium on the death penalty, so his sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. He was sent to a maximum security prison where he remained in isolation. In prison, Anatoly became an object of fascination for criminologists and journalists. He gave occasional interviews, always maintaining his cold demeanor. He said he had no regrets, that he would kill again if given the opportunity. He blamed his father and society for creating him, but showed no real insight into his own psychology. Anatoly Onoprienko died in prison on August 27, 2013, of heart failure. He was 54 years old. He never showed remorse for his crimes. Next story. I'm going to tell you the story of one of the darkest crimes in history. A story that will haunt you. A story that shows the terrifying depths of human behavior. This is the story of Robert Hansen, the butcher baker of Alaska. Between 1971 and 1983, he abducted at least 17 women, flew them to remote wilderness locations, released them, and hunted them like animals. He turned the vast Alaskan wilderness into his personal hunting ground, where women became prey in a twisted game that satisfied his need for power and control. Robert Christian Hansen was born on February 15, 1939, in Esterville, Iowa, to a Danish immigrant father who owned a bakery. His childhood was marked by relentless bullying and social rejection that would fuel decades of resentment. Robert suffered from severe acne that left his face badly scarred, and he had a pronounced stutter that made speaking difficult and embarrassing. These physical characteristics made him a constant target for ridicule. His classmates mocked him mercilessly. Girls rejected him, often cruelly. He was never invited to social events, never had a girlfriend, never experienced normal adolescent relationships. Every day at school was a humiliation. He retreated into himself, nursing his anger and fantasizing about revenge. He dreamed of scenarios where he had power over the people who mocked him, especially the women who rejected him. His father was stern and demanding, expecting Robert to work long hours in the bakery and show no weakness. There was little warmth in their relationship, only expectations and disappointment when Robert failed to meet them. His mother was passive, offering no protection from either the bullying at school or the harshness at home. Robert found escape in two activities, hunting and archery. In the woods of Iowa, he discovered he had genuine talent. He became an exceptional marksman, winning local competitions. When he held a rifle or bow, he felt powerful. Animals could not mock him or reject him. In the wilderness, he was in control. This feeling of power through hunting would later take on a much darker meaning. Despite his social difficulties, Robert managed to marry young. His first marriage was brief and ended badly. He committed arson, burning down a school bus garage, and was arrested. This crime seemed to come from nowhere, a sudden explosion of the rage he kept buried. He served a brief sentence and was released. He married again, this time to a woman named Darla, who seemed willing to overlook his awkwardness and troubled past. They moved to Anchorage, Alaska, in 1967, seeking a fresh start. Robert opened a bakery and became a respected small business owner. To his neighbors and customers, he seemed like a quiet, hard-working family man. He and Darla had 2 children. He went hunting regularly, often flying his small plane into remote areas for days at a time. But beneath this normal exterior, Robert was living a secret life. He began frequenting areas where sex workers operated. These were women he felt he could finally control, women who could not reject him because he was paying them. But even this was not enough. His old resentments and rage demanded more. In 1971, Robert Hansen committed his first known murder. He picked up a woman, drove her to a remote location, and killed her. The Alaskan wilderness was vast and unforgiving, filled with endless forests, mountains, and glaciers where bodies could disappear forever. He realized he had found the perfect hunting ground. Over the next 12 years, he developed a horrifying pattern. He would abduct women, usually sex workers or dancers who he believed would not be missed or whose disappearances would not be thoroughly investigated. He would kidnap them at gunpoint, often from downtown Anchorage. He would take them to his home when his wife was away, chain them in the basement, and assault them repeatedly. Then came the hunting. He would fly them in his small plane to remote locations in the Alaskan wilderness, areas accessible only by air, places where no one could hear their screams. He would let them go, giving them a head start. Then he would hunt them with his rifle or bow and arrow, tracking them through the woods like the animals he had hunted all his life. The women would run, desperate and terrified, knowing they were going to die, while Robert stalked them with the patient skill of an experienced hunter. Some women died quickly. Others he tracked for hours, prolonging their terror and his pleasure. After killing them, he would simply leave their bodies where they fell. The wilderness would do the rest. Bears, wolves, and the elements would scatter the remains. Many of his victims were never found, but some women escaped. In 1983, a 17-year-old named Cindy Paulson managed to flee while Hansen was distracted. She ran to a nearby road and flagged down a truck driver. She went to police with a detailed account of her abduction and assault. She described her attacker, his home, his plane, and his plan to fly her into the wilderness. Police were initially skeptical. Cindy was a sex worker with a criminal record, and her story seemed almost too bizarre to believe. The man she described, Robert Hansen, was a respected businessman with no serious criminal history beyond the old arson charge. He was married with children, a pillar of his community. But Cindy was insistent, and her details were specific. Alaska State Trooper Glenn Flo believed her and began investigating. He discovered that numerous women had gone missing in the Anchorage area over the past decade, most of them involved in sex work. He obtained a search warrant for Hansen's home and property. The search revealed a horrifying collection. They found jewelry and identification cards belonging to missing women. They found weapons, including the rifle and bow he used for hunting. They found aviation maps with locations marked in the wilderness. Most damning, they found souvenirs he had kept from his victims. When confronted with the evidence, Robert Hansen confessed. He admitted to 17 murders, though investigators believe there were more victims whose bodies were never recovered. He led police to burial sites scattered across the Alaskan wilderness, helping them recover remains. He described his crimes in detail, showing no remorse, speaking about the murders as if they were successful hunting trips. Psychiatric evaluation revealed a deeply disturbed individual who never moved past his adolescent rejections. Every woman he killed represented the girls who had rejected him in high school. By hunting them, he was finally powerful. He was finally in control. The years of humiliation and rage had transformed into something monstrous. In 1984, Robert Hansen pleaded guilty to 4 murders and was sentenced to 461 years in prison plus life without parole. He avoided the death penalty through his plea deal and cooperation in locating victims. In prison, he remained largely isolated. Other inmates despised him for targeting vulnerable women. He received little sympathy from anyone. He spent his time writing letters maintaining his innocence in some murders while admitting others, never seeming to grasp the enormity of what he had done. Robert Hansen died in prison on August 21, 2014, at age 75. To the end, he remained the same damaged, resentful man who turned his childhood pain into a justification for murder. Next story. I'm going to tell you the story of one of the darkest crimes in history. A story that will haunt you. A story that shows the terrifying depths of human behavior. This is the case of Dean Corll, the Candy Man, who orchestrated one of the most horrific murder sprees in American history, hiding behind a facade of kindness while committing unspeakable acts against young boys. Dean Arnold Corll was born in Fort Wayne, Indiana, into a family that appeared respectable on the surface but harbored deep dysfunction beneath. His parents' marriage was troubled from the start, marked by constant conflict and multiple separations. Dean and his younger brother were caught in the middle of their parents' volatile relationship, experiencing the instability of a home that never felt secure. Dean's mother, Mary, was a domineering woman who divorced and remarried multiple times. She started a small candy company, and Dean helped her run the business, often working long hours making and packaging candy. He was known in the neighborhood as a friendly man who would give free candy to local children, earning him the nickname that would later take on such sinister meaning. As a young man, Dean seemed unremarkable. He was quiet, polite, and hardworking. He served briefly in the military and worked various jobs after his discharge. He lived with his mother for much of his adult life, never marrying, and neighbors considered him a gentle and kind person. Children in the neighborhood knew him as the nice man who gave away sweets and seemed genuinely interested in their lives. But behind this carefully constructed image, Dean harbored dark desires that he kept hidden from everyone around him. He was attracted to young boys, and as he entered his 30s, his ability to control these urges began to fail. He started inviting teenage boys to his home, initially just to socialize, but gradually his interactions became more sinister. Dean moved to Houston, Texas, and it was there that his crimes would reach their horrifying peak. He rented a house in a quiet neighborhood and continued his pattern of befriending local teenagers. He would offer them a place to hang out, provide them with alcohol and drugs, and create an environment where they felt comfortable and safe. Many of these boys came from troubled homes or were runaways, making them particularly vulnerable to his manipulations. Dean's method evolved when he met two teenage boys who would become his accomplices. David Brooks was a lonely 15-year-old when Dean befriended him, and later Elmer Wayne Henley, another troubled teenager, joined their circle. Dean gradually introduced these boys to his violent fantasies, desensitizing them to increasingly disturbing behavior and eventually convincing them to help him lure other victims to his home. The arrangement Dean created was coldly calculated. He would pay the teenagers money for each boy they brought to his house, turning them into active participants in his crimes. Brooks and Henley would approach boys they knew from school or the neighborhood, friends and acquaintances, and invite them to Dean's house for parties where there would be drinking and drugs. The boys they brought trusted them, never suspecting the horror that awaited. Once victims were inside Dean's home, he would wait until they were intoxicated or unconscious, then handcuff them to a wooden board he had constructed specifically for this purpose. When the boys woke, they found themselves completely helpless, bound to the board in Dean's bedroom. What followed was torture of unimaginable cruelty. Dean would keep his victims alive for hours or sometimes days, subjecting them to prolonged assault and physical torture. He had constructed a special board designed to leave them completely vulnerable and helpless. When Dean finally tired of tormenting his victims, he would strangle them or shoot them, ending their suffering. He buried some victims in a rented boat storage shed, others beneath his own home, and still more in remote areas on the outskirts of Houston. He kept this terrible secret for years, with only his two teenage accomplices aware of what was happening. Over approximately 3 years, Dean murdered at least 28 young boys, though the actual number may be higher. The victims ranged in age from 13 to 20, though most were in their early to mid-teens. Many were boys who had been reported as runaways, and their disappearances had not been thoroughly investigated by authorities. Dean's killing spree finally ended not through police investigation, but through the actions of one of his own accomplices. Elmer Wayne Henley had participated in the murders for months, helping to lure victims. But one night, after Dean threatened to kill Henley and two friends he had brought to the house, Henley turned against his mentor. During a confrontation in Dean's home, Henley grabbed a gun and shot Dean multiple times, killing him. Henley then called the police and confessed to his role in the murders, explaining that he had been helping Dean kill boys for years. The police initially struggled to believe his story, but Henley led them to the boat storage shed where Dean had buried many of his victims. What police discovered was a scene of unimaginable horror. Body after body was uncovered from beneath the floor of the storage shed, remains of young boys who had been missing for months or years. The excavation continued for days as more burial sites were identified. The final count of recovered bodies was 27, making this the worst case of serial murder in American history at that time. The investigation revealed the full scope of Dean's manipulation and cruelty. He had systematically targeted vulnerable boys, many from troubled backgrounds or broken homes. He had corrupted two teenagers, turning them into accomplices by gradually exposing them to violence and offering them money. David Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley were both arrested and charged as accomplices to murder. Both were convicted, with Henley receiving multiple life sentences and Brooks also receiving a lengthy prison term. Both claimed they had been manipulated and controlled by Dean, that they had been afraid to refuse him. The court struggled with how to view these teenage accomplices who were both victims of manipulation and participants in horrific murders. The families of the victims were devastated not only by the deaths of their sons, but by the realization of what those boys had endured. Many had believed their children were runaways who might someday return home. Learning the truth was a trauma from which many families never recovered. The case exposed serious failures in how missing persons cases were handled, particularly involving teenage boys. Many victims have been reported missing, but investigations have been minimal, based on assumptions that the boys had run away voluntarily. Dean Corll never faced trial because Elmer Wayne Henley killed him before his arrest. This denied justice to his victims and their families, who never had the opportunity to confront him in court. His death also meant many questions remained unanswered, including the full count of his victims. The Candyman murders remain one of the most disturbing cases in American criminal history, a reminder of how predators can hide behind masks of kindness and normalcy. Next story. I want to tell you about a case that stands as one of the most chilling in criminal history. A story of deception, cruelty, and betrayal that will disturb you deeply. This is the case of Fred and Rose West, a married couple who turned their home into a house of horrors where young women disappeared and were never seen again. Frederick Walter Stephen West was born in the English countryside into a family where boundaries were blurred and morality was twisted. His father was a farm laborer who ruled the household with strange values, reportedly telling his children that inappropriate behavior within the family was acceptable and normal. Fred grew up in this environment, believing that conventional rules did not apply to him. Fred was not particularly intelligent and struggled in school. He left education early to work on farms, doing manual labor that required little skill or thought. As a young man, he was involved in various petty crimes and had a reputation for dishonesty and crude behavior. He was known to make inappropriate comments to women and seemed to have no understanding of social boundaries or acceptable conduct. Fred's first brush with serious crime came when he was accused of inappropriate behavior with a minor, though the case did not result in conviction. He married young, and his first wife died under suspicious circumstances, falling from a fire escape in a manner that Fred claimed was accidental. Questions were raised, but never properly investigated. Rosemary Letts was born into a family marked by mental illness and violence. Her mother suffered from severe depression and received aggressive treatments that were common at the time. Her father was a violent man with rigid and cruel discipline methods. Rose grew up in an environment of fear and instability, developing into a troubled young woman with her own capacity for cruelty. Rose met Fred when she was just 15 years old, and he was nearly 30. Despite the age difference in Fred's criminal history, they formed a relationship. Fred recognized in Rose someone who shared his twisted desires, someone who would not be horrified by his fantasies, but would instead participate in them. They married and settled in Gloucester, where they would establish their house of horrors. The couple moved into a house on Cromwell Street, a modest home in a working-class neighborhood. To neighbors, they appeared to be a normal family with children. Fred worked as a builder and handyman, while Rose took care of the home. But behind closed doors, something terrible was happening. Fred and Rose began targeting young women, particularly vulnerable girls who were runaways, hitchhikers, or those working in difficult circumstances. They would offer these women a place to stay, presenting themselves as helpful and kind. Once the women were inside the house on Cromwell Street, they became prisoners. The couple would subject their victims to prolonged torture and sexual assault, keeping them captive in the basement of their home. Rose was not merely complicit in these crimes, but was an active and enthusiastic participant. often being the one to gain the trust of young women before they were attacked. The torture would continue for hours or days before the victims were murdered. Fred would then dismember the bodies with the tools of his trade, showing no more emotion than if he were working on a construction project. He buried the remains beneath the basement floor, in the garden, and in various locations around the property. He would joke about the bodies buried in his home, but people assumed he was making dark humor, never imagining he was telling the truth. One of their victims was Fred's own daughter from his first marriage. She had come to live with them and eventually disappeared. Fred later confessed that she had been murdered and buried under the house after she discovered what was happening to other victims. Even family ties meant nothing when someone threatened to expose their crimes. The couple continued their killing for years, with Rose also working as a prostitute from their home, sometimes with Fred's knowledge and participation. They had multiple children together, and those children grew up in a house where murder and abuse were hidden just beneath the surface of everyday family life. The beginning of the end came when one of the couple's own children spoke to authorities about abuse in the home. This led to an investigation, and police began to take seriously rumors that had circulated for years about strange happenings at the house on Cromwell Street. When police obtained permission to search the property, they made a discovery that horrified the nation. Excavation of the basement and garden revealed body after body, remains of young women who had disappeared years earlier. The house was essentially a graveyard, with victims buried wherever Fred had found convenient to dig. As the investigation expanded, more bodies were found at previous addresses where the couple had lived. Fred was arrested and confessed to the murders, providing detailed accounts of how each victim had been killed and where they were buried. He seemed almost proud of his crimes, showing no genuine remorse. However, Rose maintained her innocence, claiming she had known nothing about the murders despite having lived in the house and actively participated in luring victims. Before his trial could begin, Fred West hanged himself in his prison cell. He left no note explaining why he chose to end his life, though many believe he did so to protect Rose, hoping that without his testimony, she might escape conviction. Rose West was tried alone for multiple murders. The prosecution presented evidence that she had been an active participant, not an innocent bystander. Witnesses testified about her involvement in assaults and her role in gaining victims' trust. The jury found her guilty on multiple counts of murder, and she was sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. The house on Cromwell Street was demolished, and the site was left as unmarked ground. The community wanted no memorial to the horrors that had occurred there. Families of the victims struggled with the knowledge of what their daughters had endured in that house of horrors. The case of Fred and Rose West revealed how two people could feed off each other's darkness, creating a partnership in evil that allowed them to commit crimes neither might have committed alone. It showed how predators could hide in plain sight in an ordinary neighborhood, and how society's most vulnerable members could disappear without sufficient investigation or concern. Rose West remains in prison, still maintaining she was unaware of the murders, despite overwhelming evidence of her participation. The case stands as one of Britain's most notorious crimes, a reminder of the capacity for evil that can exist behind the most ordinary facades, and the terrible things that can happen when two damaged people find each other and decide to act on their darkest impulses together. Next story. I want to tell you a story that reveals how manipulation and control can lead to unimaginable horror. A case that shows the deadly consequences when one person gains complete power over others. This is the case of Mark Dutrix, a predator who held young girls captive in hidden dungeons beneath his home, shocking Belgium and all of Europe. Mark Dutrix was born in Belgium into a family of teachers, seemingly respectable people who provided a middle-class upbringing. But beneath the surface of normalcy, Mark developed into a troubled and violent individual. His childhood showed early signs of behavioral problems, though nothing that predicted the monster he would become. As a young man, Mark married and had children, presenting an outward appearance of conventional family life. But his marriage was troubled, marked by his controlling behavior and increasingly criminal activities. He became involved in theft and fraud, serving prison time for various offenses. During one of his prison sentences, he met Michelle Martin, a woman who would become his second wife and eventual accomplice in his most terrible crimes. Mark and Michelle seemed like an ordinary couple to their neighbors. Mark worked various jobs, including as an electrician, and they lived in a modest house in the suburbs. But Mark was using his skills to construct something horrifying. He built hidden chambers beneath his properties, secret rooms accessible only through concealed doors, soundproof spaces where screams would never be heard. Mark's method of operation was calculated and cruel. He would kidnap young girls, often targeting them as they walked to or from school or played in their neighborhoods. He would use force or deception to get them into his vehicle, then transport them to one of his properties where he had prepared the underground dungeons. Once imprisoned in these hidden chambers, the girls found themselves in a nightmare from which there was no escape. The rooms were small, dark, and buried deep enough that no sound could reach the outside world. Mark would keep his victims locked away for extended periods, visiting them to assault them, while Michelle remained complicit in the crimes, sometimes even feeding the imprisoned girls to keep them alive. What made Mark's crimes even more horrific was the duration of the captivity. Some victims were held for months in these underground cells, living in constant fear and suffering, isolated from the world above where their families desperately searched for them. The psychological torture of this prolonged imprisonment was as damaging as the physical abuse they endured. Mark also involved himself in a network of criminal activity that extended beyond his own direct crimes. He had connections to other criminals, participated in theft and fraud to fund his activities, and created a web of properties and vehicles that made tracking his movements difficult for authorities. The case began to unravel when two young girls went missing and witnesses reported seeing a suspicious van in the area. Police investigation eventually led them to Mark Dutrix, who had a criminal history that made him a person of interest. When police searched his properties, they made a discovery that horrified the nation. Hidden beneath one of his houses, accessible through a concealed entrance, were two young girls who had been imprisoned for months. They were malnourished, traumatized, and had been subjected to repeated assault during their captivity. Their rescue was a moment of relief, but the investigation quickly revealed that other victims had not been so fortunate. As police expanded their search of Mark's various properties, they discovered the bodies of other young girls who had been killed. Some had died while in captivity, possibly from starvation or neglect. Others had been murdered when Mark decided he no longer wanted to keep them imprisoned. The evidence painted a picture of sustained cruelty that had gone on for years. The investigation also revealed stunning failures by Belgian authorities. Mark had been under investigation previously, and police had even searched some of his properties but failed to discover the hidden dungeons. In one case, police had been inside a house where two girls were imprisoned in a concealed chamber, but the search was not thorough enough to find them. Those girls later died of starvation, while Mark was briefly in custody for an unrelated offense. These failures sparked outrage across Belgium. The public was horrified not only by Mark's crimes, but by the incompetence that had allowed him to continue operating even when he was known to authorities. Massive protests filled the streets, with citizens demanding accountability and reform of law enforcement and judicial systems. Mark Dutrix and Michelle Martin were arrested and charged with multiple counts of kidnapping, rape, and murder. The trial became one of the most significant in Belgian history, with intense media coverage and public interest. The proceedings revealed the full extent of the horror that had occurred in those underground chambers. Michelle Martin claimed she had been afraid of Mark, that he had controlled and manipulated her into compliance. But evidence showed she had actively participated in the crimes, including being responsible for feeding the imprisoned girls and being aware of their suffering. The court found both guilty, with Mark receiving life imprisonment and Michelle also receiving a lengthy sentence. The case had profound effects on Belgian society. It exposed serious problems in how missing children cases were handled and how investigations were conducted. It led to reforms in law enforcement practices and created a lasting national trauma. The white ribbon became a symbol of mourning and solidarity with the victims, with hundreds of thousands of Belgians participating in marches demanding justice and change. For the families of the victims, the case brought unbearable grief, mixed with anger at the system failures that had allowed Mark to operate for so long. The knowledge that some victims might have been saved if earlier investigations had been more thorough was a source of lasting pain. The two girls who were rescued alive faced long roads to recovery, dealing with the physical and psychological trauma of months in captivity. Their survival was remarkable, but they would carry the scars of their ordeal for the rest of their lives. Mark Dutrix remains imprisoned, where he continues to serve his life sentence. Michelle Martin was controversially released after serving a portion of her sentence, a decision that sparked public outrage and protest from victims' families. The Dutrix case stands as one of Europe's most disturbing criminal cases, a reminder of the capacity for evil that can exist behind ordinary facades, and the critical importance of thorough investigation and institutional accountability in protecting the vulnerable from predators. Next story. I want to share with you a story that reveals the absolute worst of human nature. A case so disturbing it changed how we understand evil itself. This is the story of Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, the Moors murderers who tortured and killed children in one of Britain's most infamous cases. Ian Brady was born in Glasgow, Scotland, to a single mother who struggled to care for him. He was placed with foster parents who tried to provide stability, but Ian was a troubled child from the beginning. He was intelligent, but used his intelligence in destructive ways, engaging in petty crime and cruelty to animals from a young age. As a teenager, Ian became obsessed with Nazi ideology and the writings of the Marquis de Sade. He developed a philosophy that conventional morality was for weak people, that superior individuals could transcend normal ethical boundaries. He believed he was one of these superior beings, entitled to act on any impulse without regard for others. This twisted worldview would guide his actions for the rest of his life. Ian moved to Manchester for work and lived a seemingly ordinary life on the surface. He worked as a stock clerk, kept to himself, and appeared unremarkable to those who knew him casually. But internally, he nursed violent fantasies and a contempt for humanity that grew stronger each year. Myra Hindley came from a working-class family in Manchester. She had a relatively normal childhood, though she was known to be strong-willed and occasionally defiant. She worked as a typist and seemed destined for an ordinary life until she met Ian Brady at her workplace. She was immediately fascinated by him, drawn to his intelligence and his air of mystery. Ian recognized in Myra someone he could mold and corrupt. He began lending her books, introducing her to his twisted philosophy, and gradually desensitizing her to ideas of violence and cruelty. He convinced her that they were special, that they stood above ordinary people and their conventional morality. Myra fell completely under his influence, transforming from a normal young woman into someone capable of unspeakable acts. Their relationship became a dark partnership. Ian provided the ideology and the planning, while Myra proved essential to the practical execution of their crimes. Her appearance as a respectable young woman allowed her to gain trust in ways that Ian, with his cold demeanor, never could. The couple began their campaign of murder by targeting children. Their method was coldly calculated. Myra would approach children, usually offering them a ride or asking for help with some task. Children and their parents saw a friendly young woman and had no reason to be suspicious. Once the child was in their vehicle, they would drive to the remote moors outside Manchester. On the desolate moorland, far from any help, the children would realize something was terribly wrong. Ian and Myra would subject their victims to sexual assault and torture before killing them. They would then bury the bodies in shallow graves on the moors, in locations so remote that the remains might never be found. The couple took photographs of the burial sites, marking them for their own records. Their first known victim was a teenage girl who disappeared while walking to a dance. She was never seen alive again, her body buried on the moors. The couple continued, taking a young boy who had been on his way to visit his grandmother, then a girl who disappeared on her way to the fair. Each time, the pattern was the same. Myra would gain trust, they would drive to the moors, and another child would vanish. What made their crimes even more horrific was that they recorded some of their torture sessions. They created audio tapes capturing the pleading and screams of at least one victim, a young girl begging for her mother as they tormented her. These recordings would later become crucial evidence, but also represented the depths of their sadism, that they wanted to preserve and relive these moments of suffering. The couple became bolder, even involving Myra's brother-in-law David Smith in their activities. Ian believed he could corrupt David just as he had corrupted Myra, bringing him into their circle of depravity. One night, they invited David to their home, and Ian murdered a teenage boy in front of him with an axe, then calmly cleaned up the blood while discussing how to dispose of the body. But Ian had misjudged David. Unlike Myra, David was horrified by what he witnessed. He pretended to go along with them, but as soon as he could leave safely, he went to the police. His testimony would prove crucial, though it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Police initially struggled to believe David's story, but they searched the couple's home and found evidence that confirmed the murder he had witnessed. More importantly, they found photographs, including images of one victim posed on the moors, and the horrific audio recordings. As the investigation deepened, they began to uncover the full scope of the crimes. Ian and Myra were arrested, and the search of the moors began. It was a massive undertaking, with police and volunteers combing miles of desolate moorland looking for graves. Bodies were discovered one by one, each discovery bringing terrible confirmation to families who had spent years hoping their missing children might still be alive somewhere. During interrogation and trial, Ian maintained a cold, arrogant demeanor, showing no remorse for what he had done. He seemed to view the proceedings as beneath him, as though the legal system had no right to judge someone of his supposed superiority. Myra initially claimed she was innocent, that she had been merely present but not involved, but the evidence against her was overwhelming. The trial revealed the full horror of their crimes to the public. The audio recordings were played in court, forcing people to hear a child's final moments. The calculated nature of the murders, the torture, the photographs they kept as souvenirs, all painted a picture of evil that shocked the nation. Both were convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to life imprisonment. The judge recommended they never be released. The case became one of the most notorious in British history, with public hatred for the couple, particularly for Myra, reaching extraordinary levels. Many people found it especially disturbing that a woman could participate in such crimes against children. In prison, Ian Brady embraced his notoriety, refusing to show remorse and occasionally writing letters that suggested there were more victims whose bodies had never been found. He seemed to enjoy the power this gave him, tormenting the families of missing children with hints and suggestions. Myra Hindley eventually claimed to have found religion and expressed remorse, appealing repeatedly for parole, but the nature of her crimes meant she was never released. The case prompted soul-searching about how such crimes could happen and how someone like Myra could be transformed from an ordinary young woman into a participant in child murder. Some argued she was a victim of Ian's manipulation, while others maintained she was an equal partner who deserved no sympathy. Ian Brady died in prison after decades of incarceration, never having shown genuine remorse for destroying so many young lives. Myra Hindley also died in prison, her appeals for release always denied. The couple took some secrets to their graves, with at least one victim never recovered from the moors despite extensive searching. Next story. I want to share with you a story that reveals the absolute worst of human nature. A case so disturbing it changed how we understand evil itself. This is the story of Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, the moors murderers who tortured and killed children in one of Britain's most infamous cases. Ian Brady was born in Glasgow, Scotland, to a single mother who struggled to care for him. He was placed with foster parents who tried to provide stability, but Ian was a troubled child from the beginning. He was intelligent, but used his intelligence in destructive ways, engaging in petty crime and cruelty to animals from a young age. As a teenager, Ian became obsessed with Nazi ideology and the writings of the Marquis de Sade. He developed a philosophy that conventional morality was for weak people, that superior individuals could transcend normal ethical boundaries. He believed he was one of these superior beings, entitled to act on any impulse without regard for others. This twisted worldview would guide his actions for the rest of his life. Ian moved to Manchester for work and lived a seemingly ordinary life on the surface. He worked as a stock clerk, kept to himself, and appeared unremarkable to those who knew him casually. But internally, he nursed violent fantasies and a contempt for humanity that grew stronger each year. Myra Hindley came from a working-class family in Manchester. She had a relatively normal childhood, though she was known to be strong-willed and occasionally defiant. She worked as a typist and seemed destined for an ordinary life until she met Ian Brady at her workplace. She was immediately fascinated by him, drawn to his intelligence and his air of mystery. Ian recognized in Myra someone he could mold and corrupt. He began lending her books, introducing her to his twisted philosophy, and gradually desensitizing her to ideas of violence and cruelty. He convinced her that they were special, that they stood above ordinary people and their conventional morality. Myra fell completely under his influence, transforming from a normal young woman into someone capable of unspeakable acts. Their relationship became a dark partnership. Ian provided the ideology and the planning, while Myra proved essential to the practical execution of their crimes. Her appearance as a respectable young woman allowed her to gain trust in ways that Ian, with his cold demeanor, never could. The couple began their campaign of murder by targeting children. Their method was coldly calculated. Myra would approach children, usually offering them a ride or asking for help with some task. Children and their parents saw a friendly young woman and had no reason to be suspicious. Once the child was in their vehicle, they would drive to the remote moors outside Manchester. On the desolate moorland, far from any help, the children would realize something was terribly wrong. Ian and Myra would subject their victims to sexual assault and torture before killing them. They would then bury the bodies in shallow graves on the moors, in locations so remote that the remains might never be found. The couple took photographs of the burial sites, marking them for their own records. Their first known victim was a teenage girl who disappeared while walking to a dance. She was never seen alive again, her body buried on the moors. The couple continued, taking a young boy who had been on his way to visit his grandmother, then a girl who disappeared on her way to the fair. Each time, the pattern was the same. Myra would gain trust, they would drive to the moors, and another child would vanish. What made their crimes even more horrific was that they recorded some of their torture sessions. They created audio tapes capturing the pleading and screams of at least one victim, a young girl begging for her mother as they tormented her. These recordings would later become crucial evidence, but also represented the depths of their sadism, that they wanted to preserve and relive these moments of suffering. The couple became bolder, even involving Myra's brother-in-law, David Smith, in their activities. Ian believed he could corrupt David just as he had corrupted Myra, bringing him into their circle of depravity. One night, they invited David to their home, and Ian murdered a teenage boy in front of him with an axe, then calmly cleaned up the blood while discussing how to dispose of the body. But Ian had misjudged David. Unlike Myra, David was horrified by what he witnessed. He pretended to go along with them, but as soon as he could leave safely, he went to the police. His testimony would prove crucial, though it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Police initially struggled to believe David's story, but they searched the couple's home and found evidence that confirmed the murder he had witnessed. More importantly, they found photographs, including images of one victim posed on the moors and the horrific audio recordings. As the investigation deepened, they began to uncover the full scope of the crimes. Ian and Myra were arrested, and the search of the moors began. It was a massive undertaking, with police and volunteers combing miles of desolate moorland looking for graves. Bodies were discovered one by one, each discovery bringing terrible confirmation to families who had spent years hoping their missing children might still be alive somewhere. During interrogation and trial, Ian maintained a cold, arrogant demeanor, showing no remorse for what he had done. He seemed to view the proceedings as beneath him, as though the legal system had no right to judge someone of his supposed superiority. Myra initially claimed she was innocent, that she had been merely present but not involved, but the evidence against her was overwhelming. The trial revealed the full horror of their crimes to the public. The audio recordings were played in court, forcing people to hear a child's final moments. The calculated nature of the murders, the torture, the photographs they kept as souvenirs, all painted a picture of evil that shocked the nation. Both were convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to life imprisonment. The judge recommended they never be released. The case became one of the most notorious in British history, with public hatred for the couple, particularly for Myra, reaching extraordinary levels. Many people found it especially disturbing that a woman could participate in such crimes against children. In prison, Ian Brady embraced his notoriety, refusing to show remorse, and occasionally writing letters that suggested there were more victims whose bodies had never been found. He seemed to enjoy the power this gave him, tormenting the families of missing children with hints and suggestions. Myra Hindley eventually claimed to have found religion and expressed remorse, appealing repeatedly for parole, but the nature of her crimes meant she was never released. The case prompted soul-searching about how such crimes could happen and how someone like Myra could be transformed from an ordinary young woman into a participant in child murder. Some argued she was a victim of Ian's manipulation, while others maintained she was an equal partner who deserved no sympathy. Ian Brady died in prison after decades of incarceration, never having shown genuine remorse for destroying so many young lives. Myra Hindley also died in prison, her appeals for release always denied. The couple took some secrets to their graves, with at least one victim never recovered from the moors despite extensive searching. Next story. I'm going to tell you the story of one of the darkest crimes in history. A story that will haunt you. A story that shows the terrifying depths of human behavior. This is the case of Harold Shipman, a trusted doctor who became Britain's most prolific serial killer. Harold Frederick Shipman was born in Nottingham, England, into a working-class family. His father worked long hours as a truck driver, while his mother Vera ruled the household with fierce ambition. Vera was a domineering woman who instilled in young Harold the belief that he was special, different from other children, destined for greater things. She pushed him relentlessly in his studies and made him feel superior to his peers, creating an isolated boy who struggled to form friendships. Harold was a diligent student, but not exceptionally gifted. Other children found him strange and aloof. He carried himself with an air of superiority that kept him isolated throughout his childhood. His mother's approval became the central focus of his existence. Then tragedy struck. When Harold was 17, his beloved mother was diagnosed with lung cancer. The disease progressed rapidly, and Harold became deeply involved in her care. He would rush home from school to be at her side, watching as the family doctor made regular visits to administer morphine injections that would temporarily ease her terrible suffering. Harold observed these visits closely, noting how his mother's face would relax after the injection, how the morphine would transport her from agony to peaceful relief. He saw the power the doctor wielded, the ability to control pain and comfort with a simple injection. His mother's death devastated Harold. He had lost the person whose love and approval had defined his entire sense of worth. Psychological experts would later theorize that his future behavior represented a twisted attempt to recreate those final months, to place himself in the role of the powerful doctor who controlled life and death. Despite his grief, Harold continued his education and earned a place at medical school. At university, he met Primrose, and when she became pregnant, they married quickly. Harold qualified as a doctor and began working as a general practitioner. From the outside, his life appeared conventional. But within just a few years, serious problems emerged. Harold's partners became suspicious about his frequent requests for large quantities of pethidine, a powerful painkiller. Investigation revealed he had been forging prescriptions to feed his own drug addiction. He was convicted of forgery and drug offenses, fined, and temporarily removed from the medical register. After rehabilitation, Harold convinced authorities he deserved a second chance and was allowed to return to medical practice. Harold sought a fresh start in Hyde, a small town in Greater Manchester. He joined a local medical practice and quickly established himself as hardworking and dedicated. He became particularly popular with elderly patients who appreciated his willingness to make house calls and his patient, caring manner. He projected an image of old-fashioned medical care that had become rare. Behind this benevolent facade, something deeply disturbing was taking place. Harold Shipman began to kill his patients. His method was coldly efficient. He would target elderly patients, usually women living alone, who trusted him completely. He would visit them at their homes, often when no one else was present. During these visits, he would administer a lethal injection of diamorphine. The drug would cause the victim to slip into unconsciousness and then respiratory failure, leading to death within minutes. After killing his victim, Harold would often sit with the body to establish a time of death that aligned with his cover story. He would then inform relatives that the patient had died peacefully. Because he was the doctor, because he was trusted, and because his victims were elderly people for whom death was not entirely unexpected, his word was rarely questioned. Harold would complete the death certificate himself, attributing death to natural causes such as heart failure or stroke. Death certificates signed by a doctor were generally accepted without further investigation. This systemic weakness gave Harold tremendous freedom to kill without detection. For nearly 2 decades, Harold killed without being caught. Investigators would later estimate he murdered approximately 250 patients, making him one of history's most prolific serial killers. His victims were predominantly elderly women with some existing health conditions, making sudden death seem plausible. Some experts believe Harold killed for the sense of power and control it gave him. By deciding who lived and died, he elevated himself to godlike status. Others point to his relationship with his mother in those final months of her illness. Perhaps in killing elderly women in the manner he chose, Harold was unconsciously reenacting those scenes from his youth, but this time he was the powerful doctor administering the injection. He was in control. The beginning of the end came when Harold killed Kathleen Grundy, a former mayoress who was healthy and active in her community. Harold signed her death certificate and pushed for quick cremation. However, Kathleen's daughter Angela was a solicitor trained to notice irregularities. She became deeply suspicious when she discovered her mother's will had been recently changed to leave everything to Harold Shipman. The will was obviously forged, poorly typed on Harold's own typewriter. Angela reported her suspicions to police. When investigators exhumed Kathleen's body, it contained massive amounts of diamorphine. She had been murdered. As the investigation expanded, detectives examined other deaths under Harold's care and discovered his patient death rate was significantly higher than other local doctors. More bodies were exhumed, revealing case after case of morphine poisoning following the same pattern. Harold was arrested and charged with multiple murders. Throughout his trial, he maintained his innocence, showing no remorse or emotion. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, bodies showing lethal drug levels, Harold's presence at the time of death, his control over death certificates, and a forged will. The defense had no credible explanation. The jury found Harold guilty on all counts. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment, describing the murders as wicked and evil betrayals of trust. Harold showed no emotion as he was led away to prison. A massive public inquiry later concluded he had killed approximately 250 patients over his career. The case exposed serious failures in medical oversight, leading to significant reforms in British medical practice. Several years into his sentence, Harold Shipman hanged himself in his prison cell. He left no confession, no explanation, taking his secrets to the grave. Harold Shipman's legacy extends far beyond his horrific body count. He represents one of the most extreme examples of betrayed trust in criminal history. A healer who became a killer, using his sacred position to take lives for nearly 20 years. Next story. I'm going to tell you the story of one of the darkest crimes in history. A story that will haunt you. A story that shows the terrifying depths of human behavior. This is the case of Luis Garavito, known as La Bestia, the Beast, who became one of the most prolific serial killers in documented history, preying on the most vulnerable victims imaginable. Luis Alfredo Garavito was born in Genova, Colombia, into a family marked by poverty and violence. He was one of 7 children, growing up in an environment where brutality was commonplace. His father was an alcoholic who subjected the family to regular physical abuse, and Luis himself would later claim that he suffered sexual abuse from multiple adults during his childhood, experiences that left deep psychological scars. As a child, Luis was withdrawn and isolated. He had few friends and struggled to form normal relationships with other children. He performed poorly in school and left education at a young age, drifting between odd jobs and never finding stability or purpose. Those who knew him in his youth described him as strange and unsettling, someone who made others uncomfortable without any clear reason why. Luis grew into a man who appeared utterly unremarkable. He was slight in build, soft-spoken, and easily overlooked in a crowd. He worked various menial jobs, never staying anywhere long, never forming lasting connections. He moved frequently throughout Colombia, a country already torn apart by violence from drug cartels and guerrilla warfare. In this chaos, Luis discovered he could move unnoticed, and he learned that certain people, particularly poor and vulnerable children, could disappear without anyone paying much attention. Luis began his killing spree, targeting the most defenseless victims in Colombian society: street children, young boys from impoverished families, children who sold small items on streets or shined shoes to survive. These were children that society had already failed, children who often had no one to miss them or search for them if they vanished. His method was calculated and deceptive. Luis would approach children in town squares, bus stations, or markets, presenting himself as a kind and trustworthy figure. He often posed as a priest, a monk, or a street vendor. He would dress respectably, speak gently, and offer the children small amounts of money, food, or the promise of work. For children living in desperate poverty, these offers were impossible to refuse. Luis would gain their trust, then convince them to walk with him to a supposed job site or to meet someone who could help them. He would lead them away from populated areas, walking for hours into rural countryside, isolated fields, or forests. Once they were completely alone and far from any help, Luis would attack. He would bind the children, torture them, and sexually assault them before killing them. His preferred method of murder was to cut their throats or strangle them. Afterward, he would sometimes mutilate the bodies and often left them exposed in remote locations where they might not be discovered for weeks or months. By the time remains were found, if they were found at all, decomposition and animal activity often made identification difficult or impossible. What made Luis particularly successful at evading capture was the nature of his victims and the chaos of Colombia during this period. The country was experiencing extreme violence from the drug trade and internal conflicts. Thousands of people were disappearing or being killed for various reasons, and law enforcement resources were overwhelmed. Poor street children were low-priority victims in a nation struggling with so many crises. Additionally, Luis never stayed in one place. He moved constantly throughout Colombia and even into neighboring Ecuador and Venezuela. He would commit murders in one region, then disappear and surface hundreds of miles away weeks or months later. This mobility made it extremely difficult for local police forces to recognize patterns or connect crimes across different jurisdictions. For years, Luis killed with shocking frequency. He later confessed to murdering approximately 140 children, though investigators believe the true number could be significantly higher, possibly as many as 300 victims. The sheer scale of his crimes is almost incomprehensible, representing one of the worst cases of serial murder in modern history. What finally led to Luis's capture was a combination of changing circumstances and his own escalating recklessness. As the Colombian government began to achieve more stability and improve law enforcement capabilities, authorities started to pay more attention to the pattern of missing and murdered children. Different police departments began sharing information and noticed similarities in cases across various regions. Luis was eventually apprehended after attempting to assault a boy who managed to escape and alert authorities. When police arrested Luis, he initially denied everything, but under interrogation, he eventually began to confess. What emerged was a horrifying account of years of predatory behavior and murder spanning much of Colombia. Luis led police to many burial sites, helping them recover remains of victims who had never been reported missing or whose disappearances had never been investigated. He provided details of his crimes with disturbing calmness, showing no genuine remorse for the children he had destroyed. Psychological evaluations revealed him to be deeply disturbed, with a complex mixture of personality disorders and a complete lack of empathy for his victims. The legal proceedings that followed were complicated by Colombian law. At the time of his crimes and trial, Colombia had abolished the death penalty and had a maximum prison sentence of 30 years, which could be reduced for cooperation with authorities. Despite the magnitude of his crimes, Luis received a sentence of only 30 years, later reduced to 22 years for his cooperation in locating victims' remains. This relatively lenient sentence caused outrage both in Colombia and internationally. Families of victims, what few could be identified, felt betrayed by a justice system that seemed inadequate to address such monstrous crimes. The case prompted discussions about reforming Colombian sentencing laws, though these changes came too late to affect Luis's case. Psychological experts who examined Luis struggled to fully understand his motivations. He showed characteristics of antisocial personality disorder and pedophilia, combined with a history of childhood trauma and abuse. Some theorized that his crimes represented a twisted form of power and control, allowing someone who had been powerless and victimized as a child to dominate and destroy others who reminded him of his younger self. Luis remains imprisoned in Colombia, where he continues to serve his sentence in isolation from other prisoners for his own protection. He has given various interviews over the years, sometimes expressing what appears to be remorse, other times showing the same cold detachment that characterized his crimes. Mental health professionals remain divided on whether he experiences genuine guilt or simply mimics appropriate emotions. Next story. I'm going to tell you the story of one of the darkest crimes in history. A story that will haunt you. A story that shows the terrifying depths of human behavior. This is the case of Peter Curtin, known as the Vampire of Dusseldorf, a man whose crimes terrorized an entire city and revealed the depths of sadistic cruelty that can hide behind an ordinary face. Peter Curtin was born in Cologne, Germany, into a family consumed by poverty, alcoholism, and violence. He was one of 13 children, raised in a single cramped room where privacy was impossible and depravity was commonplace. His father was a violent alcoholic who regularly beat his wife and children, and who sexually abused Peter's sisters in front of the other children. This nightmare environment was the foundation of Peter's childhood. The violence Peter witnessed and experienced shaped him in profound ways. He learned early that the world was a place of cruelty, that the strong dominated the weak, and that suffering was simply part of existence. But Peter did not respond to this environment by withdrawing or seeking to escape. Instead, he began to find that violence excited him, that causing pain gave him a sense of power and arousal that nothing else could provide. As a young boy, Peter befriended a local dog catcher who lived in the same building. This man taught Peter how to torture and kill dogs, showing him methods of prolonging their suffering. Peter discovered that he enjoyed this immensely, and he began to torture animals on his own, finding sexual gratification in their pain and death. He would stab dogs, drown cats, and torture any animal he could capture, experiencing intense pleasure from their suffering. Peter's cruelty soon escalated beyond animals. While still a child himself, he discovered he could drown other children and make it appear accidental. On 2 separate occasions, he pushed playmates off a raft into the Rhine River, watching them struggle and drown while pretending to be unable to help. No one suspected these deaths were anything but tragic accidents, and Peter experienced a profound thrill from taking life while maintaining his innocent facade. As Peter entered adolescence, his violent impulses intensified. He began breaking into homes, initially to steal, but increasingly for the thrill of violating private spaces. During one burglary, he discovered a sleeping girl and strangled her, experiencing intense sexual pleasure from the act of killing. He fled before anyone discovered the crime, and once again, he escaped suspicion. Peter's early adult years were marked by petty crime, theft, and fraud. He served multiple prison sentences, and during his incarcerations, he deliberately misbehaved to spend time in solitary confinement. He later explained that in the isolation of his cell, he could spend days fantasizing about violence and murder, creating elaborate scenarios in his mind that gave him intense satisfaction. These fantasies became more detailed and more sadistic with each period of isolation. After his release from a lengthy prison sentence, Peter moved to Dusseldorf and attempted to live a conventional life. He married a woman and worked as a factory worker, maintaining an appearance of respectability. His neighbors knew him as a quiet, polite man who dressed well and spoke softly. He was active in union activities and presented himself as a respectable member of the working class. No one suspected the darkness that lived within him. But Peter's violent urges had not disappeared. They had been building during his years in prison, growing stronger and more demanding. He began to act on his impulses with increasing frequency and brutality. Peter's crimes in Dusseldorf began with attacks that seemed random and motiveless. He would approach people on dark streets, stab them suddenly, and disappear into the night. Some victims survived, others did not. He attacked men, women, and children with equal randomness. The attacks seemed to have no pattern, no clear motive, and no connection between victims. What made Peter particularly terrifying was the pleasure he derived from every aspect of his crimes. He enjoyed the stalking, the selection of victims, the anticipation of violence. He experienced intense sexual arousal during the attacks themselves, often achieving orgasm while stabbing or strangling his victims. And afterward, he would return to the crime scenes to relive the experience, sometimes drinking blood from the wounds of his victims, which earned him his horrifying nickname. Peter's attacks escalated in frequency and brutality. He murdered a young girl, stabbing her repeatedly and leaving her body in a field. He attacked a woman with a hammer, beating her savagely. He strangled children and threw their bodies into rivers. He attacked couples walking together, stabbing both with frenzied violence. The city of Dusseldorf descended into terror as the attacks continued with no clear pattern and no apparent way to predict where or when he would strike next. The police investigation was massive, but initially ineffective. Peter's victims were random, his methods varied, and he left little physical evidence. Hundreds of suspects were questioned and released. The public became increasingly frightened, with people afraid to go out after dark. Some businesses closed early, and the streets emptied at night as fear gripped the city. What the police did not realize was that Peter was following the investigation closely, reading newspaper accounts with intense pleasure. He enjoyed the fear he had created, the sense of power it gave him over an entire city. He sometimes attended funerals of his victims or visited memorials, deriving satisfaction from witnessing the grief he had caused. Peter's downfall came through a combination of chance and his own compulsion to talk about his crimes. He had attacked a woman who managed to escape, and she later encountered Peter again by chance. She recognized him, and though he convinced her not to report him initially, she eventually wrote a letter to authorities describing the encounter. The letter was accidentally delivered to the wrong address, opened by a curious resident who recognized its importance and forwarded it to police. When police arrested Peter, he confessed immediately and extensively. He seemed to take pleasure in describing his crimes in elaborate detail, explaining his methods, his victims, and the sensations he experienced. He confessed to dozens of murders and attempted murders, leading police to victims they had not connected to the same killer. Psychological experts who examined Peter found him to be fully aware of right and wrong, capable of controlling his behavior, but utterly indifferent to the suffering of others. He killed because it gave him pleasure, and he felt no more remorse for murdering humans than someone might feel for swatting a fly. He described his crimes with clinical detachment, sometimes becoming animated only when describing particularly brutal details that clearly excited him. Peter's trial attracted international attention. He was ultimately convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to death. He went to his execution calmly, reportedly asking whether he would be able to hear his own blood gurgling after the blade of the guillotine severed his head, curious to experience even his own death as a source of sensation. Next story. I'm going to tell you the story of one of the darkest crimes in history. A story that will haunt you. A story that shows the terrifying depths of human behavior. Charles Cullen, a seemingly gentle nurse, moved quietly between hospitals in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, his presence unnoticed except by those who witnessed the quiet, inexplicable deaths that seemed to follow wherever he went. His crimes stretch across 16 years and multiple medical institutions, an unfolding nightmare in the spaces where people expected healing and care, not harm. Nurses are trusted, guardians in the lonely hours of the night, caregivers at the threshold of suffering. Charles Cullen used that trust to mask a hidden agenda. Patients under his care started to die in unusual ways, cardiac arrests and sudden deteriorations common in wards. But the frequency and oddity of these deaths drew only brief suspicion at first. Some were elderly, sick, already close to the end of life. Others, recovering, stable, died with a suddenness that baffled staff and devastated families. Few imagined these moments were not fate, but design. Charles's method was silent and almost invisible. On his shifts, he would select a patient, a process that seemed at times random and at other times disturbingly intentional. He employed his knowledge of hospital drugs, using medications like digoxin, insulin, and others untraceably lethal in the right doses. These substances, administered in the stillness of nighttime rounds or the ordinary bustle of day shifts, would tip the most vulnerable patients into fatal cardiac arrhythmias, respiratory distress, and then nothingness. He was meticulous. Vials were sometimes replaced, records occasionally altered, but most often it was the very nature of hospital life that hid the evidence. Death in these settings can be ascribed to the ravages of disease, the failures of biology rather than intent. In the post-mortem debates among medical teams, Charles was present as a quiet, reliable staff member, rarely a suspect. For many years, the only pattern was tragedy. Still, whispers spread through the halls. An abnormally high mortality rate, notes of missing medications, a feeling of unease around the calmness of Cullen's demeanor. Nurses here and there spoke of concerns, flagged irregularities, but the lack of hard evidence and the fear of implicating a colleague made these warnings easy to overlook or quietly downplay. Hospital administrators, perhaps more concerned with liabilities than justice, often accepted Cullen's resignation when suspicion encroached, allowing him to move on before resolute questions could be asked. For years, Charles Cullen moved from hospital to hospital, sometimes dismissed for odd behavior, sometimes quietly compelled to resign. His resume was patchworked with frequent changes, yet each new facility offered fresh trust. Where he went, unexplained patient deaths would soon follow. The first real breakthrough began with someone who refused to simply accept despair. Amy Luffren, a fellow nurse at Somerset Medical Center, began to notice the disturbing patterns that no one else seemed to be seeing. A series of suspicious codes, unexpected fatalities among patients whose cases should not have ended in death, vials of medication missing or unaccounted for. Amy started to piece it together, documenting her observations and risking her own safety to go to the hospital administration. Faced with mounting anomalies, Somerset Medical launched an internal investigation. Early doubts were met with hesitation, as administrators were wary to accuse and quick to attribute the spike in deaths to bad luck or innocent error. But the pattern soon became undeniable. Drug records and hospital logs began to clearly indicate administering of lethal doses aligning with Cullen's scheduled shifts. Medical examiners found elevated levels of digoxin and insulin in the bloodstreams of several victims, substances not prescribed to many of the deceased patients. In the fall of 2003, detectives and prosecutors were brought in, The investigation methodically reconstructed every shift and every death, correlating hospital records and drug logs to form a chilling picture of calculated, repeated murder. Forensic breakthroughs included digital audit trails on medicine dispensing systems, making it possible to track what vials were accessed, in what quantities, and by whom. It was a meticulous process, piecing together years of hospital data, matching drug records to code blue events, and painstakingly interviewing staff. Cullen was approached by detectives. The interviews revealed a man at the end of endurance, pale and exhausted. Under questioning, his calm facade fell apart. He confessed, at first in halting fragments, then in a torrent of guilt and regret. Charles admitted to dozens of murders, voicing a twisted logic for his actions, claiming he was ending suffering, that he was an angel of mercy, but each justification rang hollow against the reality. Families left in ruin, lives ended not by chance but intent. In the courtroom, the case drew nationwide attention. An ordinary man in scrubs and glasses who'd done the unthinkable under the cover of care. The trial was painstaking, the evidence vast. Witnesses spoke of trust betrayed, their voice trembling as they recounted the last moments with loved ones now known to be victims. Medical experts explained the exacting science behind the crimes, detailing how the drugs used were masked by standard practice, how the patterns only became obvious over years. Defenders attempted to present mitigating circumstances, mental illness, years of trauma, but the enormity of his actions swept aside such explanations. In the end, Charles Cullen was sentenced to multiple life terms, with no possibility of parole. He would never again walk a hospital ward, never again have the trust of the vulnerable in his hands. The aftermath left a lingering tension in the medical world. Institutions re-examined hiring protocols, scrutinized record-keeping, and the movement of staff flagged for cause. The Cullen case prompted sweeping reforms, stricter oversight of medication use, more rigorous systems for tracking drug administration, mandatory reporting of suspicious patterns, and new wariness whenever patterns of unexplained death emerged in medical settings. To this day, the name Charles Cullen conjures unease. Hospitals that once saw themselves as sanctuaries became more vigilant. The case haunted policy discussions, reinforced the crucial role of whistleblowers like Amy Luffrin, and left the medical profession reckoning with the uncomfortable truth that evil can sometimes wear the gentlest of faces. For those who lost loved ones, the case offered little closure. Only the awareness of just how fragile trust can be in places designed for hope. For society, Cullen's story remains a reason to demand vigilance and transparency, to remember the lesson that sometimes darkness moves in the most unsuspected places, and that justice, though delayed, must nevertheless prevail. Next story. I'm going to tell you the story of one of the darkest crimes in history. A story that will haunt you. A story that shows the terrifying depths of human behavior. This story begins in 1924 in Chicago, Illinois, with two extraordinarily intelligent and wealthy young men named Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb. Both were students at the University of Chicago, and both came from affluent families. Their friendship was founded on a shared fascination with Nietzsche's philosophy, especially the idea of the, or Superman, which suggested that some people are above moral laws that govern ordinary men. This dangerous belief gave them the audacity to plan what they called the perfect crime, a crime so flawless they believed it would leave no trace and none of the usual consequences. For 7 months, Leopold and Loeb meticulously planned their crime, carefully thinking through every detail from how they would kidnap their victim to how they would dispose of the body. They wanted to demonstrate not just their brilliance, but also their perceived superiority over the legal system and society itself. Their intellect and privilege led them into a chilling experiment with morality and human life. Their victim was Bobby Franks, a 14-year-old boy who was Richard Loeb's distant cousin and lived nearby. Bobby was a familiar face, and they chose him primarily because he was easy to approach and had a wealthy family, perfect for a ransom plan despite the fact that their real motive was far darker than money. On May 21st, 1924, Leopold rented a car under the alias Morton D. Ballard. The two men cruised Chicago's streets on the afternoon that Bobby was walking home from school. Loeb persuaded Bobby to enter the car by feigning interest in his tennis racket, an innocent pretense designed to lower the boy's guard. Once inside, Loeb struck Bobby several times on the head with the handle of a chisel to quickly overpower him. They gagged Bobby to silence his cries, creating a frightening scene of control and violence. Bobby's life was taken somewhere in the car during the short ride. After incapacitating Bobby, they drove to a secluded area near Wolf Lake on Chicago's south side. In the darkness, they stripped the boy's clothes and poured hydrochloric acid over his face and genitals, a brutal attempt to make identification difficult and erase a piece of his identity. The body was hidden inside a concrete drainage culvert near the railroad tracks. This act revealed their coldness and their indifference to the child's suffering. Returning to Chicago, Leopold called Bobby's mother, posing as a man named George Johnson. Using a calm voice, he told her her son had been kidnapped and that instructions for delivering the ransom would follow. A typed ransom note arrived with precise, complicated instructions